begin with Commissioner Francis, who's going to lead us in the prayer. And as a courtesy, I've asked my former Chief of Staff, Audrey DeWald, to come today and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. After a 15-year cycle through the federal bureaucracy, Audrey DeWald, about 2 weeks ago, became a United States citizen, so I'd ask her to come do that.
Okay, let's pray, folks. Our Father, our God, thank you for another opportunity to serve you and serve the people of Louisiana and also our great country. And I just ask your blessings upon all the commissioners and all those here, that we just all pray and keep our eyes on you, that your will be done, and we're here to please you and the people that we serve. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Mr. Duvall, will you come up front and lead us in the pledge, please? Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much, and welcome to registered voter status. You know, she went outside to cry, just so you know. First thing she did was go register to vote, and the second thing she went to do was avail herself of her Second Amendment privileges, just so you know. So, we're going to go ahead with any announcements from any of the other commissioners. Commissioner Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I want to take a moment to sincerely thank the Americans for Clean Energy Grid for naming me a transmission champion of 2026 at this year's NARUC, to be recognized alongside of some of our FERC commissioners, members of Congress, and two fellow state commissioners was a truly humbling honor. As many of you know, I've said transmission is the backbone of a modern grid, and if we're serious about lowering costs for consumers and strengthening grid reliance, integrating diversity in our energy resources, we must be serious about building and upgrading transmission. So this recognition is not the finish line for me, it is just the fuel. So I'm grateful for the partnership of all of those who work with the American for a Clean Energy Grid, and then the many leaders across the country who are working to push this forward. Secondly, I want to recognize that today is LAHEAP Action Day at the Capitol. I want to thank actually Entergy Louisiana, who I know we have a lot of partners who are visiting members of Congress today in support of the Low-Income Home Energy Assistance Program. This program is vitally important, and Congress's funding is important to ensure that Louisianians who face significant challenges with heating and cooling assistance along with weatherization have those dollars. This month at NARUC, the board, along with the two committees that I served on, passed a resolution advocating for more federal funding for LAHEAP. So I encourage all of our utilities to continue to work with our community action agencies, the Louisiana Housing Corporation, the state government, and our federal delegation to ensure that families that are in crisis, that the system works for them and not against them, and that we have all the funding that is needed. Secondly, I want to raise a resolution that was also passed by the board at NARUC this past winter meeting about unlocking energy efficiency to support adequate energy supply and curb electric bill increases. Energy efficiency to me is not a side program. It is a public relations initiative, and it's one of the most cost-effective energy resources available to us today. If we are serious about addressing rising bills and growing demand, then we must treat efficiency as a supply. So this work requires partnership with federal agencies, the state, all of our utilities, our commercial and industrial customers, and community stakeholders. And I remain committed to energy efficiency, and I ask everyone and all of our utilities to view that resolution that was passed by the NARUC Board of Directors at our past meeting. And lastly, Mr. Chairman, as we gather here today during Black History Month, I believe it's important to do so in ground in reflection, pride, and responsibility. Black History Month is not just a celebration of our past, it's a recognition of perseverance, brilliance, innovation, and sacrifice. In Louisiana, our story cannot be told without acknowledging the contributions of Black Louisianians who built industries, powered our communities, shaped culture, and strengthened democracy, often in the face of systemic barriers designed to exclude them. From earlier laborers who laid literal and figurative infrastructure of this state to entrepreneurs, engineers, advocates, public servants who continue to move us forward, Black excellence is deeply embedded in Louisiana's progress. I also want to recognize my two predecessors, the only other two Black members of this body, Commissioner Irma Muse-Dixon and Commissioner Lambert Bossier. They are trailblazers who stepped in spaces where representation was rare and leadership was even rarer. Their service was not symbolic, it was substantive. They expanded access, elevated voices, and proved that leadership in regulatory spaces must reflect the people that they serve. Their presence made my presence here today possible. So as we commemorate this month, we do so not as an act of nostalgia, we do it as a commitment, because honoring history without advancing equity dishonors the very people that we celebrate. We honor this history because the future is great, because representation in energy policy matters, because equity and utility regulation matters, and because building a just and sustainable energy future for Louisiana requires us all at the table. Let us celebrate, let us recommit, and let us continue building a future worthy of their legacy. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any other comments from any other commissioners or announcements?
quick comment.
Go ahead.
First, thank you to Commissioner Lewis for recognizing Black History Month and his predecessors. Over the last couple of years, I'm not sure if anyone realized how important utilities would be nationally. I want to recognize last night that President Trump actually talked about ratepayer protection in his State of the Union address. I want to commit again to our constituents that this Public Service Commission is intent on protecting ratepayers. That's our first and foremost obligation, and we will be doubling down as we look at all of these new proposals over the next couple of years. And I want to make sure that everyone understands that that is our first and foremost responsibility, especially to our constituents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I'd like to second that. My sentiments exactly. Thank you, JP.
Anything else, Commissioner Francis? That's it? Yep, absolutely. Today, we have visiting with us three candidates who are running for my particular district, District 1. We have Mr. Wayne Cooper, who I believe is from Robert, Louisiana, if he wants to stand to be recognized. And we also have State Representative Stephanie Hilferty, who's from Lakeview, New Orleans area, if she wants to stand up and be recognized. And we have former Jefferson Parish President John Young, who is here, if he would like to stand to be recognized. So, is Mark Wright here? Oh, Mark, I see in the back. There he is. State Representative Mark Wright is in the back. Sorry, I say Mark because Mark and I used to work together. So, anyway, thank you all for being here today. And
Mr. Chairman, are we having a forum today?
I don't, apparently, but the good news is it's not a quorum. So the other question is, anybody here from Commissioner Campbell's district that's running for his office? Okay, thank you very much, and thank you all for being here today. Any other announcements? If not, we'll go ahead and move on to the agenda.
I think we have a few. I
Go ahead.
have one, and then I'll turn it over to Catherine to give someone on the agenda. Just as a reminder, the April B&E will be in Alexandria. I believe we have a location at the Bentley Hotel downtown. We're going to confirm that, but normal protocol will start at 10 for an out-of-town meeting. I think will be the way we'll handle that. But we'll get the information out to y'all as it becomes finalized.
And the Bentley Hotel is a request from which commissioner?
That's Commissioner Francis. That's his district
Francis
in
district?
Alexandria,
Okay,
correct.
Okay, got it.
Commissioner, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir, please.
Also, it's going to be a casual dress for that meeting. I want to remind everybody of that. And we might have a little get-together the night before. So for those who come up early, Bentley is a beautiful hotel and great memories. Now, I'm a redneck about 30 miles north of there where I was raised, so we've had a lot of good memories there. So we're going to have a good time in Alexandria. I hope y'all come.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Francis.
And then Chairman, related to the agenda, so of the 19 items we have today, exhibit number 7 is deferred. 7 is deferred. And then we're going to take up Commissioner Lewis's directive under exhibit 15 after exhibit 18.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Lewis and I visited earlier, and we can address it then, but I've asked him in the interest of some of the more recent changes that he made to his directive for a little bit more time to review it. And I've committed to him that we would take it up at the next meeting and give a dispositive vote on the matter.
Does that mean that,
So
Commissioner
moving to
Lewis, you
def-
okay to defer it
Yeah, I'd like
till
to
next
defer
month?
it.
Yes, when we get to the guidelines, I'll make some comments, but I'm fine to defer the
Okay.
matter.
Please make note of it, but we'll have comments made by Commissioner Lewis when we get to the item after we do the.
Exhibit 18.
Right.
Yes, sir. And that's all
Anything
from
else?
staff.
Okay, let's go on to exhibit number 2 and do the in-ray.
Exhibit number 2 is docket number T 37730. It's the commission versus PACDAT and Go Movers. It's an alleged violation of order T 37084, revised statutes 45164E and general orders of April 3rd, 2008 as amended, and March 16th, 2021 by engaging in activities related to transporting household goods intrastate without commission authority on or about September 15th of 2025. And this is a discussion and possible vote on a recommendation of the ALJ. Staff investigated PACDAT and Go Movers and determined it was continuing to advertise for intrastate household goods moving services after stipulating in docket number T 37084 and that it had not registered with the commission prior to continuing operations. Staff issued a citation to the company on September 18th of 2025, directing it to appear at a hearing on November 5th. When the matter was called on November 5th, the company appeared and entered a joint motion with staff to continue the hearing to December 3rd. The motion was granted and a written ruling was issued. The company did not appear at the hearing in December when the matter was called. Order T 37084, issued in April of 2024, accepts a stipulation from the company to cease engaging in activities related to moving household goods, including advertising, until a commission certificate has been issued. PACDAT agreed to a $1,000 fine, with $500 being suspended, which would become due if it failed to comply with any terms of the stipulation. Staff argued that PACDAT advertising for household goods, moving household goods, was in violation of the order. Additionally, staff argued that the company violated the revised statutes and the commission's general orders by holding itself out as a household good movers in online advertising without being registered with the commission. Staff sought that the company be found guilty as alleged, that the $500 suspended portion of the $1,000 fine ordered in T 37084 be assessed for PACDAT's violation of that order, and that pursuant to the revised statutes, PACDAT be fined $2,000 for its violation of the revised statutes and the commission's general orders, as well as be assessed a $25 citation fee. The recommendation of the ALJ, issued on January 16th of this year, found that the commission staff proved its case. Therefore, the ALJ recommends that the commission issue an order finding that PACDAT and Go Movers is guilty of violating order T 37084, shall pay the $500 suspended portion of the $1,000 fine ordered in order number T 37084. Further, that PACDAT and Go is guilty of violating the revised statutes, violating the commission's 2008 general orders, shall pay a $2,000 fine pursuant to revised statute 45171, and shall pay a $25 citation fee pursuant to the 2006 general order, and that all fines and fees herein shall be paid to the commission within 30 days of the date of the order being issued.
Any motions?
Motion to accept staff's recommendations.
Motion by Commissioner Lewis, second by Commissioner Kusan. Any opposition? Hearing none, so ordered. Next.
Next is exhibit number 3, docket number T 37785. This is the commission versus H&U Express Moving. It's an alleged violation of the revised statutes by engaging in activities related to moving household goods prior to complying with the requirements of revised statute 45164E and general order dated March 16, 2021, for failure to comply with the requirements of also general order April 3rd, 2008 as amended. It's a discussion and possible vote pursuant to Rule 57 on an affidavit and stipulation executed by the carrier, so this will need 2 votes. As a result of the investigation by transportation staff, a citation was issued to the company on November 17th of 2025 based on the aforementioned allegations. In response to that citation, the co-owner of the company executed an affidavit and stipulation on behalf of the company admitting to violating all violations alleged in the citation. The affidavit and stipulation also agreed to an imposition of a $25 citation fee and a $1,000 fine, with $500 being suspended, contingent on staff standard conditions contained in affidavits and stipulations. Therefore, staff recommends that the commission exercise its original and primary jurisdiction under Rule 57 to consider the affidavit and stipulation, and second, accept the affidavit and stipulation executed on January 30th of 2026 for fines and fees totaling $525.
Chair moves to bring the matter up under Rule 57. Seeks a second.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Kusan. Any opposition to bring the matter up? Hearing none, the matter is up for consideration. Any motions?
Motion to accept staff's recommendation.
Move from Commissioner Lewis. Any second? Second from Commissioner Kusan. Any opposition? Hearing none, so ordered. Next item.
Exhibit number 4 is docket number R31106. This is the Commission's rulemaking to study the possible development of financial incentives for the promotion of energy efficiency by jurisdictional electric and gas utilities. It's a discussion and possible vote to retain Tetra Tech as the Commission's EM&V contractor pursuant to the Commission's General Order dated August 28, 2025. This was Exhibit 7 last month. Pursuant to the LEAP rule, staff solicited Tetra Tech for a proposed budget to assist the Commission in evaluating and reporting on each participating utilities program, as well as the Commission's public entities program. Based on that solicitation, Tetra Tech submitted a proposed budget. At the December 25 and the January 26 B&Es, the Commission voted to defer this matter and requested that Tetra Tech submit a revised proposal that did not include a budget for reviewing the Commission's public entity programs, as the review of those programs was being handled by each respective district office. Based on this request, Tetra Tech submitted a revised budget, which covers 5 years of review and evaluation for 7 distinct utility-led programs, which breaks down to approximately $1.5 million per year. Staff recommends that the Commission retain Tetra Tech as its EM&V contractor for a budget of $6,009,547 in fees and $114,234 in expenses, for a total budget not to exceed $6,121,781.
Any motions?
Motion.
I have a motion, oh, go ahead.
No, go.
I have a motion to approve the staff's recommendation, provided that we have an annual review of the contract.
Is that acceptable?
I'll second.
Second, motion by Commissioner Kusan, seconded by Commissioner Lewis. Any opposition? Hearing none, so ordered. Next item.
Exhibit number 5 is docket number R37773. It's the Commission's Vegetation Management Pilot Program. It's a discussion and possible vote on staff's recommendation of a final rule. At the Commission's October 2025 B&E, staff was directed to open a rulemaking to create a vegetation management pilot program for jurisdictional electric utilities with a focus on the distribution system. The directive also directed staff to use best efforts to have the pilot in place in early 2026 so that benefits of the pilot could start before the peak of the 2026 hurricane season. Based on this directive, staff noticed the rulemaking in the Commission's official bulletin with Entergy, 1803, ALEC, CLECO, LUG, the Alliance, and SWEPCO intervening. The notice also provided an outline of the proposed pilot and sought comments from stakeholders regarding various components of that pilot. Comments were received. After reviewing the comments received, staff filed a proposed final rule on January 29th of this year, seeking specific comments on a few topics and redline revisions. Revisions were received by CLECO, Entergy, and SWEPCO. Considering all information provided during the reviews in this rulemaking, staff filed its final recommendation of the final rule on February 13th of this year. The final rule not only reflects the Commission's directive, but also the comments, revisions, and information provided. The final rule proposes a pilot for jurisdictional electric utilities with the main components summarized as follows. Utilities are allowed to increase incremental vegetation management spending over an up to 2-year and 9-month time frame. Spending under the pilot is limited to each utility's 2025 historic vegetation management spending and capped at 1% of a customer's annual average usage in 2025. Spending is also limited to distribution level vegetation management. Utilities must maintain its historical vegetation management spending. Utilities must focus on target areas expected to benefit the most from the additional vegetation management. And utilities shall file annual compliance filings with the Commission and subject to an annual true-up and prudence review at the end of the pilot. Staff recommends that the Commission accept the recommendation of final rules filed into the record on February 13th, 2026.
I'm gonna ask him. I know we definitely want SWEPCO to come up for comments, but if there are any other utilities want to come up, you know of any, Catherine?
No, sir, I don't.
Okay, well, SWEPCO, if they could come up, Commissioner Campbell has some questions for you. Say again?
A few for you.
And Commissioner Lewis has questions for Entergy, so they can get on deck and be ready to come up next.
Northeast Rural Electric Co-op.
Which one? Northeast?
Northeast.
And Northeast Electric,
Just 2 at a time.
2 at a time. They have some extra seats over there if staff wants to bring them up. But Northeast, you'll be after Entergy. And after you fill out your card, please state your name for the record when you talk.
Thank you, Bobby. Good morning, Lynn Ferry Nelson with SWEPCO, Bobby Gillum, legal counsel. So SWEPCO certainly appreciates staff efforts to get this pilot program off the ground. Unfortunately, the 1% for SWEPCO won't get us to where we need to be for spending. So We recently received approval for an incremental $18 million for vegetation management spending in the Louisiana service territory. And we've seen really dramatic results stemming from that additional spend. With the 1% proposal here, that will get us to about $7 million a year in spending, where we'll come up short compared to the 18 million that has been recently approved for a one-year period. So the proposal would be for utilities perhaps that have a more rural service territory, that the percentage be increased to 2 or 2.5% to get to a level of spending that we need to see to really see the improvement on the system.
Yeah, I would just ask Bobby Gillum on behalf of the company too. Lynn just mentioned the dramatic results. So we're putting all that together, but it is amazing. We're looking at the circuits that have undergone this new vegetation management, and it's a targeted program. And we're looking at the comparison between those that have had it and those that did not in our recent storm. I will tell you the results are dramatic. The difference between, there's 144 circuits, and the only 4 that underwent this problem had outages. The remainder did not. So it's amazing, and we're getting all that data together for you, but it does seem to be working in a way I've not seen before.
Well, the question I have for you, and I understand that the data still has to come, but when we looked at the ice storm itself, I still know that the ice storm was bad in Shreveport, but it was much more intense in the eastern part of the state, from Ruston towards Monroe. Do you think it was that, can you equate the benefit of the vegetation management in areas you did the work in versus that's not where the storm impacted, or did the storm impact areas you had done management in?
I can say definitely it impacted it, but I can impact it from my driveway.
Well,
I mean, because I fell down and
So you got
rather hard
vegetation
in my
management?
driveway trying to get in my vehicle, and the ice was literally that
You
thick.
got vegetation management on your driveway?
No, it wouldn't have done any good out there, I'll admit.
No, but my question is where you did vegetation management, you saw improvement even though you had impact from the storm in the areas that you did?
We did, we had
And you can
dramatic,
quantify it?
dramatic improvement. That's what
Yeah.
we're doing to
Yeah.
quantify now.
So of the total outages, we had 162 circuits that were impacted by Winter Storm Fern. Of those circuits, only 4 total that had been trimmed with this incremental spend had outages. So you can see a significant contrast. So of the untrimmed circuits, we had 92.3 million customer minutes interrupted. So that's, if you have an hour, 60 minutes per customer. So you can imagine 92.3 million minutes. Of the circuits that were trimmed, 54,000 customer minutes interrupted. So, I mean, significant impact. Like I said, so 162 circuits saw outages on our system in Louisiana, and only 4 circuits that had been trimmed with this incremental spend experienced outages. We also, so that the factor is 5.27 average number of outages on the circuits that were untrimmed, and 0.25 average outages on the circuits that were trimmed.
Any other questions?
I have some for you. Thank you. I heard you mention that you believe that we should change the rule from the 1% to the 2.25, but I'm looking through, did you make any comments of that in the docket?
No, not specifically to the percentage increase, but we did note that the 1% would not get us to the level that we need to spend.
But don't you have a pending 18 million vegetation management that you're asking staff to evaluate? So I'm trying to decipher from the policy you've already asked us to approve versus the rule that applies generically to all utilities.
Right. So I think there are a number of avenues here. We have proposed a system improvement plan that could implement where the trimming that we intend to make under that plan could continue with an extension of this $18 million in incremental spend, but we certainly wouldn't double dip between the 2 programs. So if the pilot gets approved at 1%, SWEPCO would hopefully utilize a different program to get us to the level of spending we need to see.
Okay, because one of my concerns was having utilities take traditional maintenance dollars and traditional vegetation dollars and moving it to a pilot, because one of the questions we're having around reliability is vegetation management. And I think it's important to toy this question with the pilot to see whether or not there are not other system upgrades. As you know, we do have a reliability docket that is pending, that is looking at safety. I've had multiple conversations about SWEPCO, about your safety numbers, especially at a distribution level. And I don't want to put all the eggs in the basket that it's simply vegetation management when we know there are other infrastructure changes and needs that need to take place. And so that's why I'm trying to toy between what you have in your pending applications versus this pilot program that's, in my eyes, separate from what you've already asked the commission for.
Right, yes, so we, certainly need to see the level of spend that we have right now in place on the incremental side, and would pursue that through either an extension of the $18 million spend through the system improvement plan, which likely won't be approved, I don't know, even a year out now. We don't have a procedural schedule yet, so, but the pilot certainly would get us maybe halfway there.
Okay,
Commissioner, if I could add, yeah, on the safety.
And Bobby, your mic's not on.
Bobby, your mic's on.
Both of y'all, if you could bring your microphones closer.
Okay.
It's a little harder to hear.
Yeah, on SADI and safety, we're looking closely at those numbers, but this is part of what we're putting together. We even have our engineers, they're doing dots all over where they're correlating, the before and after to show the impact of vegetation and the ice storm and all that. So it's gonna be dramatic. And I've seen the various dots and they explain it to me. So it's something graphic and it's demonstrable, and it's not like us just guessing about what's going on. So it's really important. The other point is, we've got people out there now doing the work on this additional veg, and they can't, and some of them are contractors. We'll lose them. We'll lose them here shortly, because they've got other things to do. This only goes up until May. So what we want to do is keep it going and not lose the ground we've gotten to this point. That's very important, because it'll be spring and you can lose ground quickly when about April, everything starts going. Now, the real important point Lynn made, we're not double dipping though, because we're asking for this recovery and other things in the SIP. And if we've already spent, it's just a credit. You don't give it to us again. We're asking for it once. But this is the way we maintain where we are and continue to improve. Otherwise, we start backing off that and not losing workers. It doesn't work, and the way they're working is also important. I mean, I've seen the videos and the PowerPoints that we're getting, and we did distribute some of those, but we're doing much new ones now. But they're doing very targeted veg. They're using drones. They're using lasers, and they're really they're getting the most bang for the buck. And that's what's important. And you can see now we can prove it not only in the bucks, but in the results. So that's why we're asking for it, Commissioner.
Absolutely. Like I said, I'm in support of the pilot. I wanted to make sure we didn't confuse today that you have a pending application that is completely different than this rulemaking, which still has to go through the procedural steps. So I didn't want to conflate the two issues that you were doing. I do have a few questions for staff, and I think Ms. Bowman, were you about to?
You can ask.
Is there any performance consequences if spending produces no reliability improvement? Are we assessing
So
that?
there will be a prudence review at the end of the pilot program, which is set to end of 2028. If staff finds that either any of the utilities did not utilize the funds correctly or decrease their standard, any of those types of things, then it would be subject to a prudence review with potential refunds at that time.
Okay, great. And will any of the annual compliance filings be public, or will those be subject to, of course, our confidentiality rules if there's anything in there, but will those be considered as public documents for everyone to see the compliance reports from this pilot program?
So there will be an X docket opened for those annual true-ups to actually, that would be the prudence. The annual true-ups are going to be looked at in each of the respective utilities' FRP annual reports.
Okay.
So it would be in those docketed proceedings, and then if there would have been any true-up, it would also flow back through that annual report mechanism.
I would request when we have that, and for the utilities, if you do adopt the pilot, that while it is in the FRP compliance annual report, that there also be maybe an addendum or an appendix separately so we can solely just look at this pilot program with remains to all the other issues that you would have in your filing report.
Sure, and absolutely, also just to clarify, all of this spending is to be completely separate, so it is easily attainable to see what was spent, how it was spent, where it was spent, to ensure that it was being prudently managed at the time.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all I have.
Commissioner Campbell?
Oh, thank you for coming. You say how much you need now? What did you say you need? You went up from 1% to 2%?
Right, so $18 million is the incremental spend that we've been approved through the end of May for this year. So our request would be to continue that $18 million spend, which would be about 2 to 2.5% under the pilot program.
Well, you know what? I live in Shreveport, Bossier. I represent you for 24 years. This is the first time I've heard of that. When I came here, it was 1%, 1%, 1%. Now you're at 2%. You hadn't talked to me about it. This is the first time I heard it just about 2 seconds ago.
Right, Commissioner, so our comments were not in the pilot docket that it needed to be increased.
I have a
Rather,
phone, I have a telephone, and I talk with your lobbyists daily. Why in the world you didn't call me and tell me we haven't changed the plans, we were gonna go to 2%? I asked my assistant, he hadn't heard anything from it. We hadn't heard anything from it. I was just wondering why you hadn't called.
Yeah, Commissioner, if I could, we have talked about the 18 million and needing to extend it, and that's what we're talking about. And this, again, I know it's got a lot of dockets involved, but it rolls over into the system improvement program, and then you get a credit. We don't get to keep spending what we don't, what's already been taken care of. It'll be adjusted. So that's the concept that we've been talking about. And it allows us to continue, but the commission, you have a prudence review plus the other docket. We don't double up and recover in the SIP docket. So it is something we've been needing to do and talking about for a while, and I think it will show the results. And this spring, I mean, when trees are growing and limbs are growing and we're having storms, that'll be an important time to continue. And as I said, the other thing is, these workers, they don't just stand around and wait. They're gonna be going somewhere else. And once you lose them, it's hard to get them back. So that's the reason we're doing it, but we're not doing it to double dip on the money. Y'all got the other docket to deal with that and make us take a credit.
And can I clarify something? Because I think this is the first staff is hearing of this as well. And it seems like, at least for Commissioner Campbell, is the first they're hearing. This is a rulemaking docket that was asked by Commissioner Francis for us to open as a pilot program to look at some enhanced vegetation management across all electric utilities. Part of that directive was to reduce the customer impact, which is why there's a 1% cap in here. What SWEPCO is asking for is to continue the interim 18 million that the commission voted on last year, which in my opinion should be in a separate SWEPCO only docket.
Right.
And they're asking for that 18 million in 2 other dockets right now that are SWEPCO specific.
So what's this differential between the 18 million that's in the earlier docket, which is the way I was understanding it, and the differential of the new 1%? What's the new 1%?
The 1% is across all electric utilities to ensure that customer impacts aren't substantial.
And what's
So
the
it's-
dollar impact? See, I hate talking percentages. I like talking dollars
So it's-
because I can conceptualize money, but I can't conceptualize percentages because they're too nebulous. But what's the dollar value of this 1% under this pilot program for SWEPCO?
It's going to depend on each utility, but it's,
What, of SWEPCO, just talk about SWEPCO.
well, I'm not sure because they need to calculate that
let's-
and provide that to
Okay,
staff.
That's the $7 to $8 million.
okay, so you're
Yes.
talking about $7 to $8 million on top of the 18 you're seeking.
No, we
Well,
would
that's
not.
what she just said.
What they're saying,
That's what she said.
So they have an 18 million right now that's going to expire in the end of May.
Right.
They want to continue that $18 million
No, they want another,
past.
they want another 18 million.
Correct.
No, it's not continuing 18. They want another 18, which will be 36 million instead of 18 plus 7 of 25 million, right?
Correct.
So that's why we talk dollars instead of percentages, right?
That's extra 2%.
That's-
So, right, so that's why you get your 2%. See, that's why Foster was a math teacher. He got that part. So this is the differential we're talking about. You want to boost, they want to boost it from 18 million to 25 million.
They want to boost it from 7 million to 18 million.
The original 18 million plus 7 million. in that earlier docket of 18.
Well, under the pilot, no. So all utilities have different vegetation
But that's
management
under
budgets.
that's under a new project, right?
Right now, SWEPCO has technically $36 million of vegetation management spend.
Okay,
The 18 million we're talking about today, rolls off in May.
right.
And I would like to also clarify.
Rolls off, or they've spent it by then?
They have spent it by then, but I
Okay.
would like to also clarify, just because the commission does not give them, quote, another 18 million, does not mean SWEPCO cannot spend $18 million on vegetation management.
Correct.
That is still just part of their operation and management expense.
Right.
With
can
what
claim
they're
that
wanting
back.
is a separate carve-out to flow through the FAC instead of flowing through base rates.
Right, so it's different column,
Correct.
right. So what's the issue you have? You don't want it to come off on your, you want this to come through your fuel adjustment charge? Is that what you're trying to do versus coming through your regular, your primary account?
Right, so right now we have $18 million embedded in base rates for vegetation management that has been in place for at least 10 years.
It would seem to me to have it be better to go through the FAC, because it would not end up being a potential value to the utilities where the ratepayers would be paying profit on.
And I see that. I just don't think this rulemaking docket is the appropriate mechanism for SWEPCO to receive that additional $18 million.
Okay, so your recommendation as staff counsel is how would be the best method for them to seek this additional 18?
They're currently in negotiations with staff on an open pending docket for stipulation settlement that staff has said is not the appropriate mechanism. Last year, the way they got the 18 million was they came in and sought an interim increase from the commission. So we could easily
Let me ask
do
you a
that by, in March, which would be before this 18 million rolls off, and that would give them a little more time to give us data on how, positive the 18 million has been, as well as to see what this additional impact will
Right,
cause.
Commissioner Campbell has a question.
Let me ask you a question.
I'm gonna give it back to you.
We're gonna renew the 18 million, right?
Potential, that's this conversation right now.
I understand. Well,
Yeah, you're next.
personally, for somebody who lived through the storm, and I represent all those people up there, y'all did a good job, did the best you could do. I'm not saying you did a great job, but you did a good job, because there's always room for improvement. But y'all you worked hard, you had people there, so you need more money to even do a better job the next time. Is that what you're talking about?
I wouldn't characterize it as more money. It would be a continuation of what we've been approved to spend through May 31st.
That's the 18 million,
Correct.
continuation.
All pass-throughs on the faculty.
Yes, that's correct.
All right, are you done?
Yeah.
Okay, Commissioner,
Okay, Bobby.
So we're clear, we need to continue in May.
This
that's
is
what we're
clear,
trying to
this
do.
is clear as
May's
mud,
gonna
by the way. It's clear as mud.
At this point, we're absolutely gonna continue the clear, but.
I want to try to apply the
Mr.
KISS
Francis.
method to this, okay? Keep it simple, stupid, that's what they say up in Gina. All right. SADI, that is a way to measure your performance on outages, right?
Correct.
When will the next SADI numbers come out to tell us about your area?
We have just submitted that in relation to our SQIP report, but they only go through December of '25. So we're giving you all those numbers, but we're continuing on with the program.
So we'll be measuring your 25 numbers.
It will,
When we look
yes,
at the next SADI report, we want to spend more money, and we'll be able to measure the performance with the SADI numbers. Just so the public understands that, the public we're asking the public to spend more money for vegetation, and we'll measure it with a SADI. So what about pause? You talk about we don't want to pause. We've got an ongoing program going right now.
Correct.
And with there's possibility of pausing it, or let's keep it going. So why would we pause it? What would cause
Good
it?
question, because at the end of May, that's where we're gonna be. It's gonna be
So if we don't do something here today, we'll pause in May.
Correct.
And I'm not for pausing. So the argument would be, do we want more money in the program?
Correct.
And so Catherine, you talked about the process of approving more money. That's kind of what's at hand right now.
Not specifically for SWEPCO, and I think that's where the confusion is coming in.
Good.
This docket, the agenda item we're talking about right now is a rulemaking. It is a pilot program for all electrics. And I do want to just clarify, it doesn't pause in May. They can continue doing what they're doing right now and spend the same amount of money in May moving forward. The hiccup is, under this agenda item, they would only receive $7 million because I'm recommending you guys put a 1% customer protection cap in place. They want that cap to be increased to 2.5 so they can get their full 18 million that is going to stop, is going to roll off in May. And what I'm suggesting is they can continue with 7 million through the end of the year, and hopefully by then, we will have a better understanding related to their SIP program, their FRP renewal will be done, all of those other SWEPCO-specific dockets will have their availability for them to receive that additional, what is that, $9 million.
And,
Hang on a minute.
and maybe, and look,
I got
I'm
one.
gonna take a shot at this too, and you're saying to clarify it and keep it simple. So all of our utilities have vegetation management built into their rates right now. That's every single utility. That's a component of doing business, maintaining the vegetation. What Catherine is proposing here is a pilot to increase that by 1% over and above. SWEPCO has a different additional program that they're seeking. So they're spending their regular vegetation management. If you didn't increase it or didn't continue that supplemental program, it would be increased by this 1%. So they're asking for more than this 1%. I think that's what's unique about SWEPCO here than the others. Everyone's got vegetation management right now. Some have enhanced programs. SWEPCO has had an enhanced one for quite some time, either through the SQIP or through this additional rider here. So I think that's where the confusion is. This is over and above traditional vegetation management. We're recommending 1% for every utility. SWEPCO's asking for more than 1% because of that separate entity they have. That's the way I appreciate it.
Okay, well, I have a quick question, and then I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Campbell. Wouldn't it make more sense to provide the vegetation management to increase the amount and put it through the FAC so there's no profit earned on it, and instead of letting it go through the infrastructure side of the accounting to where they can make a profit on their spend? We'd be better off to let them have 2% and reduce the amount that they spend on the other side of the accounting sheet to where they would not have the profitability on that side, and we could just have that as a direct pass-through.
I would agree with you. This pilot says it's to be flowed through in their traditional vegetation management mechanism.
Okay, so you had mentioned that it was going to go through the FAC.
Well, the 18 mil, the additional, their enhanced program
Oh, okay.
goes through the FAC.
Oh, so that's what the additional 18 they want to spend would go through the FAC,
Yes.
which would be
Correct.
no
Yes.
profit on it.
But
Right.
increasing this to 2% would not allow SWEPCO to flow it through the FAC. This would be an additional
Yes.
percentage
Okay,
in their traditional rate
understood.
making.
All right, Commissioner
That makes sense?
Campbell?
How much is this effective bill? You pay, right now, you got 7 million dollars, 7% or whatever. How much is this additional effective bill?
So the $18 million incremental spend is about $3 a month on the average residential
Plus
customer.
what you're paying now?
Right, and $3.
What are you paying now?
Correct.
What's the charge now?
It's about $3 a month bill impact.
And to increase it would be how much more?
It will stay $3.
$3?
Right.
It's not gonna take effect until May, when this would be leaving, so it would not
Bobby, you need to
increase
speak
any-
into your mic a little bit, please.
I'm sorry. Yeah, it would not take effect until May, and so it will just remain the same as far as the customer bill.
$3?
Correct.
Yes,
So after it's increased, it'll still remain $3?
Right. There would be
Correct.
no change to the bill if the program continues beyond May 31st.
Okay.
Mr. Lewis?
Yes, let me say this. I'm going to be very clear. I think it's very disingenuous what you just did. Because what you have a program and you have pending applications for this 18 million that you have been negotiating with staff, and we've had significant conversations. This was a independent rulemaking for all utilities. And what I feel you did is you came up here because you were still in negotiations with staff on that 18 million and confused all of us by trying to move this pilot program so you can recoup all 18 million that you wanted, even though they're in 2 other dockets. And no, let me finish. Because I've listened and I've been watching and hearing, and I could not let the record go clear of what I think you just did. And I think it's unfair to us that you did not put it. I've read the comments. You didn't list 2.5% anywhere in here in your recommendation, in your comments on the pilot program. Where that 18 million exists is in your interim that you asked for and is in your other dockets. It wasn't in your comments here. So to come up here on this agenda item and mention other dockets and then try to confuse the rest of us, I think is disingenuous. And I think this is the problem that I've had with SWEPCO every time there's a regulatory proceeding, is that you come up here and you try to get what you want by confusing us and moving things from dockets to dockets. I want us to be very clear. This is a pilot program that we're supporting for all utilities. In addition, because we've heard your request, we've heard the other utilities' requests, that vegetation management needs an independent spending mechanism, which is why we pulled this as a pilot to say, let's put some independent dollars outside of your formula rate plan, outside of your base rates, so we can evaluate the spending of vegetation management to look at reliability. Put that aside, then you have your traditional vegetation management that all utilities participate in, and then you had your additional requests based off of the challenges that you have up there in North Louisiana. So I just wanted to be very clear here for the public, because I think we've confused a lot of people by trying to pre-approve a docket that is still under negotiation. So I would prefer that if you would keep your comments back to the comments you listed right here in this docket, where everything you said is not in this. It's not in this, and that's what I'm voting on today. And so I just wanted to say it, and you don't have to respond. I just felt this entire exercise was extremely disingenuous to us up here.
That was certainly not the intent. It was merely a comparison of what the pilot program would achieve for SWEPCO versus what is in place at this time. So the percentages are merely a comparison for you to see the 7 million versus the 18 million.
Okay,
So-
Commissioner Campbell has something he wants to say. Commissioner?
Since this has to be crystal clear, and it's not that clear right now, I'd like to defer this motion till next month's meeting. Make a motion to defer.
And I have no problem with that, Commissioner. What
We're,
would
wait,
we
wait,
need?
wait.
Okay,
He's going to comment.
thank you.
his motion is to defer the vote on the vegetation management pilot program. That's gonna be the motion. We'll also defer anything else having to do with SWEPCO and their other dockets, if we need to do that, because we need to postpone this discussion right now to a different meeting, so that they can have an opportunity to clarify what their intent is, and that we can understand how this pilot program is going to move forward and how,
Yeah.
you know, so all of the discussion about this needs to be deferred.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I would like Entergy to come up, because as I stated, I think we've gotten confused based off of SWEPCO's ask, and there are other utilities who support this pilot program in different iterations that don't have the components that SWEPCO
Hang on a
has.
second. Hang on a second. We got a motion.
We have a motion.
To defer.
No, I was,
I understand. We got a
I was
motion to
asking-
defer, and we got a second.
We're on this vegetation management issue, and have a motion to defer it.
So
I don't want to hear any other more
we're
testimony.
going to call a vote on it.
Well,
Okay.
I have one, I heard a motion by Commissioner Campbell. Who seconded?
Commissioner
Second.
Kusan.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Kusan.
Can I ask a clarifying question, just so I know what the motion to defer is?
Sure.
To defer
Are
it
you-
to next month.
Next week.
Are you asking staff to reopen the comments on the rulemaking to
No.
allow SWEPCO to put in whatever they need to clarify the ask in this docket? Again, I'm just trying to understand what we need to do before next
How
month.
much one?
I'm not a lobbyist, but I think they should call everybody individually and maybe talk to them about it. I don't care what they put into the record, but I think they should probably put something into the record if you think that would be
I
appropriate.
do think that would be appropriate.
So
Okay.
you can open it back up as a matter of our proceedings for them to introduce any other briefs that they'd like.
Since this is my area, your whole footprint, is in my area, and my office is real close to y'all's office. I would ask you to come over and explain exactly what you're doing. Right now, I don't want to vote for something I don't completely understand, and I don't think anybody up here completely understands it. So,
All right, we have a motion on the table by Commissioner Campbell, seconded by Commissioner Kusan. Any opposition? Hearing none, so ordered. We'll deal with this next month in Alexandria. Oh, we're here?
It's 2 months in
Oh, I'm sorry,
Alexandria.
2 months to Alexandria. Sorry about that.
And it'll be very quick. I think we're like 3 weeks away from our March meeting.
I'm about to say, it's because of, thank you, Mardi Gras.
Yes.
Right, I got it. All right, thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
All right, next item, please.
I never even heard about this.
Next item is exhibit number 6. It's docket number U36320. This is Abbey Plantation Estates Sanitary Sewer Corporation doing business as Louisiana Sewer Utilities. It's a request for an assessment of rates and review for regulatory compliance. It's a discussion and possible vote on an uncontested stipulated settlement. On March 31st of 2022, Abbey filed the instant application pursuant to the terms of order number U34761, which required Abbey file this instant application within 2 years of that order. Abbey's initial filing in the matter was published in the Commission's official bulletin, and no interventions were received. Thereafter, the parties determined that Abbey should file for a full rate case in this docket, and on July 19th of 2024, Abbey did that. The application was published in the Commission's official bulletin with no interventions. Following discovery on Abbey's application, staff filed the direct testimony along with staff's audit memorandum and recommendations, and Abbey filed correspondence indicating it concurred. Subsequently, the parties executed an uncontested stipulated settlement, which was filed into the record on January 9th of 2026. The hearing on the stipulated settlement was held on January 22nd. The major terms of the settlement are as follows. Abbey shall be authorized to increase its residential sewer rate to $45.70 per equivalent dwelling unit, and its a commercial sewer rate to $55 per connection, subject to a minimum commercial rate of $55. Abbey shall be authorized to establish a regulatory asset for the recovery of rate case expenses. It shall continue working with Louisiana Department of Environmental Quality to attain compliance with all applicable standards and regulations. And within 30 days after the issuance of an order in this proceeding, Abbey shall file into the record a new revised tariff reflecting the Commission's action. Staff recommends that the Commission approve the uncontested stipulated settlement filed into the record on January 9th of 2026.
Chair moves to accept staff recommendation.
I'll
Seeks a
second.
second. Seconded by Commissioner Campbell. Any opposition? Hearing none, so approved.
Exhibit 7 is deferred, so we will move on to Exhibit 8, which is docket number U37425. This is Entergy's application for approval of generation and transmission resources in connection with service to a single customer for a project in North Louisiana. It's a discussion and possible vote on a scope expansion for United Professionals Company. At the Commission's August 2025 B&E, this Commission approved a settlement between staff and Entergy as well as other parties regarding an approval of generation and transmission resources in connection with providing service to Meta. The approval was memorialized in order number U37425, and part of that approval contemplated additional capacity, including certification of renewable resources and revisions to Entergy's Rider GZ and 3 gigawatt order. United Professionals was retained to assist staff in both of those dockets. Entergy has now filed an application for construction of 2 new solar facilities, which has been docketed as U37800. Part of Entergy's application in that docket indicates that the 2 solar facilities would satisfy part of Entergy's obligation under U34725. In addition to that certification filing, Entergy is working on fulfilling other requirements of the order regarding modifying its expedited renewal procurement process and updates to its Rider GZ as part of those activities. Given UPC's experience in both proceedings, staff sought a budget expansion from UPC to assist in the additional filings anticipated by Order U34725. Staff solicited UPC and they submitted a proposed budget. Staff recommends that the Commission increase UPC's budget due to scope expansion for an additional $173,000 in fees and $2,000 in expenses for a total budget not to exceed of $175,000.
Move to approve staff recommendation. Seeks second.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Lewis. Any opposition? Hearing none, so ordered. Next item, please.
Exhibit 9 is the same docket, and it's similar to the last. It's a discussion and possible vote on scope expansion for Fishman Haygood. And under the same order that the Commission approved related to the Meta certification, Fishman Haygood was retained to assist in that certification as well, and staff solicitation from Fishman Haygood to assist in the construction of the 2 new solar facilities certification, as well as the modifying of the Rider GZ and the expedited renewal procurement process. Based on that solicitation, Fishman Haygood provided a proposed budget, and staff recommends that the commission increase Fishman Haygood's budget due to scope expansion for an additional $370,000 in fees and $5,000 in expenses, for a total budget not to exceed of $375,000.
Chair moves to accept staff recommendation.
Let me ask a question.
Any seconds before we
Second.
move on? Second by Commissioner Lewis. Commissioner Campbell has a question.
Yes, sir.
Did we have anybody else bidding on these?
So this one was not a bid, this one was actually a scope expansion for both United Professionals and Fishman Haygood, based on the order that was issued saying Entergy had to go out and procure additional solar and additional renewables. So this one was just a scope expansion for the two parties.
Are we back doing like we used to do pretty much? Are we getting about 2 people to get us all the business?
This was already a contract with an expansion of the
Now,
scope.
I'm not talking about this
We-
one.
we
in
do
particular. I'm
issue
talking about
our-
all the other things that we
Yeah,
have.
no, sir, we do issue RFPs for new dockets, new applications, things of that nature. We are still only getting 1 to 2 responses per those RFPs.
And we've got, you know,
What-
just to add on that, I mean, when I used to do these before, Catherine, I think we've got considerably more people on our list now. We just don't get a whole lot of bids.
Do you call them and talk to them about it?
We actually get, I've seen responses like, thanks for sending this, we're not interested in bidding at this time. So we're getting more of those for whatever reason.
You know what I'm not interested in? I'm glad you brought that up. One guy getting all the business. That's what I'm not interested in. And that's what seems to happen around here. One firm gets most of the business, which may be okay, but it may not be okay. So it might be that y'all have to pick up the telephone and tell these people, hey, here's what we got. And if they're thinking, well, this other firm's gonna get all the business, why should I bid? That's what happens a lot of time, and that shouldn't be happening.
So we have a motion by Chair, seconded by Commissioner Lewis. Any opposition? Hearing none, so ordered. Next item.
Exhibit number 10 is docket U37425. This is Entergy's application for approval of generation and transmission resources in connection with service to a single customer for a project in North Louisiana. Is a discussion and possible vote on a motion of the Alliance for Affordable Energy and Union of Concerned Scientists for investigation and prudence review. In order number U37425, the commission approved the construction of generating units and transmission facilities to serve the metadata center subject to significant customer protections as provided in the stipulated settlement. The order is a final commission order, as it was not subject to a request for rehearing, nor was it appealed. On January 14th of this year, the Alliance and the Unions for Concerned Scientists filed this incident motion, and in that motion cited press reports regarding Meta's financing arrangements for its data center. The motion asked that the commission investigate the impact of those financial arrangements on the customer protections, including the guarantee provided by Meta that was provided in the order, the prudence of Entergy's connection with that financing, and whether the construction of the units and transmission projects to serve the metadata center continue to be in the public interest. On February 13th of this year, Entergy filed a memorandum in opposition wherein they unequivocally state that there has been no change that relieved Meta from its unconditional and irrevocable guarantee of the customer obligations under their ESA with Entergy. Those customer obligations under that service agreement remain fully backstopped by an unconditional and irrevocable guarantee from Meta. Entergy did acknowledge that Meta has obtained outside financing for the project and that the structure is complex, but explained that there have been no amendments to that ESA or to any of the related agreements. On February 20th of 2026, the MPOs filed its reply wherein they argue Entergy's motion improperly focuses on the motives instead of the facts raised. While not entitled as such, the MPO motion is akin to a request for rehearing of order number U37425 pursuant to Commission Rule 43. That motion is not timely as it was filed well beyond the 10-day deadline and more than 60 days after the cited press report of Meta's financing arrangement. Rule 43 states that the Commission can order a rehearing on its own motion where the Commission concludes that substantial errors of procedure or the exclusion of evidence have so affected the record as to render it impractical to determine the case justly and fairly upon the record. Staff has reviewed all of the motions filed as well as the terms and conditions approved in order U37425, including those guarantees, and has determined that there is no new evidence or circumstances that warrant a Commission rehearing or other action to review the Commission's decision in order number U37425 at this time. Furthermore, as provided in that order, Entergy retains all of the prudence obligations provided by law and specifically is required to ensure that all parent guarantee agreements are obtained and fully executed and will timely and prudently enforce its rights with respect to those agreements. Staff recommends that the commission not exercise its authority under Rule 43 as there is no evidence to warrant the commission taking any action at this time. And we do have 2 yellow cards, one from Ms. Miller and one from Ms. Burke, who would like to speak on this matter.
Please call them up. The lady in purple.
Who are these people?
The Alliance, or I think the lady in purple is the lawyer. Y'all have cards already written out, I believe, correct?
Yes,
So
that's
just
correct.
introduce yourself and go
Sure.
ahead and start.
And I would ask, just if you keep the mic a little
Yeah,
closer
but,
to
yeah,
you, thank you.
They're just having better results when the mic's on the edge of the table by you.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Susan Miller, and I'm representing the Alliance for Affordable Energy and the Union of Concerned Scientists on this motion. With me is Logan Burke, who's the Executive Director of the Alliance for Affordable Energy. At the outset, we disagree that this is a request for rehearing. This is a request to investigate whether the ratepayer protections, which the Commission believed it adopted as part of the application, are actually still effective. And we've asked for a prudence review of Entergy. We have not asked that the application be reversed or anything like that. We wanted to make sure the ratepayer protections exist, and if they don't exist, we want the Commission and the parties to figure out what actions they can take to make sure the ratepayers are protected. It has nothing to do with asking that the application be reversed, with the data center not be constructed, or anything like that. That's a mischaracterization of what we asked for. To explain how we got to this point, 2 months after the Commission approved the application, Meta fundamentally changed the financial structure of this project. Meta is no longer the majority owner of the data center. In exchange for bond payments, Meta sold 80% of the data center to a company called Blue Owl. So it is not just, oh, they borrowed money to finance their construction. In exchange for that money, they gave an 80% ownership. So now, it gets a little complicated, but Meta is now the lessee of the data center. It is leasing the data center from Blue Owl. It is not the major owner. So it is also no longer the parent of Laidley. Another financial company formed during this joint venture, Beignet, is now the parent of Laidley. Beignet has no money. It's another financial vehicle. So it has no assets. And Blue Owl is the parent of Beignet. So it's become very complicated. The Wall Street Journal article referred to it as Frankenstein financing, and Meta's own credit auditor red flagged this arrangement. So what we've given you are 2 things. One, the article on the credit auditors, and the other an article on Blue Owl. The concern with Blue Owl, who is now 80% owner of this facility, is they are in disturbing financial straits, is the best way to put it. In the last 13 months, their stock share price has dropped 60%, and 30% of that drop is from January through today. They've permanently halted redemptions on one of their funds, and they're embroiled in an array of class action lawsuits. So they're not a company that's in a good position right now, and they own 80% of the Richmond Parish data center. Entergy relies on the parent guarantee, which incorrectly is referred to as a guarantee of the ESA. By its terms, the guarantee itself only applies to the kayak. As such, there is no parent guarantee guaranteeing that if Laidley fails to pay under the ESA, someone else will pay. And that is a major, major concern, because essentially in a slightly roundabout way, Blue Owl is now the parent of Laidley, and Blue Owl is in financial trouble. Yes, they have a parent guarantee for the kayak, but that does not apply. But once the construction is complete, there will be no parent guarantee that protects the ratepayers, because there is no parent guarantee on the record that shows that someone is responsible for Lately's failure to pay at any time under the ESA. Also, I think the argument of how strong this parent guarantee is a little misleading, because on page 2, number 4, it says the terms are enforceable except as may be limited by, and one of the things it's limited by is general equity principles. There are dozens of general equity principles, one of which is, did you get consideration when you signed this contract? Which an argument could be made that there is no longer any consideration for Meta since it's no longer the parent. I think it's also important to bear in mind that this guarantee is to be interpreted under the laws of New York. It's not to be interpreted under the laws of Louisiana. So any legal positions that the Louisiana courts have taken with regard to general equity principles wouldn't apply. Now, on August 20th, during the B&E, Entergy stated that it had gotten a legal opinion regarding the enforceability of this parent guarantee. They didn't put it in the record, nobody's seen it, and quite frankly, I think a new legal opinion needs to be obtained regarding the enforceability of the guarantee given the financial structural change. And quite frankly, I would request that the commission ask staff to get that legal opinion, since it's apparently difficult to get one out of Entergy. But that still brings us back to, once the construction is done and the ESA starts to become effective, if Lately ever fails to pay, there doesn't appear to be any obligation by any other party to back that up. And Lately has no assets that Entergy could go after. So the ratepayers would be on the hook for whatever is left to be paid for. If Lately just decided it didn't want to pay anyone, decided to walk away from this project. And that brings up the other aspect of this new financial situation. Under their agreement with Blue Owl, who they are leasing the data center from, Meta can walk away after 4 years. And there's no parent guarantee that says that something will happen to Meta. And if Meta walks away, Lately's gonna walk away. Lately has nothing really to do with operating a data center. So, and being able to walk away after 4 years just increases the amount of stranded costs that will have to be covered by the ratepayers. And to me, that is why Entergy's not concerned about this. Entergy is the only entity with no skin in this game. Meta has paid something. Meta has paid $1.8 billion, I believe, so far, which for Meta isn't a lot of money, but they've paid something. And if once Meta stops paying, all Entergy's gonna do is turn around and reach into the ratepayers' wallets and get what's left. And so Entergy has no risk in this. But the ratepayers have a severe risk, particularly now how it's been reconstituted, such that there is no Meta to get money from at the end of the day, once the data center starts being used. And the company that might be on the hook, but probably isn't, because there is no parent guarantee from them either, Blue Owl is in severe financial straits. So the ratepayer protections that this commission thought it was having in conjunction with approving this application don't exist. And that's what we want you to investigate. Not Meta, not the data center. We want you to investigate, are there any existing protections for the ratepayers once this data center starts operating? And if not, what can the commission require Entergy to do in order to protect the ratepayers? Not what can the commission require Meta to do. What can the commission require Entergy to do as a matter of prudence in order to protect the ratepayers? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, or should I wait for Logan to finish and then ask
Logan,
questions?
you want to go continue? Go ahead.
I simply wanted to offer the fact that we are having to watch on a very regular basis, daily basis, the risks associated with these novel financial arrangements.
Yeah.
We've seen this, we've known this story before. Historically, this story is what happens with model financial arrangements and people lose their homes. What we're concerned about is that the people holding all the risk here are the residents and small businesses of Louisiana. And we want to make sure that there is every opportunity taken to reduce that risk when we know that the risk is only growing. Thank you.
So if you audit Entergy, that'll solve your problem?
No, I think more what we have to do is, first of all, we have to figure out, are there any protections for ratepayers that exist, which I don't believe they do once the
I think we
ESS
covered that like ad nauseum in this docket, the ratepayer protection.
I respectfully disagree, sir.
I know, and
because-
I respectfully disagree as well.
Sorry, we have one more speaker.
Mr. Chairman, I have some questions for you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank
You
you.
can get them on deck in the chair up there. Who do we have
Yeah,
left?
sure. Miss Reed, if you want to come sit up here, just to be ready.
We've got a seat up front for the next speaker. Who is it?
Miss Butler Reed?
Butler Reed, is she here?
She was.
Okay, well, Commissioner, go ahead and ask while we're finding the next witness.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Susan, can you point me back to, you mentioned in the guarantee, you made some comments about something that was mentioned on page 2, but I did not catch what you were fully saying. Can you point me back to what you were
Sure. At
pointing
page-
out?
At page 2, at the very bottom, with number 4, it starts, this guarantee is a legal, valid, and binding obligation. And then it comes up with a number of exceptions to enforcement. And the exception to, one of the exceptions to enforcement is specifically general equity principles. That Meta can rate, if Entergy seeks to obtain funding from Meta because Lately has failed to pay under the kayak, it doesn't apply to the ESA at all. If they seek to obtain funds under the kayak, Meta can fight that by raising general equity principles. Whether they be successful or not would depend on which principle they raise and how New York law covers it.
Okay, because as I read your motion before the commission, on page 2, you point out that you believe that Meta and Blue Owl were working behind the scenes to significantly alter financial structures of the data center project while proceedings to examine the now irrelevant data center financing structures were ongoing, and that was a significant secret. So if I'm understanding you correctly, you believe that is the portion that was not knowledge to the commission at the time that this now known Beignet LLC was being formed and was actually sold and formed on the day of the vote, and that is the crux of what we should investigate if that does change this guarantee.
That's correct.
And if I understand you also correctly, that you were saying that you believe that the guarantee as written is only covering the kayak, but your real question is on the energy service agreement and whether or not those protections exist under this guarantee.
If I can respectfully direct you to the page 1, in the very first few lines, it says, "Have entered into that agreement for contribution in aid of construction and capital costs with Lately. Such agreement for contribution and aid of costs hereafter is referred to as the agreement." The agreement is the only thing that's referred to in the rest of the guarantee. The energy services agreement is never mentioned anywhere in this guarantee.
Okay, and as you pointed out, and I think you made it in your comments, and I'll definitely ask staff and Entergy about this, is that you believe that there should have been a legal opinion from a New York council confirming the actual bond, the bond by this parent guarantee, and you have not seen any legal opinion. Is that what you're telling us today?
That is correct. At the August 20th meeting, Entergy stated that it did have a legal opinion. They have to have a legal opinion from a New York law firm because it's enforceable under New York law, but they never submitted that in the record. And now I think they would need a second legal opinion to show, given the changes in the financial structure that, and given the fact that Meta is no longer the parent, that this actually still is an enforceable obligation on Meta.
Okay, so you believe there should be a legal opinion on the original construction of Latley, and then now with Blue Owl and Beignet, that we should have a subsequent legal opinion in New York's jurisdiction, since that would be the jurisdiction if something were to happen in this deal.
That's correct.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I was following your arguments, but I will go to the next speaker, and I'll have questions for our staff and Entergy, and may have you rebut some of that if there needs to be.
All right. Do we have a motion on the floor on this?
There is no need for a motion on this.
Okay, all right. So, procedure from staff? We have another speaker?
Yes, Ms.
Okay.
Reed would like to speak.
Would one of y'all give up your seat?
Oh,
Or-
yes.
Great,
We'll
thank
both
you.
just move back there. Tom.
Okay, that's fine.
Mr. Chairman, at the appropriate time, I'll have some questions for Entergy and staff.
Yeah, well, that's fine. What's the procedure on this particular in-ray? we're having a lot of discussion. Is there any action from the commission?
So if the commission agrees with staff's recommendation that no action should be taken,
Right.
then we hear,
Does that require a motion?
no, sir.
Okay, so we just, so either we agree or we don't agree, and if we don't agree, we have to have a motion.
Correct.
Okay, so somewhere in there was a motion. Believe it or not, trust me. So anyway, okay, go ahead. You have to just say your name, please.
Gotcha. Good morning, everyone. Katora Butler Reed. Of course, I'm a resident of Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Yes, I do hold a lot of positions and titles within a lot of different community organizations, but today I'm really here because I am extremely concerned about what's happening with our utility bills, and I know that it plays like a huge role in connection with what's happening while we're speaking today on Meta. I'm here to support an investigation into Meta's risky financial arrangement because it places more financial risk on everyday taxpayers and ratepayers, rather. When we think about the average salaries in Louisiana ranging under $50,000 and even less so with Black residents, and that being under 30,000 or whatever the case, a lot of families are living in like low income areas, and this is just something that they cannot afford. I do help cover a lot of the bills for like my grandma, and I literally got an email like earlier in February, and the bill was for her utility bills was like $676, and that is ridiculous. When we thinking about, and my grandmother's in her 70s, and she has so many other friends in the community, and they're retired. So it's like they're living on a fixed income, so they really can't even afford to pay those. They can barely afford to pay their rent sometimes, let alone we're thinking about food, we're thinking about inflation, we're thinking about so many other issues. So to think of them not being able to pay their regular needs, and now, you know, having additional bills, these financial strains can no longer happen for our community, because what are we gonna do if they can't pay their bills? So just wanting to lift that up, because this is a serious issue for myself. This is a serious issue for most people in the state, but also thinking about how large data centers significantly increase energy demand, and that drives up those costs. And that's not my fault. So I just wanted to lift this up, and you know, just supporting a lot of the work that you're doing, Commissioner Lewis. You are appreciated for, you know, even putting this forth. So that's all I have.
Thank you. Yep. Thank you very much, appreciate it. All right, we're done? Or we want to talk to Entergy?
Yes, can Entergy,
Entergy, got some folks want to come up?
and staff, and maybe make sense to
Okay.
be right by the table, because they may go back and forth.
Okay. Let me know when the music stops.
Good morning, Commissioners. Larry Hand on behalf of Entergy Louisiana. Skylar Rosenblum also on behalf of Entergy Louisiana.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Han, and Skylar. Before I ask the question, I'd first give you an opportunity if you would like to respond to anything that was said, and then I have some specific questions for you after that.
And I'll be brief. I just want to reaffirm, and I'm going to sign my witness card under oath. I want to reaffirm a few things in terms of the electric service agreement that we have signed with Laidley LLC. That service agreement is a 15-year service agreement. It's an obligation, a binding obligation between Entergy and Laidley LLC. Laidley LLC is a special purpose entity established by Meta to own the data center. Obviously, we've been discussing some financing that Laidley has done, but in terms of our relationship with a contract counterparty, that is with Entergy and Laidley LLC. We've thought about carefully, how do we protect our customers from the cost to construct generation transmission on the electric side, to make sure if Laidley LLC does not honor their obligations, how do we protect our customers from those costs? And the way we did that, again, Laidley LLC is a special purpose entity that Meta created. It does not have a balance sheet like Meta. Meta is different. So the way we structured it was we looked carefully across the entire build cycle at what our expenditures are to build the equipment, what our forecasts are for financial commitments, and we make sure that either Laidley LLC pays us cash, what we've referred to as a contribution in aid of construction. So we look at their contributions in aid of construction, and if there's a difference between that amount and the amount we have expended or are committed to expend, we have a parent guarantee or a guarantee from Meta Platforms, Inc., which is a publicly traded entity with a net worth or net value market cap of about $1.6 trillion. And what happens between Laidley and Meta, I don't want to say I don't care. I want this project to be successful because it is impacting positively lives in Richland Parish, jobs. There's probably 7,500 people working on the ground right now, high-paying jobs. We want that to be successful. But at the end of the day, I owe it to my customers to make sure they don't pick up the tab if Laidley somehow doesn't honor the obligations. And that's why we have that guarantee from Meta. It is unconditional and irrevocable. And I think the statements earlier that the guarantee that we have in hand is limited to what we refer to as the kayak agreement, the contribution aid of construction agreement. That is a true fact. And the reason it is a true fact is we have a schedule of guarantees, parent guarantees from Meta, that Laidley is obligated to deliver to us at different milestones leading up to the ESA. And including once the ESA is about to become effective, they owe us another guarantee with a higher amount in covering the obligation under the ESA. Well, someone may say, what happens if Meta doesn't deliver that guarantee? What happens is we've been covered up to that point, and if they don't deliver that guarantee on time, they don't get electricity. They can't run their data center. We will have covered all the expenses to build it, but they won't get the power. And I think they will deliver that guarantee on time. They've delivered every one on time thus far, and every contribution in native construction has been on time. So that's how we've covered our customers. If you have questions about the guarantee itself, the legal arguments, I would refer you to Mr. Rosenblum, and I would close by saying one of the protective conditions the commission imposed on us, which we readily agreed to, Entergy has an obligation to prudently administer and manage all of these agreements, the electric service agreement, the kayak agreement, and the guarantees we receive from Meta. If we do not prudently administer those to benefit our customers, we will be responsible for that malfeasance. And I can assure you, the ESA we've signed is not going to be amended to reduce the term below 15 years. You've heard discussion of Meta can walk away after 4 years. Laidley is not going to be let off of that contract in 4 years. They're obligated for 15 years. So I can assure you that will not happen. And if it did happen, y'all have a remedy against Entergy as to why we didn't protect our customers in that action. Thank you.
Skylar, did you have anything?
Yeah, I was going to just be real brief, Commissioner. I know you have questions, and we'll get to those. I just wanted to, again, reiterate, and Larry stole a little bit of the thunder here, but we've got sort of two pockets of agreements. We have, on the one hand, our service agreement with the customer, our irrevocable and unconditional guarantee with Meta, and we have our settlement agreement with staff and the interveners that was approved by the commission last year. And I can state to you unequivocally that none of those have changed. There have been no changes to the service agreements with the customer that have not been made available to all parties, including the MPOs, during the course of the proceeding and seen by the commission ahead of the commission's vote in August. There has been nothing here that would impair Meta's guarantee of the obligations under the service agreements by this financing arrangement, and there's been nothing here that has changed the settlement agreement that we've agreed to with staff and other interveners. As I said in our petition, in our opposition here, the deal that was approved is the deal today, and there's nothing more to that. I do want to address a couple of the arguments that were raised, I believe, for the first time here today. One, it was mentioned, as Larry discussed, that the the guarantee that we submitted is for the kayak agreement. As he mentioned, we're on a schedule. We'll get the guarantee for the ESA ahead of the ESA being effective. And then also there was a citation to page 2 of the guarantee about how the guarantee may not be effective under applicable bankruptcy, insolvency, reorganization, equity laws. That applies to Meta, not to Lately. If Meta is bankrupt, if a $1.6 trillion company has gone bankrupt, I think we have a lot of problems. But I would also agree that we would also have problems collecting under the parent guarantee. The insolvency, reorganization, or even entire dissolution of the customer, that's specifically accepted, does not impact the guarantee that we have for Meta. Lately could go away in its entirety, and Meta remains on the hook for all of those obligations. I'll pause there and answer your questions, Commissioners.
No, thank you so much, Skylar. So I want to, I'm going to start where you kind of stopped off. So when you are, the guarantee, and I think you state this in your opinion, in your response brief on page 6, that says, will not discharge irrespective of the delusion, winding up, liquidation, or insolvency of the customer. That is what you believe is the protections with Meta. So regardless of Lately changing to Beignet or Blue Owl, that's the line that you're referring to in this guarantee that you believe is the protections for Louisiana customers.
I believe that's a protection as well, but if you read the guarantee, there seems to be much hay made of the caption of the guarantee being a parent guarantee. There is no term throughout the guarantee other than the caption which requires Meta to be the parent of Lately, the sole direct parent of Lately, in order for the guarantee to be effective. What it states is that Meta irrevocably and unconditionally guarantees these obligations. There is no mention of corporate structure, direct parentage, anything like that, other than the title of the piece of paper says parent guarantee at the top. It's well understood under Louisiana law, New York law, and general contract construction principles that headings and titles do not override the substance of the agreement.
Okay, thank you. And I think you've answered this, but I just want to make sure. So that the guarantee covers the ESA obligations, including termination payments, are only just the kayak.
This particular guarantee only covers the kayak payments. The guarantee for the ESA will be coming ahead of the ESA
Before the ESA goes into effect.
Yes,
So
sir.
you're-
Without that guarantee, we are not going to begin the ESA. It cannot.
Correct. And Lane, I think Mr. Han spoke on it, but can you walk me through how you believe that guarantee would not be affected by the changes of ownership?
Sure. I mean, I agree that the changes of just the plain terms of the guarantee are for Meta to be responsible. So the plain terms, the change of ownership does not vitiate the guarantee that Meta has given. And with regards to the two-tiered structure, through discovery, what we did was, because we absolutely saw there were two guarantees, and that gave us the call to say, why aren't you just doing a suspensive condition? Why are we doing it in this way? And so the two things that we did to get comfortable with the sort of the two guarantee approach, the kayak and then the ESA, is first as we looked, and it's in the discovery that everyone got, we looked at what the risk was in terms of how much money Lately had put up versus how much money ratepayers could be on the hook, and the guarantee would cover that risk. And we looked at that balance, and for the most part, actually, there's not a risk at all. Lately will have over-contributed to where they are on the spending cycle, but it's a little lumpy, and so sometimes it's underneath. So what do we do in that case? We said, if something blows up, Entergy had the responsibility to prudently manage that. If that goes upside down and ratepayers suffer anything because the guarantee doesn't even show up, we've got Entergy on the hook for that. Then when you come to the second tier ESA, the guarantee for the ESA, same thing. When you get to that point, we've got that first risk covered. We've got all the kayak, we're at the point where now we're really gonna go live. If they don't produce the guarantee, we put all of that responsibility on Entergy and not on ratepayers. So I guess that's the only thing I wanted to really make clear from staff's perspective. You know, they said that Entergy was the only one with no risk and ratepayers were the only ones with risk. To the contrary, we made sure that the settlement said the exact opposite, that all of the risk is on Entergy and none of the risk is on ratepayers.
Thank you for that clarification. Lane, I know, and it was brought up by the MPOs about a legal opinion from New York, and I know in your cross testimony, I believe you mentioned and recommended that. Do you still believe that is a good recommendation that should be added into the record at some point in this docket?
I'm going to defer to Ms. Shelton on the legal opinion.
Yes, sir, Commissioner. We did ask for that, and it was part of Mr. Sissom's recommendation, and we did receive it. Entergy did provide it. So
Okay.
I've seen it, I've read it. We have no problem with it being provided to others. And it does confirm that the parental guarantee is enforceable under New York law.
Okay, so we have
We have that.
received a
and
legal
it is full of, lots of legalese, as these opinions are. It's from the New York law firm of Troutman Pepper, which is one of the big national law firms. But the bottom line is it does confirm the enforceability of the parent guarantee under New York law.
Was that placed in the record or just in conversations?
It was not placed in the record because by the time it was provided, we were deep into settlement negotiations with a timing, and our testimony had been filed. So it was really a timing matter. But if the movements would like a copy of it, we're happy to ask Entergy to provide it.
Yes, Entergy, I would make that request that you work with the NPOs and them in finding a solution. It doesn't have to necessarily be through a regulatory proceeding, that legal opinion, since it has been brought up into the record and has been a conversation today, that it's also placed so we can move on from this. I did have one other question for you, staff, about the liability cap and the guarantee. I know that is redacted, so I'm not going to talk about the figure there, but do you believe that liability cap provides significant financial protections for Louisiana ratepayers?
As I sit here, I'm not really exactly sure what the liability cap that you're
Or
referring to.
Entergy can answer that too. I'm sorry, staff.
Yeah, I'll refer to it. The guarantee that is in the record was dated, I believe, April 2025, or effective April 2025. And it did have a maximum amount of the obligation at that point in time. We have a schedule of parent guarantees, not only the timing of when they're due, but the incremental amounts, because the amount goes up over time. Since that guarantee became effective, Meta has delivered in January of this year a second guarantee, just changing the amount from that initial amount to a much higher amount. We got that in January. And as Mr. Sissing said earlier, because of that, we are now, I think, at this meeting, we are in a position where between the cash Lately has provided and the Meta guarantee cap amount, we probably have several $100 million of surplus credit protection and collateral based on what we've spent thus far. So that will continue to go up over time until we approach the ESA, and then a new guarantee will come in with a max amount commensurate with the obligations under the ESA. So that will change over time. It'll
Okay,
go up.
and can you remind me, when is the projected ESA to go into effect?
Unless he kicks me really fast, December of this year.
Okay, so we're down to the last 10 months. I just have one more question, Mr. Chairman. So I'm listening to everything in good faith, and I want to make sure and give Entergy the opportunity to respond to this. I know the news of Blue Owl has been concerning to a lot. I just want to give you the opportunity. You were not aware of that, because there's been a lot of questions since this ownership change happened the day the commission was taking this procedure up, which has brought a lot of questions of bad actor, bad faith. So I want to give you the last opportunity to respond about your knowledge or Entergy's knowledge of this change in the financial structures.
Yeah, I will say affirmatively, I did not know about Blue Owl. I don't know who Blue Owl was until the announcement came out. So I had no knowledge of Blue Owl or that financing arrangement. I will, however, say that anytime we deal with large industrial projects, the issue of their ability to finance their projects often comes up. So I can't say that I am completely unaware or surprised that Laidley endeavored to do some sort of financing. That happens all the time. But Blue Owl and the structure of it, I learned of the terms from the news articles, as did most of the world, I think.
Okay, and thank you for that. I've listened to all the arguments in good faith. I still have some questions around Blue Owl, and that I do believe at this point in time, the guarantee, at least for my eyes, has significant protections, even though I did oppose this proposal. I will further questions, and I think the way that this commission will proceed, and I believe Ms. Shelton or assistant can correct me if I'm wrong, that if new information does come that gives us any more cause or pause around the guarantee, that the commission has ample ability to investigate prudently and move accordingly with new information. That today will be our last day to handle any new information that may come that questions the validity and the solidity of this guarantee.
That's correct, Commissioner. And in fact, Entergy explicitly has the obligation under our agreements to alert the staff if anything were to occur with respect to Meta's business management, and that's what these are, financing arrangements. This article that you were just provided this morning by the NPOs about an Ernst Young accounting review audit, all those are internal Meta business issues. But if there are any Meta business issues that would impact the deal that we have here, the protections that we have here, Entergy is obligated to come forth and inform the commission and inform the staff right away. So yes, we feel, and as Mr. Sisson described very well, Entergy still remains on the hook for maximum prudence obligations as provided by law. So really, you have at any time the ability to reopen this if you so choose. And that's what you would be doing here today by entertaining the motion, whether you call it a rehearing or anything else. It substantively would be reopening the deal that was approved less than a year ago. So yes, I think the commission is protected and would have the opportunity to review any situation when it comes up.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead and move back to Commissioner Kusan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Continuing the subject of ratepayer protections, Mr. Sisson, I think you kind of yada, yada, yada over the best part, okay? And that was dealing with the kayak, which was brought up by the proponents here. And could you express again very clearly, like you're talking to the public and not to experts in the electric utility business, about the importance of the guarantee that we have for the kayak? We already, again, just heard that you have a surplus over and above what that kayak might ultimately result, the final numbers. But talk about that in the context of the normal risk for new generation and the kayak risk, and that we have a guarantee for that amount plus the cash up front, which is protecting the ratepayer to the extent that we have almost a net zero effect on ratepayers. Could you please express that? And then second part of the question, which might be for the rest of the panel, is to talk about that in the context of the comments we had from one of our witnesses earlier, that her bill is impacted by quote unquote data centers. And I think if all of us would just Google right now, what's causing my bill? Well, the AI is going to say, oh, it's data centers. The facts are a lot different. The facts on the ground are a lot different state by state. And in particular, let's talk about the state of Louisiana, and let's talk about the only data center that's even broken ground so far in Louisiana, and how that statement, when applied to the state of Louisiana and to our projects and to your company, Entergy, how that statement is inaccurate.
All right, Lane Sisson again. I'm sorry, I forgot to introduce myself last time. Staff consultant for United Professionals Company. So I'm going to...
Staff consultant, and you are the consultant for the Public Service Commission.
Correct. I'm the consultant for the Public Service Commission. I work for United Professionals Company. Okay, so you asked me not to yada yada, so I'm going to make it very brief. What kayak is the money that, and this happens not just with Meta, this happens with a lot of large industrial customers. It's the money that they come out of pocket and they're gonna pay for the equipment that they need. So Meta had a tremendous amount of investment they had to make. They're coming out of pocket with that kayak, but Entergy has to fund that, and how you recoup that from them, there's timing issues. So they're putting up money in bulk, Entergy spending money, they're putting up money in bulk, Entergy spending money, so there's going to be a lumpiness to how that money comes in and out. There's a guarantee that sits on top of that to ensure that no matter what, that at these intervals, these amounts are covered by the guarantee. And so between the guarantee and the cash that's coming in, there is generally no risk, and if the lumpiness creates some risk, that risk remains on Entergy and not on ratepayers. So that was the answer to the kayak issue.
But the risk of kayak on any project, especially one of this nature, would be a significant risk, but for the fact that they're paying up front and we have a guarantee. So that's the issue, is that we have significant protections in place to protect the ratepayer.
Correct.
And the kayak is not just, oh, we only have a guarantee for a kayak. That's the biggest part. That's the yada, 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 and over the best part. That's the biggest part.
Okay. To your second question about data centers. So as we have been up at this commission for years now, capacity prices are going up because of a scarcity of capacity, because of all the early retirements of the fossil fuels. So capacity prices.
So over the last decade?
Yeah, over the
retirement of fossil fuel electric plants?
Yes.
Like coal plants?
Yes.
Sometimes nuclear plants?
Correct.
And now we're even fighting over gas plants, right?
And the addition of renewables to counterbalance that. So capacity prices, the cost of capacity has been going up. So when, to try to equate data centers as the cause for rising electricity is very oversimplistic. Capacity prices have been going up altogether. Data centers are part of the demand side of the equation of supply versus demand. They're just another kind of load putting additional pressure on that, but they are not a singular cause of what's causing prices to increase. But more importantly, from this commission's perspective, what we've done here in Meta, and what hopefully we'll get to express with our large load policy guidelines later, is we're ensuring that there's no data center in Louisiana that is going to directly contribute to an increase in prices.
Commissioner, may I add in response to that too? I think, obviously the staff, everyone has great sympathy for rates going up, and what Ms. Reed testified to here today. Another reason why the staff was supportive ultimately of the Meta deal as it arranged, one thing you shouldn't underestimate is once online, Meta will actually hopefully help to share some of the costs of improving our aging grid. They'll contribute to that. They will help to recover after storms. They're going to be part of the Louisiana economy. They're going to be another ratepayer that costs can be shared with. So while there are risks, there are always risks with big growth like we're seeing now, but there's also an opportunity for the economy to grow and for more ratepayers to share in the costs we're all going to be facing. And I think a lot of the press that you see talking about data centers raising costs in the country, and it's all over the press right now, and I think that's what a lot of people are hanging on to. But those are really in areas of the country where these data centers came in before anybody really knew what was going on. And
it's not just areas, it's 3 states primarily.
Right.
And Louisiana's not one of them.
Correct. And we learned lessons from what happened to those states. And I think the deal we were able to put together, that Entergy brought to the table and that we improved upon, was put together in light of those bad experiences in those other states. So we don't think that's going to happen here, and it certainly hasn't happened yet because Meta's not online yet. So they have not raised rates yet.
And the testimony, the expert testimony at the meeting for the final vote was that it could be as much of 10% savings on something like the hurricane recovery cost, the legacy costs, also possibly the 10% savings on fuel costs. And hopefully we hear those same type of thing, well, maybe not on fuel, but on some of the legacy costs like the hurricane recovery. Hopefully we hear some of those same comments from the other proposals that other utilities are gonna be working on. But we don't hear a lot of that being reported typically. You know, that's not part of the reports, that's not part of the national discussion. There are reports, however, with data to support it, that show how overall costs can be reduced with large load customers like data centers. That's not just us just talking about it. It's actually a national report that's been out, and I have that available for anybody who might need it. It's on my phone in an email that I need to basically be able to give that out to anyone that has these questions so that we can start correcting the narrative that, you know, some of these media outlets like to carry.
Okay. And nothing like covering the same territory 3 times, but I would like to confirm that, you know, there are no data centers in Louisiana. So pricing being affected by data centers is not really occurring here. So this is a myth, right? So we you know, second thing is, because of the way that the commission staff and has negotiated with Entergy, we have crafted a program which is not only going to not impact the consumers of this state, it's actually going to benefit the consumers of this state. It's possible, because of the large potential of the generation of this system, that it's going to generate maybe as much as 20% of the overall generation capacity of the state, that could actually increase the potential savings into any storm fund beyond 10%. And it can be how we look at the management of the fleet and how we move forward on this. You know, the one real value of this state that is overlooked in the other states where data centers have negatively impacted those states is the regulatory compact that this state provides through regulated utilities, where many of the other states that engage in heavy data center facilities have open access participation, and data centers have moved into those states, and they have marketed the price of electricity up and up and up, and it impacts the consumer at the residential level, and it has been a negative process, and they've learned quite quickly that it is something that has negatively impacted the consumer. Well, it's not happening in Louisiana. We have taken on the position that we understand that companies need to have a profit. Companies need to have well-managed utilities that aren't going to become derelict, and so they have to be held in good standard quality. But we're in a position to where we also understand the needs of the consumer. So Louisiana has led the way. And I think that Louisiana has demonstrated a method that the federal government has looked at. I think the president, even in his State of the Union speech, as Commissioner Kusan mentioned, said that, you know, looking at how large load customers, particularly data centers, are going to have to participate in funding their data centers and not to provide an impact on the consumer. And I think Louisiana, we can tell you that in meetings with FERC commissioners and other people with large load office, the power dominance office, were not particularly fully informed about what success Louisiana had brought to the game well before the issue had really hit the horizon. So, you know, Louisiana can, you know, give itself a gold star on we have set the standard. And I think it's an important thing. So I think we're in a position to feel that not only now, but for the Amazon facility that is going to come through the process that was announced by the governor and SWEPCO, that was possibly just a little cart before the horse, but they recognize they have to go through this process. And this process is now a cookie cutter. It is not going to get any easier for them. This is SWEPCO, excuse me. SWEPCO, this is not going to be any easier for them than it was for Entergy, and this is an important thing. But I will point out, and I think that this is, you know, when we talk about kayak, you know, we look at this as, this is money, like you said, that these data centers are going to put up in advance. And what it does is it pays for the infrastructure but it's paying on an installment plan. So it pays for it, it gets built in a section, more money comes, it pays for the next go. At no point is ratepayer money paying for any of this infrastructure. It is constantly being refreshed from a pool of money that's coming from the customer that wants to come in and build this new infrastructure. So the system that's been created by the commission through our staff and through the work of the utility is something the state can be proud of. So I'm very, very incredibly pleased with the results of this, and I think the commission has got something to be super proud of. And to be honest with you, I think the people of Louisiana have something that to be incredibly proud of in what we're accomplishing for the state. So I think, anybody else, any other questions or comments?
I just wanted to have Dana and Lane confirm something too, along Vice Chairman Cousson's point about no data centers in Louisiana, but they represent us in front of both MISO and SPP. There's no data centers in MISO or SPP either that we're aware of, correct?
No, there are some data centers who have interconnected in the MISO footprint. It's not many, and it's not public information, but there are a few that have interconnected.
Well, you're talking about,
PJM.
there's small data
predominantly
centers, there's large
PJM.
data centers, it's a
Correct.
matter of the size of the load.
Yes.
Correct, there's not a large amount of
It's
data centers that have
insignificant.
interconnected.
Yeah, when we look at data centers that impact the price of the cost of electricity for the consumer, they are predominantly 90+% are in the PJM interconnect. And are a largely unregulated market, which this commission and this state should fight against, because the more than adequate protections, a regulated system that we have in this state has provided security for all participants. And I think it's demonstrated itself to be a success. So, like I said, anything else from the
Yeah,
commission?
Lane, let me ask you.
Go ahead.
I know that a lot of data centers self-gen, so when they self-gen, they don't hook into the RTO system.
Well, depends. So
Okay,
yes,
all right,
a data center can absolutely self-generate and be an island. If they decide to do that, right, generators go down. They have to build twice, 3 times as much generation as they would otherwise need. They can also self-generate, but get on the grid for backup power, and that opens up a whole nother dialogue of how those costs need to be shared.
But if they do, they'll have to have approval from the RTO, and so it can't be confidential as this. The people need to know, will know, the public will know.
Yes.
The RTO, okay.
All right, any other questions? All right, thank you very much, appreciate it, thank you all. Next item. Exhibit 11, I believe.
Excuse me, sir, I would just
Yes,
like to
ma'am.
make one
thank you.
comment.
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you for your indulgence. Susan Miller again, representing the Alliance for Affordable Energy and Union of Concerned Scientists. I have to say that I am incredibly surprised and disturbed by the fact that staff attorney and Entergy sat up here and admitted they violated the due process rights of all the other parties in that proceeding. Entergy provided information to staff during a proceeding that they provided to no other party. That prevented us from reviewing that legal opinion. It prevented us from asking questions on cross regarding that opinion. It's an incredible due process violation of our participation in that proceeding, and I'm really, really disturbed by it, and I'm gonna go back and figure out what next steps we have to take. Thank you very
Okay,
much.
thank you. All right, Exhibit 11, next item, please.
Exhibit 11 is docket number U37574. This is Hillside Partners doing business as Hillside Mobile Home Park. It's an application for an increase in water rates and establishment of service and fees. It's a discussion and possible vote on uncontested stipulated settlement. On May 7th of 2025, Hillside filed the instant application, in which published in the Commission's official bulletin with no interventions. The company currently provides water services to customers in Hillside Mobile Home Park, and the company claims the current revenues are inadequate to provide for current operating and maintenance expenses, necessary capital improvements, and an adequate rate of return. Staff reviewed Hillside's application and all of the exhibits, and on October 10th of last year, filed direct testimony in its staff report. Staff noted concerns regarding Hillside's change of water source and Hillside's contractual agreement for meter reading. And with those concerns in mind, staff recognized the need for a rate increase. Staff recommended placing the cost of purchased water in a flow-through rate and recommended a rate change to generate additional revenues of approximately $34,000. Staff's recommendation would bring Hillside's return on operating and maintenance from a negative 53.71% to a 0.80%. The company indicated acceptance of staff's report and recommendation. On December 23rd of the 2025, Hillside and staff entered into an uncontested stipulated settlement with a hearing on that settlement on January 8th of this year. Major terms are as follows. Hillside's authorized to increase water rates to generate an additional approximately $34,000. Hillside must provide written notice to its customers no later than 30 days prior to implementing any of the new rates. They have to continue to comply with regulations of Department of Public Health, and they're authorized to increase its service fees and charges as filed, except for an increase in its NSF check fee, which shall remain at $20. Staff recommends that the commission accept the uncontested stipulated settlement filed into the record on December 23rd of 2025.
Entertain a motion.
Whose district is this in?
It looks like it's in Commissioner
It's
Campbell's.
Commissioner Campbell's. This is yours. Have they got a motion yet?
No, I just asked for a motion.
This is your trailer park.
Okay. Make a motion to accept the unstipulated settlement and file in the record 23rd in order
Second.
for this.
Any opposition? Hearing none, so ordered. Next item, please. Number
When's the
12.
last time these people had a raise?
Staff report, go ahead.
2013?
2013.
2013.
That's correct, Commissioner.
That's all right.
2013.
A long time
Long
ago.
long time.
ago.
Force of habit.
Are we ready for Exhibit 12?
Yeah, please.
Exhibit number 12 is docket U 37774. This is Pierre Part Natural Gas Company's rate stabilization plan adjustment filing for the test year ending June 30th of 2025. It's a discussion and possible vote on a joint report and draft order. On October 31st of 25, Pierre Part filed the instant application, which was published in the Commission's official bulletin with no intervention. Pursuant to Order U 36612, Pierre Part's rate stabilization plan allows the company to earn a midpoint ROE and requires a resetting of rates in the event that the test period falls outside the prescribed dead band of 9.5 to 10.5. In Pierre Part's 2025 filing, the company reported an ROE of 42%, which would have required a rate decrease and would result in a downward adjustment in the revenue requirement of approximately $226,000. Commission staff confirmed the company's ROE, and as such, staff found that Pierre Part was authorized in accordance with the provisions of its RSP to adjust rates to generate a decrease. Staff filed its report and recommendation into the record on January 14th of this year. Upon review, Pierre Part indicated it agreed with staff's report and recommendation, and the parties filed a joint report and draft order into the record on February 10th of this year, acknowledging resolution of all issues. Staff requests that the commission accept the joint report filed on February 10th, 2026, and issue the draft order.
Any
Motion to accept staff. And Randy, can I have a quick question for you?
motion by Commissioner Lewis, seconded by Commissioner Kusan, and report from Mr. Young.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you so much, Randy. And then I am, as you know, we love to see rate decreases. I just had one question about kind of the ROE bandwidth here at Pierre Park. Can you kind of explain what led to kind of this huge swing from the norm that we saw, and why did y'all see a big jump in sales, and is this an anomaly, or are we going to kind of see this going forward with Pierre Park?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. Randy Young for Pierre Port Natural Gas, and to give a little bit of background, Pierre Port's about a 1,400 customer system headquartered in Raceland, and they provide service in Assumption Parish. So they've been on a rate stabilization plan for a number of years. If you look at the last 3 or 4 years, to give you some context, so for example, in 2022, they had an $84,000 decrease, and then in 2023, it followed with a $57,000 increase. So it bumped back and forth. In 2024, they had a $168,000 increase, and then in 2025, a $225,000 decrease. So we're seeing it sway back and forth a bit. They currently have a request for the commission to extend their rate stabilization plan. We're in the process of trying to dive in and look at the details with staff now and trying to understand why it's bouncing or bumping back and forth a bit, and see if we can figure out what's the drivers and how do we flatten that out a little bit and have less sway back and forth. It looks like there's 3 or 4 moving parts in that calculation, so we're still trying to isolate on what exactly is causing it, but we're all focused on trying to take some of that sway out of it.
Great. No, that was my only question about the sway in between. So now that I know that there is a RSP before the commission in the negotiations. I'll get with you and staff regarding kind of looking at this further, so the ratepayers kind of know predictability. I think they're going to be very happy with the reduction, but I don't want them to go up, increase, reduction. How can we make their rates a little bit more stable? So I'll get with you and staff regarding that pending docket.
Yes,
Thank you,
thank you,
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor with a second. Any opposition? Hearing none, so ordered. Next item, please.
Exhibit number 13 is docket number
Randy,
U377.
you might not want to leave,
Yeah,
just in case. Never know.
U37777. This is South Coast Gas Company's rate stabilization plan adjustment for test year ending June 30th of 2025. Discussion and possible vote on a joint report and draft order. On October 31st of 25, South Coast filed its instant application, which was published in the Commission's official bulletin, and no interventions were received. Pursuant to order number U36276, South Coast Rate Stabilization Plan allows the company to earn a midpoint return on equity and requires a resetting of rates in the event the test period earnings fall outside the prescribed dead band of 9.5 to 10.5. In South Coast 2025 filing, the company reported an ROE of 35.6%, which would have required a rate decrease and would have resulted in a downward adjustment in the revenue requirement of approximately $1.4 million. Staff conducted a review of South Coast filing and did determine that the company's earned ROE for the test year was above its bandwidth, thus that South Coast was authorized in accordance with the provisions of its RSP to adjust its rates downward to generate a decrease in revenue. Upon review of that recommendation, South Coast indicated the company accepted its report, and on February 10th of 2026, staff and South Coast filed a joint report and draft order into the record. Staff requests that the commission accept that joint report filed on February 10th, 2026, and issue the draft order.
Any motions?
I'll make a motion to accept the staff's
Commissioner
recommendation.
Kusan moves, seconds. Seconded by Commissioner Campbell. Any opposition?
I'd like to make a point, very seldom you see decrease on the bill, okay?
Yes, sir.
Let's get a press release going.
And thank you for the staff finding those issues out, and appreciate Mr. Young. No questions for you, evidently. Thank you very much. So ordered. Next item.
Exhibit number 14 is docket number U37794. This is SWEPCO's application for authorization of a system improvement plan, including related rate recovery. It's a discussion and possible vote to retain an outside consultant. SWEPCO filed this instant application seeking commission approval of approximately $400 million of resiliency projects. Staff did issue an RFP seeking outside consultant and received one bid. The bid was from United Professionals Company of $123,000 in fees and $2,000 in expenses for a total budget not to exceed of $125,000. Staff makes no formal recommendation as the sole bidder is qualified.
I'll make a motion to accept United Professionals.
Chair seconds. First motion by Commissioner Campbell. Any opposition? Hearing none, so ordered. Second, next item, please.
Next item is exhibit number 15, which is our reports, resolutions, and discussions. We do have a
Why don't we
report.
go ahead and skip that, move into the regular agenda, and come back to this?
Okay, would you like to do the ratifications now?
Yeah, we
or-
can go ahead and do the ratifications
Okay,
first.
so we'll move to ratifications under Exhibit 15. The first is a discussion and possible vote to ratify votes cast by Chairman Skrmetta, acting as the Commission's representative on the Regional State Committee of Southwest Power Pool. This matter is on the agenda for ratification of votes cast on February 2nd of this year. Staff followed the protocol set forth in Special Order 17/2019 to consult with the Vice Chair and Secretary prior to the vote. The voting items are as follows. The first item was establish a new loss of load expectation study business practice. Chairman Skrmetta voted in favor. The second voting item enacted the conditional high impact large loads process. Chairman Skrmetta voted in favor. The third voting item updated the cost of new entry value to $139.85 per kilowatt year, starting with the 2026 summer season. Chairman Skrmetta voted for this favor and this item. The fourth item established a framework for demand response and load responsibility entities' peak demand assessment. Chairman Skrmetta voted against this item. Staff recommends that the Commission ratify Chairman Skrmetta's votes cast on February 2nd, 2026 as the Commission's representative to the SPPRSC.
Move to accept staff recommendation to ratify his votes.
I'll second that.
Skrmetta abstains. Any opposition? Matter is ratified.
The next ratification is discussion and possible vote to ratify interventions of the Commission in RTO-related or other FERC-related proceedings. This is pursuant to the scope of work approved in connection with the retention of Fishman Haygood and United Professionals Company at the February 2021 B&E for MISO, SPP, and ERSC participation. Due to short deadlines allowed for these interventions, if advance commission approval is not possible, the executive secretary, on the recommendation of UPC or Fishman Haygood, can authorize initial interventions, comments, or protests subject to ratification. Interventions were filed on the commission's behalf for purposes of monitoring issues related to MISO and/or SPP and other FERC proceedings. Staff recommends that the commission ratify the actions taken in docket numbers AC 26-18, EL 26-36, EL 26-38, AC 26-19, ER 25-3508-002, ER 26-988, EC 26-43, ER 26-1010, ER 26-1033, and ER 26-1197.
Chair moves to ratify the FERC interventions. Second by Commissioner Kusan. Any opposition? Hearing none. Quick question for you, Mr. Sissing. We had discussed the writing, the provision of a white paper to FERC Commissioner Rosner and also to the Office of National Power Dominance on the Commission's performance in the Meta project. Is any requirement of action from the Commission necessary?
No, I don't believe so. That falls within our scope of FERC-related matters, and I believe Ms. Shelton's already begun that.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we want to go ahead and do the directives, Catherine, and get that out of the way?
We need one clarification, and I apologize, Colby just indicated it. The agenda that is in front of us did not have those FERC ratifications on there. So I'd ask for the commission to agree to take those up out of order.
Sure, it's on my docket
Well, it's on
sheet.
mine too, but just in case it was not on the public agenda that was put out.
Okay, well, I mean, if it's,
Can we look real quick?
I mean, you want to double check because it's all in our books.
Mine's missing it, though.
Yours missing?
Mine's missing it, but I didn't catch it.
So it wasn't on the actual commission's.
It looks like it wasn't on the actual agenda
Yeah, we can,
itself.
I mean, if it
Just
does,
move to
Ms.
take it up out of-
Shelton, does that impact us in any way?
I think if, in abundance of caution, I think you ought to probably just.
Defer?
Do it out of order. So
Yeah, just move to take up an item out of order. It needs to be unanimous, and then we vote after that.
Okay, so we can do it today.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, Chair moves to bring the item up out of order.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Francis. Any opposition? Hearing none. So
Perfect.
Chair moves to ratify the interventions of the Louisiana Public Service Commission, RTO-related matter, and FERC-related matters, and the previous listing of those docketed items by the staff attorney that was previously listed in the record.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Francis. Any opposition? Hearing none, so ordered.
Thank you.
Clarified for your satisfaction?
Yes, sir, thank you.
Okay, great. Why don't we go ahead and do these directives? Do we, the large load issue for the staff, with the one for Commissioner Lewis, we're going to defer. But do we have the one that we need, that's on a different docketed item, right?
It's a different item.
So
Okay, all right.
we can move to exhibit, if you want to focus on the directives first, we can move to exhibit 17.
Well, let's go ahead and move to 16. Wait, so to actually after the announcements, is the next one is 16, isn't it?
Yeah, after the reports and discussions would be 16 next. If you want to move that one, I know that's kind of a discussion too, but that's,
Yeah, let's go to 17.
okay.
Exhibit number 17 is undocketed. It's a directive to staff on the Louisiana Advanced Nuclear Exploration Program at the request of the chair, and I assume you would like me to read this?
Yeah, please go ahead.
I direct the staff to review the Louisiana Advanced Nuclear Competitive Edge Strategic Framework Report filed in docket number X 36987 and develop the next steps in the process to be known as the Louisiana Advanced Nuclear Exploration Program, which would establish a mechanism for investor-owned utilities and interested rural electric cooperatives to engage with qualified advanced nuclear technology vendors for potential integration of small modular reactors, microreactors, and other advanced nuclear technologies into the state's electric grid, fleet and wish such plan to be returned to the commission as soon as practicable. There is no anticipated need for any outside contract work on this issue.
Yeah, this is just the next step after the commission approved the Lance project last year, about January, and it's a next step in looking at how we can look to the future. So we're working on it right now with staff. Any opposition? All right, that's approved. And the next item would be,
Exhibit 18.
would be 19?
18.
18, sorry.
What happened to 15?
We're gonna go back to
We're gonna go
that
back.
one.
We're gonna go back to 15. We're working on it, so that'll be a longer report, so we'll get the other ones out of there. So number 18 is the directive regarding non-binding guidelines for large load customers.
Yes, and this is at the request of the commission, and the directive is as follows. After preliminary discussions with various electric utilities on the potential of new large load additions, this commission has been working with staff to put together non-binding guidelines to address recurring issues that utilities should consider when proposing the interconnection of large load customers. These guidelines provide transparency to the utilities, potential large load customers, and the public on known areas of concern for the commission. Any proceedings regarding large load additions, these areas of concerns will be part of the commission's analysis. In any filing concerning the addition of a large load customer, the utility should be prepared to explain how each issue laid out in the guidelines have been addressed, or explain why the proceeding would still be consistent with the public interest based on the specific facts of the proposal without addressing the commission's known concerns outlined in these guidelines. For the purposes of determining what is considered large load, staff points utilities and potential customers to the Commission's general order dated July 29th of 2019, wherein the Commission requires utilities to properly plan for a new customer that would represent a projected increase in the peak load of that utility and an amount greater than 5% of the prior peak load. Again, these guidelines are non-binding, but attempt to provide utilities, prospective large load customers, and the public with what the Commission intends to consider in proceedings dealing with these additional large loads. As such, the Commission directs staff to provide a copy of the guidelines to each jurisdictional electric utility, as well as post a copy on the Commission's website.
What's the reason that we have to, large loads? What is the reason we have to notify or we accept large
So,
loads?
if you recall at the December B&E, we did the Lightning Initiative.
Yeah.
Given that, staff has started having conversations with some of our electric utilities on the addition of new large loads, and these are just some issues we've already identified.
You can't hear while y'all are talking. She's answering your question.
Did you hear that?
No, I didn't. But go ahead and do it again.
Let's start
I'll
this
hear it.
again. So December's B&E, we did the Lightning Initiative
Mr. Couson,
that Commissioner Couson directed.
I got it.
Since we started those conversations with the utilities, we've identified some issues that staff anticipates will be looked at in any future certification proceeding with a large load. And we just want to try to get out in front of any of those proceedings to make sure the utilities and the large load customers know these are issues that we want to be addressed before you ever come to us and ask for certification.
I got it.
Okay.
All right. Any opposition to the directive? Okay, it's passed, or it's approved. And so we're going to go back to,
Wait, we have 19. Do you want to do 19 real quick?
yeah, let's go do 19, and then we'll.
And 19 will kind of segue into the report on 15 on the
Right,
storm
exactly.
and why this is needed, so.
Yep.
Do we have copies of the guidelines already?
You do. The
Yeah.
public does not.
Okay, and when are they going to be published based upon this directive?
Later this afternoon.
Okay, and it's going to be on our website?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and looking forward to it. Thank you.
So Exhibit 19 is also undocketed. This is the Commission temporary modifications to the FAC and PGA general orders for electric and gas utilities for fuel costs associated with the Winter Storm Fern. It's a discussion and possible vote to authorize temporary modifications at the request of the chair. Winter Storm Fern impacted this state at the end of January with below freezing temperatures lingering for several days. As with the 2021 winter storms, staff anticipates January fuel charges being substantially higher than December's, as well as historical January charges, which will result in noticeable impacts on customers' bills. Per Commission orders, the authorized recovery mechanism for fuel costs is a direct flow through to customers via either the Fuel Adjustment Clause General Order for electrics or Purchase Gas Adjustment General Order for gas utilities. If staff is correct, the January fuel charges would be substantially higher, and the burden on that one-time flow-through of January fuel costs to customers would also be high. As such, such, and as this commission did for the 2021 winter storm, staff is recommending that the electric and gas utilities who did experience significantly high fuel charges spread those costs and the utilities' collection of those costs over a longer period of time than 1 month. As such, staff recommends that the commission adopt the proposed special order authorizing temporary modification to the commission's fuel adjustment clause order, authorizing temporary modifications to the commission's purchase gas adjustment order, and delegating to the executive secretary the authority to approve utility-specific modifications to the appropriate commission order on fuel recovery, including opening a docket if necessary. Any of these temporary modifications and the associated recovery will be subject to the audit provisions of the commission's fuel adjustment clause and purchase gas adjustment orders.
And just to add to that, we referenced 21, so what we saw in 21 was significant spikes in fuel prices. I don't think we're seeing them on that level here, but it has been enough that some of the utilities mentioned that we were allowed to do this deferral. In 21, we may want to request one similar. This is just getting ahead of it.
We already have one request.
And we have got, yes, I didn't want to mention that, but we have gotten one request already. And this is not mandatory, but it gives them that flexibility that the PGA and the FAC orders do not provide for. So this is pre-approving that, still subject to all the audits, et cetera.
Right.
This is separate than creating a, like a
Reg
regulatory
asset.
asset.
Correct.
Correct.
This is
Correct.
merely a deferral.
That's correct.
Okay.
If they want a reg asset, would have to be a separate filing from that utility asking for that.
And let's talk to the public. What does this mean for the public should the IOU take advantage or correctly utilize this option? It will assist in the leveling of bills and reduce what was otherwise be a spike.
That is
Is that
correct.
accurate?
So let's say, for example, gas went up to $15 for a couple of days during that period. Now it's back down to, what is it, about $4 now? Rather than recover that huge chunk, the $15 that ran the generators, they'll spread that cost over however long they determine. They're still recovering the actual cost. There's no profit for the utility, just like it normally would be. It's just smoothing it off to where you're not hitting them all in 1 month with that larger fee.
Thank you.
Automatic for everybody?
No, it's an
You have a
option.
choice? Okay.
All right, any questions? All right,
We would entertain a motion in a second.
all right, any motions?
I motion to accept the staff recommendation.
Second from the chair, any opposition? Hearing none, it's approved.
So we will now go back to Exhibit 15. There are two reports under there. One is the report from the impacted electric utilities regarding Winter Storm Fern.
Let's do that one
Yeah,
first.
and I'll kind of, as we're waiting, and I'll defer to y'all who you want to call up on that, but I was going to give you just the numbers we
Don't we,
identified.
I know we have Northeast, we have SWEPCO and Entergy, correct?
And yes, and CLECO, to some extent, if they have a report, had pretty significant outages, but they came on quickly.
Who
So
had the least?
the least were the co-ops. They submitted reports to us. I don't know that we need to hear from any of them because the co-ops other than Northeast.
Northeast, so, but of CLECO, SWEPCO, Northeast, and Entergy, who had the least?
CLECO had the lowest percentage.
Let's have CLECO first,
Okay.
and then we'll go from least to most.
Okay, and
Okay.
while Mark's coming up, I'll say, so on January 24th, we started reporting outages to GOSEP. Jessica is actually on a post-recovery call right now. But at our first outages we reported was about 32,000. The official peak that we reported to GOSEP was 24 hours later on January 25th at 2 p.m. of 151,000. However, at that time, looking at each individual utility, because you had a lot of Panola Harrison, CLECO, and SWEPCO already back on.
I have a question. I'm
Sure.
sorry, does GOSEP maintain its own meteorologist?
Yes, they do.
So they do actually have.
There is, yes, Jay Grimes, who used to be with Channel 9 here in Baton Rouge, is the state climatologist
they have
slash
a
meteorologist.
State climatologist slash meteorologist.
Yes,
Got
yes.
it.
So it's very helpful. He's giving his take along with the Weather Service, so it's really been a nice addition to GOSEP. So we actually, at that time, when we reported that peak of 151, we're looking at a peak of about 180 because we had some who had lost service already restored. But looking in the post report, the peak was actually somewhere closer to 250,000. The reason why I say that, and I think you're going to hear this from particularly Northeast and Energy that really got pummeled in that Northeast part of the state, is you actually saw some parishes experience higher outages 3 days after the storm as a factor of the ice starting to thaw, taking down vegetation. And I think you're also going to hear, and what we saw is that this was a heavy vegetation event, of lots of ice on trees well outside of the right-of-ways, in most instances taking down lines. Significantly more icing, at least from the preliminary reports, than we saw in 21. We peaked about 250,000 there as well, so it's kind of interesting looking at that perspective. I think we were looking at roughly 3/4 to a half an inch of ice maxes in 21. I think you're going to hear numbers significantly higher than that today. And with that, we'll turn it over to the utilities. So I think what we're saying is we want to hear from CLECO, probably SWEPCO next, then Northeast and Energy. We'll do it in that order, if y'all are listening out there.
Okay. Thank you. Mark Kleehammer on behalf of CLECO Power. With me, I have Andre Guillory, our Chief Customer Officer. He's going to go into the details on what I think was a successful response for our customers. I just want to hit on the highlights, which is that we had restored about greater than 94% of our customers who were affected by day 3, 96 by day 4, and 100% by day 5. So I'll turn it over to Andre, whose team did all of the hard work in this restoration.
Good morning, Commissioners. Andre Gilbert, Chief Customer Officer for CLECO. As was mentioned, Winter Storm Fern first started to impact the CLECO service territory on the evening of Saturday, January 24th, with the worst of the ice accumulation occurring through the morning on Sunday of January 25th. We experienced the majority of our damage and customers out in through DeSoto, Sabine, and Northern Rapides Parish, where we saw upwards between a half inch to over an inch of ice accumulation on lines and vegetation. At peak, Winter Storm Fern left nearly 18,000 CLECO customers without power. With the help of nearly 650 external resources, that's vegetation management and line contractors, in addition to CLECO's local and reassigned resources from across the state, our emergency response team was able to restore power, as Mark mentioned, to 100% of Fern-affected customers able to accept power by the end of day on January 29th, just 5 days after the initial impact. As we prepare for the Winter Storm Fern, just as we would for other types of natural disasters, we watched weather forecasts, and as they began to align and increased uncertainty around the likelihood of greater than a half inch of ice accumulation across parts of our territory, our response teams began to prepare for the response beginning on Tuesday, January 20th, where operations, resourcing, and logistics, in addition to other support teams, worked to identify the needs and staging strategies for the impending storm, recognizing that for ice storms, mobilization is always a significant challenge as opposed to what we typically would see from a regular wind event or a tropical storm. Official daily storm calls were activated on Thursday, January 22nd, and resource mobilization began on Friday the 23rd ahead of the predicted freezing rain. Our line and vegetation management crews were able to begin assessing damage and restoring power by midday on the 25th, which was the Sunday. And by end of day, or actually end of night on that Sunday, we had roughly 60% of the affected customers that had been affected restored. As you may be aware, ice storms are a little bit different than your typical tropical storms in that it's not a blow through where damage occurs and then efforts begin to pick it all back up and put the pieces back together. But until that ice melts, that accumulated ice continues to weigh down lines and vegetation around the lines. And so even as customers are restored, damage continues to persist and continues to reoccur until all the ice is melted, and then some after that. So because temperatures struggled to get above freezing until later on Tuesday the 27th in some of our service territory areas, those damages continue to occur as a result of the persistent ice. Has also prevented ice from melting on the roads and bridges that made mobilization particularly challenging. Despite those challenges, as Mark mentioned, we were able to progress at a relatively high pace, restoring over 94% of customers by day 3. What we've found, as far as customer satisfaction and customer experience are concerned, is that during these natural disasters, and extended periods of interruption, information provided to the customer is almost, if not as important as the timing of the restoration. And so we worked very diligently to provide ample numbers of press releases and other customer-facing communications around damage that we had experienced, safety, of course, and also regional and more local estimated times of restorations that we were able to provide our customers to give them, set the expectation of, when can they come home, when can they resume business as usual. A total of 14 press releases were issued before, during, and after the storm from CLECO's corporate communications team. While we are very proud of the response and the efficiency with which we were able to restore power, maybe the most impressive fact to us is that CLECO and our contractors restored power efficiently with 0 recordable injuries throughout the event. That's for both CLECO personnel and our contractors. Given the conditions, the time pressure, the multitude of distractions, we feel like this was a huge accomplishment, and it couldn't have been done without a significant amount of support both from CLECO and our contracting partners. So to wrap it up, we believe our overall response to Fern was successful, but as always, we recognize that there are opportunities for improvement. And so in typical fashion, we're going to take into account customer feedback, input from governmental officials, and just lessons learned from our CLECO storm teams that we will put together and incorporate into our emergency response plans going forward. Also, we identify what those keys to success, what we would define as those keys to success. And from our perspective, as was mentioned before, in these types of events, vegetation is always a significant factor in how much damage and how long it takes to restore. We contribute our system performance and our ability to recover pretty quickly to over 1,200 miles of right-of-way that was trimmed in those very specific affected areas since 2024 as part of our enhanced veg management strategy, where rights-of-ways, particularly on the distribution system, were cleared ground to sky. And while there are there are instances of damage caused by vegetation outside of the right-of-way, that's somewhat out of our control. And so we felt like that was a major contributor to the lower amount of damage. We've also, excuse me, we've also note as a key to success was our pole maintenance program, wherein in those affected areas we've replaced since 2024 right around 800 distribution poles as part of our inspection, maintenance, and replacement process. So having a grid and the vegetation in what we feel like is premier operating conditions in those areas that were affected by the ice, we believe helped to mitigate some of the risks around the damage that occurred.
Right. Before I hand this off to Commissioner Francis, I want to go ahead and make an announcement. You can kind of keep this for sending out. March 6th at 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. at Tulane University Law School. The Tulane Law School has a Vegetation Management Institute, and they're allowing us to put together a panel on Louisiana, our approaches to vegetation management. So we're going to have representatives from the 3 investor-owned utilities, as well as United Professionals is going to participate. I'm going to go ahead and moderate the panel. And I think we're also going to get a company that deals in, I think Shelton Industries is going to participate. So if anybody would like to attend, I think it's going to be free and you just show up. But again, it'll be at 5, I think in the witching hour at 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. at Tulane University Law School.
We'll put that on the website. We'll get the actual information.
That'll be great. Yeah, if you go through the clearance over there, good luck. So anyway, Commissioner Francis.
Question, hazardous trees outside the right-of-way.
Mike, you want to use your
Commissioner,
microphone
your
a
mic,
little bit better?
Hazard trees outside the right-of-way. Could you give us a swag on what you think the damage is, what percentage of outage is caused by that?
Yeah, I don't have an exact percentage available on hand
Just
today.
a swag,
but
you know what a swag is.
Just a swag. I would say that of the damage, probably trees outside of our right-of-way were the majority of the damage. As you will recall from the drought in 2023, that introduced a new level of what we consider to be danger trees that are just outside of our right-of-way. We have addressed thousands of those danger trees since 2023. But the fact is that some still remain. And so it's an effort in identifying which trees we would consider to be danger trees. We have crews, vegetation management crews that are dedicated to danger tree removal only across the state. But even so, there are still a number of trees from outside of our right-of-way that may or may not qualify for what we would typically consider a danger tree, right? A tree that's visibly dead and is likely to fall. But the vegetation damage that we saw was primarily from trees outside of our right-of-way.
I'm born and raised in your area quite a bit. I'm familiar with those trees outside. And we're talking to some of the larger landowners who could help us possibly have some suggestions. And but I think it's something we need to address. It would be ratepayer money, but it'll stop damage and increase reliability. And I think something worth us looking into. And I'm going to be talking to all the other commissioners and utilities about it. So thank you.
So just to clarify something, isn't the state rule for right-of-ways outside of municipalities 18 feet clearance for distribution lines for you guys?
So it depends, our rights of way vary in size depending
But I
on the
think we have
voltage.
a state rule on clearance, I think it's 18 feet.
That might be like the minimum standard under the National Electrical Reliability
Yeah, I
Code,
think
which
so.
we've adopted.
So my question is, should we be looking at expanding that leeway to, and talk to the various utilities and get sort of some input, like Commissioner Francis was talking, is that something that needs to be looked at? Because the average pine tree is a little bit taller than 18 feet, last time I checked. As they could be masts on sailing ships. So, and they are house killers, much less power line killers, right? But, I'm fully in agreement with Commissioner Francis that it's in the best interest of the ratepayers in the long term to have some sort of split cost element or something with landowners to get rid of trouble trees, and looking at what we should look at as the real clearance path for the trimming, distance. I know that that's an impossibility for municipalities, because one trip down St. Charles Avenue, you'll know that they'll never trim the trees properly. But at the same time, in areas where you can do it, you might want to consider doing it. So if Commissioner Francis wants to work something out with the companies and the staff, I'd be very supportive of it.
We'd probably have to get legislation on that too, because it would be.
Well, that's Colby's job.
There he goes. He's nodding, I think.
Yeah, well, it was more like grimacing, but there you go. So.
And to your point on that, though, y'all mentioned the danger trees tied to the drought. There was actually a task force that was created to Speaker Pro Tem Mike Johnson, not Speaker Johnson.
Right. Caldwell Parish.
Different Mike Johnson. But because of the impact of the drought and the beetle infestation on the pine trees, we're looking at the potential to get federal dollars in to trim, and I don't know that was ultimately successful, but we were anticipating that could be a concern down the line. And I think what is somewhat telling, though, and I know we're going to hear the same numbers from SWEPCO Energy and Northeast, is you're saying 1/2 inch to 1 inch. Well, that's significantly more icing than we saw in 21, yet we peaked about the same amount of outages. So there clearly was some work that was done that mitigated what could have been a much worse scenario. And I'm not saying people still had power out for a long time, and there's things that can be done better, but I think we're seeing much like we saw with the hurricane, Francine a couple of years ago, that followed a similar path to Gustav and Isaac, and we saw a fraction of the outages. That these proactive measures do result in significantly shorter outages and fewer outages.
Mr. Secretary, that sounds like you're blowing your PSC horn there.
I might have been.
Well, there you go. Any other questions for CLECO?
Really quickly, I know we just approved your grid hardening plan, and so I know you probably haven't done significant work, but were there any noticeable locations that you had already identified that this 5-year plan that we just approved, you think will address hardening in those particular areas?
The 5-year plan that was approved is primarily focused in the southern part
Okay.
of our service territory. So to answer your question directly, no, sir.
Okay. I was just curious on that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I think we had SWEPCO next. While they're coming up, Northeast next? No, I think we said SWEPCO, then Northeast, and Energy.
Yeah.
While they're coming up, I did get this. So gas is actually $3 right now, not $4. It looks like we saw a spike of about 30 on Henry Hub. So going back to the per item with deferrals, but actually got apparently as high as 150 in New York. So I hope they're deferring fuel there.
To our utilities credit, many of them were not exposed to that spot price because they had hedged correctly or had longer-term contracts.
Yes.
So that's another story for a different day, but they weren't exposed to those spot pricing, fortunately, for the whole time, or for the amount of the gas that they needed to purchase. You have the floor.
Thank you.
I'll open very quickly. Bobby Gillum representing SWEPCO, and this is Lynn Ferry Nelson to my left, who will explain all the work they have done. But just a couple of initial comments. Everybody's talking about vegetation. The work plan, as a result, SWEPCO had targeted 51 surrogates for trimming as a result, and during and the storm and before, and the total was 1,446 miles of tree trimming. So it's a lot of tree trimming, and it did, we believe, help substantially during the storm. Also, just quickly, it's not only waiting for the storm, it's getting ready for the storm. And before it, they'd replaced roughly 80,000 utility poles were inspected and 16,000 were replaced. So all of that goes into the vegetation response as well. So it was well received, and I can tell you, I'm authorized to say this, the mayor from Houghton, who had spoken in Lafayette, I believe it was, when we were talking about the forced outage, it was very, you know, he had his concerns. He came up and I ran into him in a restaurant with a lot of people around me, and he came up and said how pleased he was, how he had even driven out and checked some lines where they'd been cut in advance and they had 0 outages as opposed to large numbers in the past. He said, I want you to tell everybody that, including the Public Service Commission. So I'm delivering the message today.
Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Nelson.
Good morning. As Brandon said earlier, so much of this was preparedness ahead of time for the storm. We are anticipating significant amounts of icing on the lines, which could have been catastrophic. However, all of the work that we had done to trim trees beforehand, replace poles, really played into the success that we saw during the storm restoration. So overall, we had over 2,700 employees and contractors on the ground to restore power. We saw the impacts over 2 days. That Saturday morning, we started to see some outages. However, we made headway during that day to restore power. But then again, Sunday night, we had the second wave of sleet and freezing rain on the lines, which caused additional outages. So overall, we had 103,393 customers out throughout the entirety of the time, but that could be multiple outages per customer. So at the peak, we had 45,500 customers offline, coincidentally. Those outages began on Saturday morning. We restored power throughout the day, and then on Sunday morning is when that peak of 45,000 occurred. 95% restoration overall across our service territory was reached on January 28th at 7 p.m. However, in the Legacy District, we reached 95% restoration on January 27th at 2 p.m., so just a couple of days after the significant impacts. For the Valley District, restoration took longer. We have much longer circuits there, and you know, the customers are very spread out across the line. So that 95% restoration was reached on January 29th at 10 a.m. We set up base camps both in Shreveport at the State Fairgrounds and also in our Valley District at Park Natchitoches. We also had mobile generation available for deployment to ensure that the circuits that were significantly impacted with timing, we could deploy that generation. So overall, in Louisiana, we replaced 336 cross arms, 265 poles, 101 transformers, and over 31 miles of conductor related to the storm. Across the company, SWEPCO restored power to 208,462 customers at the non-coincident peak, but overall, the coincident peak was just under 69,000 customers in Arkansas, Texas, and Louisiana. So as I stated, we saw historic levels of ice, sleet, and freezing temperatures, but additionally, as it relates to the fuel costs, the programs that we implemented after Uri with the Commission's approval, including gas hedging and also a gas storage program, saved customers over $4 million during that weekend period. So really great savings. We're not seeing the spikes in prices and then also the impact of power prices.
So the 4 million was saved in this storm or in the other storm?
In this storm,
Based upon what you learned and put into place?
correct, based
Gotcha.
on the hedging and the gas storage policies that were in place, right? So for the storm readiness, as Bobby stated earlier, we had trimmed 452 miles of lines across 16 circuits, and those circuits is where we only saw 4 total outages overall, and the significant decrease in customer minutes of 54,000 versus the 92.3 million customer minutes untrimmed circuits. So the steps we took to get ready ahead of time over the last 5 to 6 months have really played an important role in the restoration. We also inspected 80,000 utility poles, and 16,000 of those poles were replaced. So in 2025 overall, we trimmed more than 1,300 line miles for vegetation impacts. As I stated previously, we set up the 2 base camps, one in Legacy, one in the Valley District, and we had support from over 39 utility companies to help in the restoration efforts. We met twice daily for our incident command center, and from those meetings to discuss restoration efforts and the reallocation of crews across the service territory. We also developed the customer communications on that, social media, emails. As part of the storm assessment, which happens before any restoration can take place, we send crews out to look at the damage and try to get the most bang for the buck up front. So if a circuit has 10,000 customers out, we'll attempt to restore that circuit before a circuit that has maybe 200 customers. So we utilize both drones and helicopters to make that assessment, which significantly speeds up the restoration and assessment process, especially when you have ice on the roads and crews have to drive very slowly to reach those specific areas to restore power. So we also...
I can say that I had a lot of people call the office that were out of electricity. And I could call y'all, and you did the best you could do real quick. And I appreciate that. You got to them, you got them back on as quick as possible. Couldn't do everybody, but you, as a whole, you made a good grade as far as I'm concerned.
Thank you. That's great to hear. The feedback was overwhelmingly positive. Of course, there were customers who lost power for several days, but...
We had so many people out at one time. That was a problem. It wasn't like it was 25 here or 25 there. It was like 200 here, 300 here. It was just a big mess. I've been through a lot of storms. You know, I have been criticized South Louisiana when I have hurricanes. And I often say that we ought to pay less for electricity in North Louisiana, which I still think we should, because we don't have as much outage as South Louisiana, and not for as long. But anyway, these ice storms will make you think about it, because they're a tough time of year. It's not hot, it's cold, it's freezing cold, and people out of electricity. So anyway, I still think we pay higher rates than we should, but I do understand now, somewhat better.
So one of the improvements that we made based on customer feedback and lessons learned is related to the outage verification letter. And oftentimes customers need evidence of a power outage of 6 or 8 hours or more to get some benefits from the state programs. So we are now able to send those letters via email. So electronically, the customers get them far sooner than when we had to mail them in the past. So that was a great win for our customers based on feedback and lessons learned in the past.
What is that called? What is the letter called?
It's an outage verification letter.
I've heard about that.
Do you have a plan for pre-storm equipment and all? Do you have in that planning to get ahead of the storm? Because I know we have, you put a lot of equipment in place, and you have to estimate how many bucket trucks you're gonna need, how much equipment. And how much of that factor is the weather estimating? I know that was so hard with how much rain did we get and how much ice. It was, it's very hard to estimate.
It is incredibly difficult. I think like every utility, we start that process before the storm hits.
Yeah.
We make the request for mutual assistance days in advance and get everything set up to be staged before the impacts hit.
I know you had a group there in the Natchitoches area in place, and so just for after it was over with, did you have too much equipment there? Not quite enough? How did you? I mean, it's just a guess. So, how'd you do?
I think we did very well. I mean, the request was made for well over 5,000 contractors to come for mutual assistance, and we did not get that many. We had over 3,000 system-wide at the peak. And then as service was restored in Arkansas and Texas, we brought crews into Louisiana to help restore, to speed up the process once we had made the restoration. We had limited outages in our Arkansas service territory, so we're lucky.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. And as Northeast is coming up, something Lynn said there is a good point, that was different about this than a hurricane is that with a hurricane, we've gotten pretty good, unfortunately, on modeling and know what areas are going to be impacted. Unfortunately, with this, you were looking at a storm that went from Texas across Louisiana, Arkansas, Mississippi, Tennessee, Alabama, Georgia. So a lot of the mutual assistance the utilities would normally pull.
They were everywhere.
Yeah, right. Everyone was trying to lock it up and they wouldn't release their crews. So we did see people move in afterwards, but then you had the logistical problem of the roads being iced over.
Right.
So there are a lot of difficulties that materialize here that you don't see in a hurricane. And I think that message was
Right.
understood
We had
by
the
a lot.
same, when in conversations with other states during the ice storm, I was engaged with Mississippi, and Mississippi was in really bad shape.
Yes.
And ended up, we couldn't help them because of the workers needed here, but we ended up getting people from Georgia Power to come over and give them some hand. But the TVA section of Mississippi, like Oxford, Mississippi to the Alabama line in that area, it was 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Without power. So, I mean, this is like, hurricanes are bad, ice storms, like Commissioner Goose and I were just discussing, people
But
die
don't
from the
forget,
cold. That's terrible.
don't forget in North Louisiana, people pay the same rates as they do in South Louisiana. And we don't have half the damage that you guys do, but we pay the same rates that you do.
I think you did
Now,
pretty good this
I know there's
time.
only one person up here would vote to reduce the rate, that's me. The rest of you guys wouldn't do it.
I'd do it.
I think you're in the same
For
boat with
North
us this
Louisiana?
time.
You're voting to do
I
it?
think North Louisiana
Well,
found
I'm
out
gonna
real.
call you on that, okay?
Think you're gonna have a big one this
I
time.
don't believe that, but I believe you. But I don't believe that's one soul up here reduce the rates for North Louisiana besides me. And it's justified because we don't have the damage and it doesn't last as long. But we pay the same rate as people in South Louisiana. The same rate, identical rate, maybe even higher in some
We're all in the
instances.
same state.
Well, we will be able to utilize the storm securitization funds to pay for the restoration costs, so customers will not see an increase as a result of
And
the
do you
storm.
have a fund that's already established to some degree?
That's correct, yes, so
Yeah,
we'll cover the
Storm recovery
entirety.
fund, that's some element, so you have some funds that are already established, right?
We do, yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next,
Northeast
Co-op.
Luke and Jeff.
Sounds like Waylon and Willie. You know it. But these are all your guys. Oh, you get some of them, huh?
Yeah, I got just a few.
I'm all your guys.
No, you're not
Yeah,
mine.
yeah.
Jeff, make sure your mic's on.
Claim as you can, try as you may.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
What's the furthest south Northeast comes into the, like town-wise? You come down to Winsboro?
Wait, Jeff,
Below Winsboro?
Jeff,
You live in Winsboro.
I live in Bastrop,
Oh,
but our main headquarters office is in Winsboro.
Okay,
and
nice try.
introduce yourself. Introduce yourself.
I'm the Jeff of Luke and Jeff. I'm Jeff Churchwell,
Sounds
Northeast
like a
Power
country
Co-op.
western song.
That's
There you
right.
go.
Why don't you start off telling people, at one time, there was nobody in Lake Providence that had electricity. That's a fact.
Is that, well, we're gonna go there first. We'll go ahead and go there. East Carroll Parish was,
Devastated.
decimated. It was,
whether it was from, there's only two service providers, it's either Northeast or Entergy, and we both experienced just terrible outages. I don't want to say that the parish was 100% out of power, Commissioner, and I don't know, Larry or you
They'll
guys-
let you know when they come up.
we were pretty close, I would say that. I know from our portion, they were 100% without power
Well,
for
Northeast Louisiana
extended.
caught it the hardest.
It did.
All right, Chairman Scremetta, Commissioners, Luke Piantek on behalf of Northeast Louisiana Power Co-op. Before I turn it over to Mr. Churchwell, General Manager, I just want to make a couple of comments. As Commissioner Campbell just noted, Northeast was heavily hit by this storm. All 7 parishes were affected. We had outages in all 7 parishes. East and West Carroll and Richland Parish were hit the hardest. The other 4 were all fully restored by January 30th, 2026, even though it hit our entire system. The other 3, East and West Carroll and Richland, were fully up in early February. I think February 11th was the last day we got fully restored in those hard-hit parishes. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Churchwell to go through the details.
Well, as everybody's alluded to, it's all about preparation, right? And for us, it started on Wednesday of the week leading up to the 24th. I know somewhere around the 23rd, I guess it was. I had conversations with Aaron Graham, who is the CEO of ALEC. He was directing the mutual aid between the cooperatives. The 3 co-ops that were kind of in the line of fire were Concordia Electric, Claiborne Electric, and then Northeast. So the 3 managers from those co-ops, along with Aaron, we started kind of looking at the forecast models and what we were thinking, and we had indicated to him what our need might be. And for Northeast, I got with my staff and I said, how many linemen can we physically house? That's in our part of the world right now. We've discussed them mightily today, but Meta has moved into our area, and there's not a whole lot of housing available at the moment. So we did everything we could to between Airbnbs and some apartments and different things that we could get our hands on, along with rooms at the Oak Grove Hotel Lodge. I don't know what it's. I should know that. I apologize. But we did get rooms there because we knew we were going to be impacted across our entire system. So we started trying to prepare for those guys. And, it's food, it's fuel, it's beds, it's, warm showers, it's the whole deal. And that is, logistics is by far the hardest thing in all this, is when you're trying to house. I was invited to a press conference at the Ike Hamilton, and it was the most amazing thing I'd ever seen. I've never witnessed a man camp in my life, but Commissioner Campbell called me on a Wednesday and said, hey, we're having a press conference be at the Ike Hamilton. And when I got there, it was just amazing what Entergy had amassed at that location, and I was in awe. But it is very difficult, and that's one thing that I don't want to get lost in this, is because when you ask people to put their lives on hold, leave their family, and come to restore the power for people they don't know, you want to make sure that they have a warm meal, 3 hots, a cot, and a shower, right? And sometimes the 3 hots and the cot are the difficult part. But we did start that process. My initial ask was, somewhere around 24 guys in addition to our staff, because I felt sure we could take care of those, those folks, but not knowing the severity of it either. We had calls. Aaron set up a call for the 3 of us on Thursday, and then by Friday he had incorporated all the other co-ops so that we were all on the Zoom call together. This was the other co-ops that were going to make available the help, and then those 3 of us who might need the help. So we were able to coordinate that. By Sunday afternoon, after we had one on Saturday, as the storm had already started to come in, Sunday I was out trying to do whatever I could to help the guys, and so I had to stop my evaluation and or restoration, whatever that little bit I could do. But I run back in the office, get on the Zoom call, and just told them real frantically that I need everything I can get. So, and then said I have to go because we're still trying to get the power back restored. Sunday was just a one step forward, 8 steps back for us. It was terrible. But I had crews from Demco, WST, Jeff Davis, and Point Capee arrived on Monday at various times. They were very welcome sight to see with all their equipment. You asked about equipment earlier. That's all that goes into that. It's men, but it's also the equipment that they're bringing with them. We had track equipment, which was very valuable throughout this process, and some unbelievable line workers that I can't credit enough for those guys that came to assist my guys. I'm about to put my glasses on. Where we saw the most significant outages for us was mid-morning on Sunday. We woke up. We have an outage reporting system that we use internally. The only reason we don't make it available to our membership is because it's not always right. So, there's just more confusion. But internally, when we woke up on Sunday morning, I got to the office a little before 6. First thing I did was turn the computer on, and there were 93 pages out. That's 50 meters per page. I went to bed, it was 26 pages when I went to bed Saturday night. So the overnight, we had in North Louisiana, we had a thunderstorm blow through while it was sleeting, snowing, and raining at about 4 a.m. We had lightning and thunder, and when you've had the amount of accumulation that Brandon referenced earlier, you don't need a lot of wind, and the good Lord saw that we got that wind. So that's why we saw that increase on Sunday morning. We had as many as, we're estimating around 7,200 of our members that were without power, and it varied depending on, once we got the additional guys there from the co-ops. I also added 12 men and equipment from contractors that we have. So I had 41 additional linemen and equipment to go with our 36 or so linemen and our equipment that we have.
Jeff, really quickly, what size of that 7,200 is your total membership?
It's about half.
About half, okay.
Yeah, a little more maybe. Because it's probably more residential that was involved than business. But I just have a hard time, Devontae, wanting to say much more than that, But we were able to respond, as Luke said. He went through and told you that we were getting, Morehouse was mainly sleep, praise God. It was because that's our most dense area. We were able to get it fully restored by Tuesday. Franklin Parish on the southern end, less impacted, thank goodness as well. We got, but it is our largest parish to serve, and the most members reside in Franklin Parish. So it was, the probabilities were there. So we got that completed by Friday, the 30th of January, which I thought was a very admirable task by all involved, because I did have to spread our resources among 3 offices, because in 2021, we've referenced Winter Storm Uri. It only impacted really the southern end of Richland Parish and Franklin Parish. This one got more of our system, and it was more. It was a harder storm, and it affected more folks than Uri did. We had we don't serve a whole lot of Madison Parish, so we were able to get it back up on Thursday. A lot of it was just getting guys to the location. That was some of it. We suffered on the north end. When I call the north end, I say Morehouse. That would be our Bastrop Log Cabin, Holly Ridge area around the data center, all the way over to Oak Grove and into East Carroll. We still had ice on the roads 6, 7 days after the storm. So we were still having to navigate that. You bring a bunch of guys from South Louisiana to North Louisiana, and you know, there's only a couple things you do with ice in South Louisiana, and I think one of them it involves beer. But so they were troopers when it came to that. And I can't again thank them enough. But as Luke said, West Carroll, East Carroll, and Richland were a totally different animal. I would like to say that it really had no bearing on the vegetation because, as Commissioner Scremetta aptly pointed out, a loblolly pine tree is taller than the right-of-way is wide. So we did a lot of work leading up to our fiber deployment. So as we went out and we put fiber on the poles to serve for our membership, we spent over $2 million in right-of-way work. So, and that was leading up to this storm. So from 2020 through 2024, we spent a lot of money, and we have just realized then we just got to keep going, right? Keep going around. And so we're still spending about $800,000 a year to keep our right-of-way, our vegetation in place. I will close with a couple of things that are kind of astounding to me. We had 505 broken poles out of 60,000. That percentage-wise doesn't sound like a lot, but 505 broken poles is something. I had 275 damaged or down transformers, and at the moment, we are estimating that this will be a financial event that will cost Northeast Louisiana Power Cooperative and its members somewhere between $6 and $7 million.
Is this a FEMA event?
Yes, sir. We finally received the declaration one day last week, and I think there's 8 parishes in the state of Louisiana that are identified, and 6 of those are of the 7 parishes that we serve. The only one of our 7 parishes that did not get declared was Madison.
Okay, and are you having any problem with acquiring transformers?
We actually credit to our suppliers. We were able to stay ahead of any material or supply issues.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Anybody else? Questions?
So your cost recovery, you gonna get all your money back from FEMA?
Right now, Commissioner Francis, they're saying that it's a 75-25 event. We're working with a company, Hunt, Guyot and Associates. They have a representative. We've engaged them to help us through this FEMA nightmare trap, whatever we want to call it.
Boost you to 90?
Yeah. So we're hoping to get to that 90-10.
I thought it was 90-10, so it's here.
Well, it starts at 75-25 is what I've been told. I've learned more about FEMA in the last 7 days than I cared to.
You'll have storm damage recovery on your bills too,
No, sir.
Or are you gonna get the money, the 25%?
Right now, we're getting it from a place called CoBank, and they're being.
You're borrowing
I'm borrowing it. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Well, the co-op's own co-bank, right?
Responsible for the debt.
Well, it's the Bank of Cooperatives, I think.
The ratepayers are responsible for the debt, you know?
How much interest you have to pay?
I think it's around 4.75% right now. It's where we're at now. Our line of credit, and that's the way we do it. You build the line of credit out, and then you term that out. So
It's cheaper than commercial rate by far.
Well, we're not now. RUS is for sure. That is now. CoBank is. I think they play in the same sandbox as all the big banks as well.
So it's Prime Plus.
It's Prime Plus.
Church, your storm hit Saturday night and Sunday morning, and how soon did you get some outside help in?
They were able to get to us by Monday morning. The co-op guys, they were, they just were they were not willing, and I'm the same way. If we're going to help with a hurricane, I'm not going to drive into the eye of the hurricane. I'd rather wait and let the eye pass, and then we'll drive in.
Some of the companies staged in ahead of time.
They did, and that was part of the preparation, is that, you know, we'll come once the storm is hit, and that was the cooperatives who came to help, and
A lot of them had stuff in place, guesstimating where the storm would be, but you wasn't able to do that.
No, sir.
Now, with a man camp, would that help you any? If you had a man camp and park a few bucket trucks and people before the storm, is that a suggestion or an idea?
Well, I mean, you know, in the kind of the post-storm, what can you do better?
Well, if it happens next year, what
Yeah,
gonna do
well, I mean, we've definitely learned some lessons on that, you know, and when you're dealing with cooperatives, like we are right here in the state of Louisiana, the mutual aid that we use, they're not, you know, we're not bringing guys from, you know, Georgia or Arizona. They're just from down the road, kind of, as we would say. And so we kind of had a man camp stage. They were just, some of them in Baton Rouge, and you're only looking at a couple, you know, 2.5, 3 hour drive to get to us. So it's not like having to bring, you know, a day's journey to get people to us. So that's how we look at the mutual aid. Now the contractor side of it, yeah, and ultimately toward the end of the storm, I added an additional 11 crews, 11 five-man crews to help us clean up right there at the end.
Well, people that are out of electricity, they don't care where they come from.
I understand that.
Why weren't they there ready to, and I think that's something, if you had to do it next year, and it might come next year, what we're gonna do different. And I look at some of the others, they had large groups staged in place. So they don't have to worry about traveling over the icy road. They're in where the ice is gonna be, where it's guesstimated. So, all right, that's good. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And Entergy?
And while they're coming up too, I said Jessica's on the call. There's still those post calls that are aggregating the dollar amount, which could ultimately result in that 90-10 rather than 75-25.
No, I understand. Plus, you know, unfortunately, the Stafford Act still isn't.
Yep.
I mean, I guarantee, keep an eye on the Stafford Act and how it's gonna take care of the Northeast. Because it'll be the time to start
Yes.
looking at, maybe it's gonna change for the Southwest, right? So, wait, go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Larry Hand again on behalf of Entergy Louisiana. I'm joined by Philip May and Micah Scott, our Vice President of Customer Service. They're going to do most of the talking, but the story you'll hear is very similar to Northeast, different parishes, different scale, so we'll try to be very brief. Placed before you a presentation. I'm not going to show it on the screen because I think we can go faster. I believe Ms. Bowen will publish that on the Commission's website for the public if they want to see it. It does have a lot of pictorial evidence of the type of vegetation damage, so with that, I will...
She's confirmed that it's going to be posted.
Okay. With that, I will turn it over to Nika and Philip.
I'll start, and I think Jeff did a very good job describing what we saw in the most devastated areas. For us, that was an area, Jackson Parish, Ouachita, Richland, as well as East and West Carroll. And so that, you know, 2 steps forward, 1 step back was kind of consistent with what we saw. When we see a hurricane, you'll get branches knocked out of trees and so forth, but they're knocked out of the trees. What we saw with the ice storms is you'll have the limbs hanging up, the trees leaning over. So this is an event that continues to happen and put damage on your system for days after the freezing rain has passed. So when we say we had a 91,500 peak outage, we actually had to restore more than 130,000 customers because it was a continuous, you'd go out, in fact, in West Monroe, we were, in some areas of West Monroe, we were restoring 2.5 customers in order to get that peak of 1 down. In other words, there were a lot more damage occurring on the system as we went forward. You know, for instance, you go out with your damage assessors, you see a cross arm and a service wire. That's the one that runs through the pole that comes out of the top of the meter. When you come back the next day to actually make the repairs, you might be replacing several poles and cross arms and so forth because the damage continued to happen. You know, this has been said, but half an inch of ice, 500 pounds, we saw an inch or more in that heavily devastated area. So it's a factor of 4 increase. When you go from half an inch to an inch, it's 4 times heavier. An oak tree is, with an inch of ice, weighs 85,000 pounds more, and they just can't sustain the weight of that. The pine trees, particularly loblolly pines, are highly susceptible to ice damage. We talked about vegetation trim and so forth. We trimmed 800 miles while we had folks that were in town just before the damage occurred. We kept vegetation crews for 2 weeks after to try to clean up because we still have a lot of hangers and trees, and this is going to be ongoing. There is tree damage, and those trees will continue to shed limbs or just die. But I think certainly a more aggressive vegetation would have helped. But the fact of the matter is, with the kind of damage we saw to the pine canopy and so forth, I don't know that you could have been aggressive to avoid the wide-scale damage that we saw. Another point I wanted to make, Ike Hamilton is where we placed 2,500 people to sleep every night. We served 3,000 meals 3 times a day. That is the single largest logistics site we've had in the history of the company.
Ike Hamilton?
Ike Hamilton, that is
It's in West Monroe.
West
It's
Monroe.
a convention center.
Oh, it's, okay.
And the reason is, when we have hurricanes, we have more places we can support a large logistics area like an Ike Hamilton. But in that area, as Jeff mentioned, you have very limited places that you can house large-scale man camps and so forth. Meta was able to deliver 200 beds for us to help us with that. But ultimately, this was a storm that created numerous challenges throughout the event. And I will close it with that, but I do want to answer your questions and have Nika just respond real quick. When a hurricane happens, obviously we are very attentive to the effects and have empathy of the effects for people who have lights out. We were dealing with conditions that are extremely dangerous, a risk of life as a result of power being out. So we were doing everything we could, but knowing just the scale of the damage, it was not going to be on quickly. We had essentially restored on January 31st. But we made specific efforts in conjunction with local leaders and some of the charitable organizations to try to make sure that those people in most need were addressed. And Nike, if you don't mind addressing that.
So it's very important to us, obviously, to communicate with our customers both before, during, and after storms. So we started pre-storm communications with customers leading up to landfall, and just a couple of facts and some statistics about that. We had 436,000 outbound calls to customers, 2.7 million text messages, 117 social media posts. We did news interviews daily, and as you know, we submitted updates to the commission every evening. Once we submitted that to the commission, we sent that same information to local and state elected officials so that everybody understood where we were in damage assessment, a restoration process. As Philip talked about, it was such a devastating storm, and we continued to see that widespread damage even after the storm had subsided. We decided that we knew the outages were going to last a little bit longer, so we quickly pivoted and set up 3 different customer information centers in some of the most hard-hit areas, which were Bastrop, West Monroe, and the Lake Providence area. Those remained staffed until February 3rd so that customers could come and get information about their specific outages. They could charge their phones. They could find out about any assistance that may be available. In addition to that, we preceded a fund with the Red Cross so that once the storm rolled through, they were able to take a $250,000 that we had given them and help give hot meals to all of the warming centers that had been established in all of the parishes that were impacted. A couple of stats involving that. Using our Red Cross money, we were able to have 4,100 people stay in overnight shelters. We served over 30,000 meals. We provided over 18,000 comfort kits, all at these warming centers. In addition to that, we continued to do outreach even after we had power restored. We provided $25,000 to the Northeast Louisiana United Way Family Relief Fund. We also did an additional matching $25,000 grant. We provided $20,000 to the Northeast Louisiana Food Bank so they could go back and replenish their stores. And we've also still working on our VITA program all throughout the state so that people in these impacted areas can go and get their taxes done for free and get additional money back as quickly as possible to help them. And then finally, Commissioner Lewis, you talked about LAHEAP. all of the winter funding for LAHEAP is available, and we're pushing that out to our customers in messaging as well.
Philip, what's different about staging ahead of time a hurricane versus ice storm? What are the differences in staging ahead for that?
You know, for staging, sorry about that, let me get my mic on. For staging ahead, there's not a lot of differences there. I think the biggest difference is along the coast of Louisiana, there is a lot more commercial lodging. There's a lot more access to the areas that are being damaged and so forth. So the logistical challenge, and I think Jeff got it exactly right, the logistical challenge associated with this storm cannot be overstated.
All right, so man camp type. So that's,
Yeah.
I'm trying to think about the smaller, the co-ops and all. They don't have the benefit of experience, the massive size of the Entergy and what you learned. The next ice storm, what will you do different in North Louisiana, say that in that Monroe area? What would you do different to handle it better?
You know, we do have some benefits of learning and so forth. One of the things that we would definitely do different is we had some initial assessments by looking at sort of the main roads and so forth. We could not yet access the back areas and rural areas, and we made an assessment of how quickly we could restore the power, and we were wrong. The damage that continued to occur and the damage that was in that area, I think that's the biggest change we'd make. We went out and provided information to our customers based upon what we saw initially that we could not commit to do. So we had to come back in, have a press conference. It's not the news we wanted to deliver, but it's the news they need to hear.
Well, look, PR was great compared to past hurricanes and different things. So for the complaints we get and customers, so I would compliment you. Y'all made some inroads there, and that's good. What about cost recovery? What you gonna do about that?
Larry Hand again on behalf of Entergy. We are still compiling, getting off-system contractor invoices, compiling all of that. We'll come back to the commission, and once we have a handle on the amount and the method of recovery, we're trying to look at a way to recover it in the least impactful way for our customers. We do have about $235 to $240 million in a pre-funded storm reserve, so part of that can be used, but we also need to think about being ready for the next storm as well. So we'll get back to you as soon as we can. In terms of magnitude, I think this was comparable to Hurricane Francine in terms of the dollars and the impact to the system, even though it was South Louisiana. That pocket was really devastated, as both Philip and Jeff talked about. So we'll be getting back to y'all shortly with the actual amount and our proposal to recover from customers. And obviously, anything we do will be subject to a full prudence review by the staff and the commission.
And if I can just add real quick on that, I mean, we're still compiling. The 1,000 polls that we put on the slide presentation is what came out of those initial assessments. But we were routinely thinking we're replacing a pair of poles and placing 3, 4, and 5 poles. What's been removed from inventory is more than 2,000 poles, so we're still going through the accounting of all that, but it's gonna be, it's significant.
Call it a storm damage ride or something like that.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Really quickly, on that point, I know, and I asked this question to Clico, was there any percentage of the resiliency plan that we passed 2 years ago that would be in this segment of recovery or restoration that then we can, and of course, in that docket, we have a follow-up prudence review, but I'm just curious, did you have any equipment that has already been done in that area?
We are working through that to identify anytime there's a certain number of poles lost and disqualified, we have to do a forensic accounting to identify any resilience poles. So I haven't gotten the results yet. As soon as we have it, we will share it with the commission.
Okay. And just for full transparency, I was in the Northeast quite a bit of that time. There were areas where we had resilient infrastructure that survived very well, but it really, even if you have resilient structure, if you get a large pine and oak tree falling on those poles and so forth, I am aware that some of those resilient poles had heavy vegetation fall on them. Those areas that didn't have a vegetation problem, we saw no issues whatsoever with that fortified system.
Okay, great. I would look forward to following up on that point.
Great, thank you very much. Y'all are excused. We'll move on to the next item on the docket, which is the Delta Utilities
Yeah,
item.
Exhibit 15, this is under discussions. We have a discussion with Delta Utilities.
We have some yellow cards.
We do. I think we're going to take those up first.
Yes.
Mr. Lewis asked, okay.
So if you can call their names out, please.
Yes, sir. We'll start with Ms. Williams, and is it Ms. Badar?
Let's go ahead and do the in-ray, and we've got 3 chairs up here. We've got another chair over there, so you can call them all up.
Sure.
It's just, the in-ray is just discussion with Delta Utilities. I know this was, Commissioner Lewis asked for this, I believe,
Right.
last month.
Yeah, well, as long as we have satisfies the purpose of the agenda, then we don't need an in-ray, you're okay?
Yeah, that is the in-ray on the agenda.
Okay,
yes, sir.
good, all right, perfect.
And you want me to call up the other two as
Yeah,
well?
call them all up at once.
The other
Hang
two
on one
are
second.
a Miss Merrick and I believe a Miss James?
Okay, well, y'all just hang on one second, we'll get everybody up here, then we can just let y'all
Or
take
is that a
turns.
Mr. James? I'm sorry, I can't read the first name.
Try it again.
Either a Mr. or Mrs. James representing themselves.
Is there a Mr. or Mrs. James that put in a yellow card on the Delta item?
Okay. Yeah, you may.
Just
yes,
come
ma'am.
have a seat.
Thank you, Ms. Merrick.
Great. So again, I have a 4th card up here for someone with the last name James or Janes. Okay, well, if anybody sees this discussion going on and figures they need to talk, just come up, and if they talk in the corridor, just get them up here. So why don't y'all go ahead and introduce yourself, and then you can take turns and start whichever way you want. You can pull it back to you, it moves all the way. Just pull it close as you can, that way it'll work better.
Is this good?
Yeah, that's great.
Okay, perfect. My name is Razan Badr, and I'm here representing Councilmember Amy McCarron
Council from where?
from New Orleans.
Okay.
And my name is Rasha Williams. I'm here representing Council District 10. I'm the director at the Dr. Leo S. Butler Community Center.
And Council
a
District
certified
10
payment
is
facility for Delta.
Council District 10 for?
City of Baton Rouge.
City of Baton Rouge, okay. And you, ma'am?
My name is Patty Merrick. I'm representing Concord Estates subdivision and also myself with Delta.
And Concord Estates is where, ma'am?
Districts,
what
11,
city?
we just got changed again, Tawana Harris,
What city is that?
Baton Rouge.
Baton Rouge? Okay,
Yes.
great. All right, who would like to go first? You
I'll
can
go
rock,
first.
paper, scissors, or just go at it?
I'll go first.
Take your turn. Go ahead.
So first of all, thank you for having me here today. I'm here not as a spokesperson for a company. I'm here as an advocate for your constituents, and also as a witness to the impact of the sudden astronomical price increases that are showing up in their daily lives. As I said before, I'm the director of the Leo S. Butler Center in Metro Council 10, where we are an authorized Delta payment facility. And we also, accept Entergy and the other utilities. But every day, I have to stand at a window where I see people who are hurting. I don't see account numbers, but I see the real people in our district. Seniors who are on fixed incomes, walking in with shaking hands, because their gas bill is now higher than their grocery budget. I see parents who are having to choose between fuel and medicine, retired teachers, disabled veterans. One gentleman specifically in his 80s teared up at the payment window just last week. And he cares for a wife with dementia at home, and he basically said, "Thank you for not judging me, because I can't show these tears at home. I don't want my wife to worry." But these residents are confused as to why their levelized billing has disappeared. And for me, being the face, having to be the face here of Delta Utilities without having the facts of why things are the way they are has just been somewhat impossible. Now, as a center, we hosted a community meeting. It was also in partnership with Council on Aging and some community members. And that night, we helped absorb some of the utility bill strain on the senior citizens. Delta officials were there for them in attendance, and we asked for solutions. There has been no relief, and we're now at an impasse again. We also house the Office of Social Services, LAHEAP, within our building at the Leo Butler Community Center. And we have experienced a dramatic surge in billing inquiries since the takeover. There's just been a flood of applications that are specifically and directly linked to the Delta billing increases. And so now what we're doing is we're using a taxpayer-funded assistance to offset shocks caused by a for-profit transition. And so the concern here is the impact on our seniors, things like loss of sleep, skipped meals, inability to afford medicine. And these aren't just abstract things. This is a public health impact. And our core grievances are, as a certified center, we can't explain why the bills have increased because we don't have access to diagnostic billing tools that could clear up explanations. And then we have accessibility issues. Well, there's a transparency gap before I get to that. The transparency gap where, we just really don't know what's going on. But the accessibility barriers, a lot of seniors, they can't use the online portals, so they have to come to us. The phone lines, we wait, the wait time is just unbelievable. And so they come to our center for help, only to be told that we still don't have the answers. So I have in this hand the Delta brochure that they gave out when at the beginning of the transition to alert and notify consumers what this would be like. And it says under there about us, Delta Utilities is a Louisiana-born, Louisiana-based utility dedicated to delivering safe, reliable, and cost-effective natural gas service. Under their core values, one is community impact. We have not seen the cost-effective gas services and the community impact. I don't think the impact that we've received is not the one that we had hoped for. So in this hand, I have a formal petition. And this petition was filed by Councilwoman Carolyn Coleman on behalf of District 10 residents, and we're requesting your help as our Louisiana Public Service Commission. We would like an immediate billing audit, a full LSPC-led investigation of the fuel adjustment charges, the meter reading accuracy, billing calculations from July 2025 to the present. Number two, we'd also like a stay on disconnections. So that means we want to put a pause on all shutoffs for accounts that are currently disputing billing increases until the investigation is complete. And number three, the mandatory re-enrollment of levelized billing. So we're asking that you would automatically restore budget billing plans for all customers aged 65 and older who previously held the status with Entergy unless they chose otherwise. And then finally, the utility transparency for our community centers as well. Delta Utilities must supply payment sites with written billing explanations and tools we can use to answer our resident questions. And so in closing, I am here because at the end of the day and after this meeting, I am the person in the room who's gonna have to look at those seniors in their faces. And tomorrow, I wanna be able to tell them that you deserve answers. You won't bear this alone. There is accountability and fairness in the system. And so I'm asking for that answer, not a slogan, not a promise, but a real explanation and real relief that shows up in their bills.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And like I said, after we get finished with the witnesses, we're going to have the company come up and we'll elicit the answers that you're looking for, and I think you'll be more informed. So who'd like to go next? Go ahead.
I can go next. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Razan Badr, and I'm here on behalf of Councilmember Amy McCarron, New Orleans. She's not able to attend today due to a previously scheduled council meeting, but I'm here on her behalf reading a letter that she wrote outlining what she and her colleagues, as both council members and utility regulators, are experiencing and hearing from constituents and how these concerns are manifesting in real time for families in our city. Thank you for holding this hearing today to address the issues and complaints regarding Delta Utilities that have been raised by our shared constituents. As chair of the New Orleans City Council Climate and Sustainability Committee and a member of the Council's Utility Committee, these concerns that ratepayers are raising are deeply important to me, both in my role as a regulator and a fellow ratepayer. The sale of the gas utility took place under the previous council. Since taking office in January, I have received nearly 100 emails, phone calls, and in-person complaints specifically about Delta bills, not to mention the steady stream of questions and concerns posted publicly on social media. The primary complaint we are hearing is that customers are told that their bills are high because they are driven by high usage. Yet many constituents report that their lifestyle habits have not changed. We're also hearing about difficulties constituents are having reaching someone in the billing department to get answers or resolve disputes. This only compounds the frustration and stress. We've met with officials from Delta Utilities to better understand these increases. We were told that gas prices were very high last month, which is why we're all seeing this major increase in bills, and the cold snap a few weeks ago led to higher usage. We understand that prices fluctuate and the cold weather drives demand, but volatility is why proactive solutions matter. We held a public committee meeting with Delta representatives and requested 2 immediate improvements. First, that Delta updates their website to include information about the levelized billing option clearly on the front page, and second, that they revise the language that explains the cost breakdown and provide a sample bill to customers in plain English. Ratepayers deserve transparency. Looking ahead, Delta has indicated that it is interested in a hedging portfolio. Hedging can mitigate worst-case scenarios and help smooth volatility. We see that as an important risk management tool, but it should not be the only solution. There are additional policy approaches that both the Commission and the Council may want to consider, such as incentives for homeowners and businesses to electrify appliances instead of using gas stoves, dryers, water tanks, and heaters, investments in renewables so that we can scale back on natural gas reliance, and the creation of a standing arrearage management program paired with Energy Smart style program for Delta customers that helps customers get back on track with overdue balances and reduce their gas usage. These measures would not only address immediate billing concerns, but also build long-term resilience into our utility system. Thank you for your time and your attention to this matter. I look forward to continued collaboration between the Commission and the Council to ensure that our regulatory framework protects customers while strengthening Louisiana's utility system.
Thank you. Thank the Councilwoman for her comments. Ma'am, if you'd like to go next? If you just put it on the edge of the table, that's good enough.
Thank you. Yes, I would. I told you I represent myself today and also Concord Estates. I would like to say I have not missed a Delta meeting that has been scheduled. Commissioner Devontae can tell you that. I have been there and Delta has been there. Delta also had us to line up, or if you had to want your bill analyzed to do this. They spoke about levelizing billing and told you everything they possibly could do. That's for the people that attended the meetings that was called by Delta. My problem is that we're still experiencing high bills. As I told you, I speak for myself. I wrote this down before I came up here because my bills are automatically deducted from my account, so I don't receive a bill. As of the 12th month, $202.39 went up from 34, $217, $27, $281.01. I was looking through my phone a few minutes ago before coming up here. My bill has escalated to $555.92. Now that's a difference of $274.91 with one person living in a house with one hot water heater. That's all I have that is consumed by Delta. Now, there is a problem. Council on Aging paid for several people at our meetings that went to the meetings for their utility bills. We have people who are out helping. We have people who, the churches and everything have been involved trying to help people. Now, I haven't been on a help list yet, but I need to be on one, because if I get another statement from Delta increasing more than $555, I mean, I still have other bills to pay. This is what everyone is saying. There is no way you can do a comparison to Delta to energy. We had energy for years. Why didn't I have a bill of $555 when everything was included with energy? Delta is just one bill that I have for heat. I still have an electric bill that have to be paid. This is what's affecting people. The seniors are at their wits' end. I'm also a senior. I just don't happen to have grandkids that I have to keep, that I have to try to feed, that I have to keep home. These seniors, what are they doing to get money? Now, Delta did announce that they would not cut off anyone's utilities because of these high bills. Now, they did not give us a date or a time to say how long this would go on. Well, I just read you out my own bill. There's 3 consecutive billings that I have had just for me. The people in my subdivision are complaining about the same thing. No one knows what to do. Because of attending the meetings, they are answering the phone now. It is passing on information, but you still don't see the Delta trucks, maybe 1 or 2 or so forth. If you live in a subdivision and everyone is ranging just about in this amount, where are the people that's gonna help us? New meters were put in by energy to our homes while they were still energy. Now, energy sold off to Delta, that's all fine. But someone with a knowledge of what's going on, and when you check your meter, it doesn't end up to be the same thing that Delta is saying your meter is. There's a problem, commissioners. There is a serious problem here with Delta and the people that they service. I am one of them. I'm speaking for all of us with a problem. Something must be done. What are they gonna do? Keep escalating where everyone will be where they can't pay the bills? I don't work. I help with the education system. My IEP and the state I meet with for education meeting, I do it for free because that's what you're taught with education. When you retire, try to help someone. You helping while you working. We don't get paid enough for this. But to go around and help other people, I feel it's a must. To speak up for the people that cannot come, will not come. We said here, it was sent information to us today that this was a Delta meeting. See, a lot of it is misread and misconfused. And we said it the whole time, not realizing there was gonna be a meeting for commissioners to do your meeting and then get to the very end with Delta. That's not what was advertised, and it came through social media. But I'm glad you gave us an opportunity and we had the bravery to stay here long enough for us to be called up. We're asking you, honestly, there's no other way to put it. Please look into the Delta billing. Please analyze it, look at it. Some of you have had to have bill increase. Feel sorry for us, have compassion for us if you don't feel sorry for us. We're not able to pay these bills. Sooner or later, I'm gonna be up here begging for some money because this is absolutely ridiculous. Thank you.
Thank you. And look, we appreciate it very much. I think the best thing we could do is get the Delta people up here. And, you know, just so you know, the commissioners, all of us have been engaged with Delta, talking about issues about the levelized building, how we get it done, and issues about how we spread these, some of these accounts out for recovery. So I'd like to, let's make some space at the table. Y'all can go ahead
Yes,
and take
and I
your
have
seats.
Mr. Chairman,
billing.
before they leave, I have some comments for them really quickly.
Go ahead, the sooner we get to Delta, the better.
Yes, sir, I just wanna-
We might be losing Commissioner Kusan, so I want to make sure we get him involved.
I understand, but
I got plenty of time.
Okay.
okay, because these are my constituents and they've contacted me,
you.
so, yeah.
Wait, who's, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Who was,
Sir, well, if you fill out a
you
yellow
need
card,
to
we
fill
can
out
answer
a
your
yellow
question.
card for questions.
First of all, Ms. Williams, Ms. Mary, Razan, thank you for coming. As you know, all of you are residents of District 3. We have had a lot of conversations and engagement. Ms. Williams, as you know, I will come, and I have been to the Leo Butler Center. I'm a resident of District 3. I see my councilwoman here, Councilwoman Coleman. So I want to thank you for your advocacy. I didn't want you to walk away and no one actually thank you, especially for me as your representative up here. As I committed to you, I'm going to ask Delta some of the tough questions that we have heard at the town halls that we have hosted across East Baton Rouge, the town halls and meetings we've had in New Orleans. Ms. Mary, as you know, I'm going to call you and we're going to look at that bill like we did every meeting. And so I didn't want you to walk away with me not actually acknowledging your presence, acknowledging that you stayed here throughout the meeting, which is timely and consuming. And so I just wanted to publicly thank you before we let you walk away.
And I say thank you for that. I appreciate your engagement and your willingness to listen, specifically because this is transition. It's no longer a bill transition. It's on its way transition into a public health crisis. And so to know that you take it seriously is somewhat comforting. And I just want you to know that your efforts and whatever you can do for our people and the constituents is greatly appreciated.
All right, thank you all for your comments, much appreciated, and we'll go ahead and continue this. We'll get the, you have a yellow card for someone else in the audience who just made a comment? Did you want to fill out a yellow card, sir? Okay, all right. Okay, I'm sorry, did he? No, but we had someone wanted to ask a question, but you have to fill out a yellow card for it. You okay?
Yeah,
All
sir,
right.
if you'd like to come to the table and ask your question, you can do that.
Yeah, but you just have to
But
fill out a yellow
there's
card.
a yellow card right there that you just fill out as
It's just-
well, and just
it's
turn
part
that
of-
into me
It's
when
part
you're.
of the requirements. So you can fill it out while you ask your question, and we'll just move it along. So go ahead and state your name and ask your question, and we'll get to you.
My name is Chris Hanneman. I'm here today to find out who okayed the charges for Delta gas.
Well, the commission does. It's just that simple. The commission approves a rate structure, and the rate structure is supplemented by the fuel costs that come in from the marketplace.
So y'all allowed a .444 average of an adjusted fuel charge for the last 3 or 4 years.
Yes.
To go to .8499.
The commission approves all rate structures for
That's
all
where
the
the
companies.
difference in everybody's bills are. Y'all have doubled
Well,
the rate of a gas adjustment charge.
well, it's just,
Sure.
the staff is there to talk to you, but also the price of gas also
Well,
doubled.
No, it has not. Natural gas charges, prices have actually gone down.
Well, December, it was over $8, and in the fall, it was $4. So it did double, and also has had some heavy spikes. But anyway, he had.
No, and I was just gonna say that the gas adjustments charge is what we refer to as the purchase gas adjustment. That is a flow-through of the cost to purchase natural gas. The utility earns no profit, but we audit those every 2 years. So if the prices they paid weren't accurate, then that goes through the audit. So that is audited for every utility forever under our rules.
When is the next audit in this
The
situation?
next PGA, I would have to get with staff to see where we are on
Yeah,
that.
so we right now have the last audit when it was Entergy Gas. So because Delta just purchased them, the audit would not be for 2 years. We can obviously do one as after 1 year's worth, I would recommend.
Right.
I wouldn't recommend starting one right now because we don't have a full year's worth of data.
Right. Okay, but that's the answer.
Yeah, well, the dilemma that I have with this is that the increases have been every month for the last 4 months.
Right.
And it's almost doubled. And yeah, I don't understand why y'all haven't said something about it.
Well,
Or haven't gone to them and said, this is wrong.
The issue, as I understand it, has been that when Entergy sold to Delta, that because it's a new company, that the public was not well informed, that they needed to engage with Delta to ask for their bill to be levelized, okay? And so that's the primary issue, that because it's a new company, they couldn't just assume the obligation that it was set up like Entergy did. So that's one step. So bill levelization is one of the key things to help make sure that these heavy winter bills are levelized over the summer and the shoulder months. That's one thing, for sure. But the issue about the cost of fuel is an issue that we audit, and we have to look at the fact that there has been market shift over the last 6 months.
Just the gas adjustment for my bill I got my bill 2 days ago.
Right.
Delta has 600,000 plus customers. That .8599943 equates to $515,000. That's more than $500,000 in 1 month. And you're gonna tell me nothing has gone up 100%? Gone from
Actually-
0.4111 to point.
Actually, the price of natural gas in
Then the
December
problem
went up
is that-
100%.
Then if they're not negotiating with a gas company and saying, we're gonna buy more in the next 3 months, I don't know what business anybody's in.
Yeah.
But if a customer says, I'm gonna buy 50 this month and I'm gonna buy 300 next month, I'm gonna give them a better price.
I appreciate that.
Well, y'all need to negotiate that better. Y'all need to, from some reason, I don't think y'all are saying no to the gas companies. And I think you should.
I appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
You still need this job?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. All right, we'll get the Delta people up here. Y'all have cards to fill out, or y'all get it done?
They
You already
already
turned them
have.
in? Okay, got it. All right, who's gonna carry the primary on this? Is it gonna be you, or?
I'll start, Commissioner.
Okay, all right, well, you've heard the comments from the public, but you also know that the commission itself has been watching this issue, mostly because of our concerns about how there was no sort of continuum from the people who already had levelized building under Entergy, and it wasn't automatic over to Delta. I'm sorry, sir? Okay, well, let's have order in the room, please, while we're going ahead and doing this. So the issue about the continuation of levelized billing, let's start with that issue, and then we'll move over to the issue of the cost of the natural gas issues. So why don't we start there?
Sure. Commissioner, I'm Tim Poche. I'm the CEO of Delta Utilities, and joining me today is Ryan King, Jim DeSherry, and Sarah Porteous from Delta Utilities. From a levelized billing perspective, the customers that were historically Entergy customers in New Orleans and Baton Rouge have historically received a combined electric and gas bill. And when we took over the operations of the business, obviously they're receiving a separate bill from us and a separate bill for Entergy from electricity. During the winter months, as usage goes up, and generally that corresponds with increases in gas prices, bills have gone up. That's no doubt. That is a fact. That has historically, for those customers, generally corresponded with a decrease in electric usage. Now that the bills are split up separately, that self-levelizing concept is not as evident. From the beginning of our transition, we asked customers to do a few things. 1, to sign up for a new online account. 2, to enroll in levelized billing. 3, to consider paperless billing. And 4, to consider auto payment.
How did you ask them to do this?
Through billing inserts, through communications that we've sent them directly, letters that we'd sent before the transition and after the transition.
Okay.
We've increased those efforts dramatically over the last few months. And since the beginning of January, we have enrolled, I think, over 2.7 times as many people in levelized billing than were previously in. Where we're 6,000 levelized billing customers in New Orleans and Baton Rouge markets.
How many were there before in levelized billing? How many are there now?
38,000 originally.
Okay, and there were 38,000 originally under the Entergy system?
Yes.
And how many are there now engaged with you?
Just over 6,000,
So you
about
need-
6,300.
So the issue is really, how do we get the message out to the people who were in the Entergy levelized program and get them involved in the levelized program? You know, is there a mechanism where you can automatically do this, or is it something that is required some sort of privity?
So we are redoubling our efforts in terms of reaching out to them and asking them and saying, you were previously a levelized billing customer. If you would like to re-enroll, please re-enroll. When they contact us, we are not only re-enrolling them in levelized billing, but we're also putting their current balance on a deferred payment plan, such that the effect of it is if they were in the levelized billing from the beginning of the process.
Okay, well, I think that kind of is we'll save a lot of questions for everybody else, but that kind of gets the basics of this issue of the levelized billing plans. But you've heard a lot of people talking about the price of natural gas and the cost of the issue and the rise of this. I'd really like you to focus on, you know, where we were. Let's start saying like in August, September, price of natural gas, how the price of gas has shifted. We know it's a pass-through because when we look at this is we look at infrastructure like your car, and we look at the price of gas is just putting gas in the car, that the gas is a pass-through, that you don't make profit on it. So let's look at the differential in this and tell me what, or tell the commission what's been going on that has been driving the price of gas to change what it is and how that's been impacting the consumers.
So we've shared a slide that's put up now that shows gas prices, the NYMEX Henry Hub monthly gas settlement price from July through February. You can see that has increased by more than 2 times over that period. Now, one of the things that I think that, you know, while it is true that we do not profit off gas, that is a complete pass-through to our customers, we do exercise a significant amount of strategy in order to defer and eliminate the volatility of that gas price. And a lot of the contracts that we're currently buying gas on are still the same contracts that we inherited. They were long-term contracts that we inherited from Entergy, and they're working well in CenterPoint from that perspective. But the gas prices that we're incurring are different in all of the 3 utilities that we have because there are different procurement points, there are different transmission costs, and there's different amounts of storage in each of these utilities. In general, we target between 85 and 90% of the gas that we deliver and the cost of our gas to be not subject to volatile daily pricing.
You mentioned something just now. Would you cover not only the market price of gas, but the storage price of gas?
Yeah, so we have a significant amount of storage throughout our system that we inject gas in the summer months. So in this particular chart, you'll see like in July, for example, when gas is $3.25, in the spring and in the summer seasons, we are injecting gas into storage caverns that we lease capacity on. And during the winter heating months, we're able to withdraw that gas that, for instance, in this example, we would have injected at $3.25, and we're being able to deliver it to the customers at that price.
What's the cost differential to putting in storage? Because we've seen historically that sometimes the cost of storage exceeds the price of gas. Is that the case with what you're doing, or do y'all have your own storage long-term, or what's?
We have long-term storage agreements, and they're much more economical than relying upon the volatility of a daily or monthly.
So difference from hedging, so it's a lower cost than hedging?
Yes.
Okay.
So we endeavor to have between 85 and 90% of our gas cost not subject to the daily spot market. And in the recent Winter Storm Fern event that we were just discussing, daily gas peaked in price at between $25 and $35 in MMBTU. But only approximately 11% of the gas volume that we delivered during that time period was subject to daily spot market volatility.
Right. Well, you've heard some comments from some of the people who came up, the consumers. How do you address their issues?
Well, we certainly, we take all the questions and concerns that we have very seriously. We've tried to reach out to the customers where they are, whether it's at the community centers or pop-up events that we've had, and to meet with them one-on-one to talk about the bills that they receive for us, and we've been able to show them their historical usage and their historical prices and to understand how they've generally been very favorable comparisons. We walk them through that, and I think in most instances, we've come through a very good understanding with customers when we're able to do that on a one-on-one basis. We've also offered them, as we discussed, to be able to, if they so choose, to re-enroll or to enroll in a levelized billing program, and to also go into a deferred payment program that allows them to pay their existing balance over a longer period of time.
Right.
We're working with LAHEAP, and we're working with a program that we've established that was similar to the Entergy Power to Care program, what we call it DU Cares, where we've made contributions, $250,000 of contributions to the United Way that they're administering and paying and distributing for low-income assistance for natural gas bills.
Do you have any problem with, the normal audit process is every 2-year cycle? Do you have any problem with a 1-year cycle because of this sort of anomaly?
No, sir.
Okay, so you'd be all right with 1 year from your original takeover. When was your first year, when did you take over the operations of the Entergy system? I know it was differential between the Baton Rouge and New Orleans Parish. I'm sorry, I knew it was different between the Orleans and Baton Rouge. What were the 2 dates?
So July of 2025, we took over both the Entergy system as whole.
Okay,
Baton
so
Rouge and
July,
New Orleans.
so we could basically let a 1-year audit take place as of July.
Right.
So staff can go ahead and issue an RFP
No problem.
put it out on the July agenda? We
We'll
don't have
do it in the
July.
June
We do it in
agenda.
June.
We'll do it in the
Right.
June
Anticipation.
agenda.
Do it in June, so we can hire someone to come in and do an audit on the 1-year cycle, and we can figure this out. So I'm
And
finished
that would
with.
be, do
Go
we
ahead.
want it, just to clarify, because I'm assuming they're gonna file the PGA separate for the Legacy CenterPoint and the Legacy Energy. Do we want to do those for both?
Yeah, so
You're okay with all of it?
yes, we
Yeah.
acquired the,
Do it all, and you can separate them into the appropriate columns so we understand what's what.
Got it.
All right,
We got the
I'm
directive.
done with my questions, and why don't you go ahead, Commissioner Lewis, and we'll move down the line.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Delta, for being here today and accepting my invitation. As you know, majority of what has happened has been my district here in Baton Rouge and New Orleans, and I invited you here today because the people that I represent, I believe, deserved clarity, accountability, and also some relief. And so I thank you for meeting with me earlier today. I know our chairman has covered some of the questions that I had for you, but I want to go through some questions that I've received from constituents and that we've talked about. Can you describe specifically what billing changes were implemented immediately following the transition?
Yeah, this is Ryan King on behalf of Delta Utilities. Delta, at the time of closing, assumed the existing rate schedules, tariffs, and riders of the legacy utilities. There were 3 separate utilities. Each of those utilities that are regulated by the PSC, each of those utilities had their own sets of rate schedules and riders. We've continued those commission-approved systems as if the transactions had not occurred. As far as individual billing items, we did purposefully break the gas services item and take out 2 fees that were initially included in it. That was the infrastructure replacement rider as well as the metering surcharge. Those items appeared new on the Delta bill, but in fact, they were just consolidated in the gas services item in the energy bill.
Okay, so you broke those 2 out, but they were previously under Entergy in the gas services. There's been a lot of questions from constituents, and you heard it, about billing accuracy. Have you internally done any type of audit to ensure that the meter readings are correct, that the billing processes are correct? And if not so, could you commit to looking internally and providing that information to my office on that?
Yep, so. Every day, Commissioner, that when we issue bills, we go through a very standard, a very robust process to understand any outliers in billing metrics and evaluate the usage and the result of those bills before they're released on a daily basis. We are issuing bills, about 98% of the bills that we issue are timely because of that. The ones that we don't issue are still under audit and under review. We don't issue a bill until we are comfortable with that.
Okay, great, thank you. As we talk about gas purchasing and supply, that's been a topic of magnitude of my constituents, and we heard the gentleman bring it up today. So I want to know, what is the current length and pricing structure of your current purchasing agreements for gas supply?
So they differ between each of the utilities. We have long-term asset management arrangements with companies that assist us in optimizing gas on a daily basis. We buy, in some of the jurisdictions, we're buying gas in the spring and summertime for delivery in the winter season months. And then we also enter into pricing contracts on the first of the month for our anticipated demand later in the month. And we also enter into, at the same time, contracts that allow us to call gas at the first of the month prices, again, to eliminate any volatility from a daily perspective.
So since your acquisition, you have not changed any gas suppliers. You're still under the contracts that Entergy had.
For the most part, that's correct. We've attempted to increase to diversify the supply, and we always are attempting to get the best price. But for the most part, yes, the same contracts.
So since those agreements are traditionally the same, what percent or cost increase have you seen in those contracts from last year to this year? Or do you have that information?
Well, generally, it's reflective of the market pricing.
Just the
yes.
market, just the market price. We talk a lot about gas hedging and ensuring that we can protect consumers from this volatility. Are you in any hedging strategies, any proposals to hedge further, any looking at different ways? And in combination with that question, are your gas reserves sufficient to handle the peak? I mean, as we saw, the winter here in Louisiana is getting traditionally colder than what we've seen prior, which means we may need to look and adjust what you are averaging as your peak demand in your gas supply and your gas reserves. So what conversations internally have you had around that?
We have done a few more, a little bit more hedging in terms of the hedging I referred to was first of the month call options, where we have a certain amount of usage that we have the right on a given day within the month to call gas at the beginning of the month price instead of the daily price. So if the beginning of the month price was $4 MMBTU, but today gas was closing at $25, just for example, we can call that gas at that original $4. There's a price associated with having that optionality, but we've done that, and that was been pretty successful in helping us mitigate that. I would say storage is another hedging component, right? We're paying some amount, as Commissioner Scametta pointed out, we're paying some amount to store gas, but the combination of the storage fees and the fees for injecting and withdrawing are still much less and allow us the flexibility to withdraw that gas. We look at that as a component of hedging.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to move on to a portion that my office has heard a lot about, which is your customer service. We have had magnitude of complaints and calls that service requests aren't being addressed, that when they speak to a representative about their billing, they are not getting adequate information. And I know we discussed this this week in my office. Can you assure me that you will be looking at this and ensuring that all of those who are working as customer service reps have the information to provide, especially to the seniors in my district, about what they are seeing on their bills? Because they feel frustrated that they call and no one can give them an answer. And that is leading to confusion, it's leading to distrust and dissatisfaction. And so I want to know what recourse do you plan to do on that measure?
So we are constantly evaluating our call center. Let me just give you a little bit of statistics around that to start with. Since we acquired the businesses in July through to date, we've answered about 550,000 calls with billing inquiries, starting, stopping service. And across all of our entities from that inception, the average speed to answer those calls is 23 seconds. And in fact, we answer 94% of those calls within 30 seconds. Only about 1.5% of the calls that are presented to us are abandoned by the customer before we have the ability to answer. Those are all statistics that we, point to and look at, are we performing well in order to provide the conduit to communicate with the customers. Obviously, with the increase in questions that we've gotten in inquiries, the average handle time of our calls, the amount of time that we spend from inception to the end of the call, when hopefully that the problem is resolved, has increased. But still, that average handle time is still right around 6 minutes. We ask customers to evaluate us at the end of each call, and the ones that do, they evaluate us on a scale of 1 to 5, with 5 being the highest. Our average customer satisfaction score is 4.29. So that all that means is, I think we're providing a conduit for communication. The question that you have is still very legitimate. We have to be able to answer the question. So we're constantly doing after-action reports to understand what are the types of questions that we have. Are we evaluating? Are we equipping our customer service agents with the right information to be able to evaluate calls? And we're following up with customers as we can, as we need to try to ensure that we have addressed their issues.
I would request that you make that a top priority. That has been one of the challenges that I believe is that the consumers do not feel they're getting the adequate answers from you about their historical usage, about their data, about their billing. And so I know that you have been working with Entergy to get more information. Can you commit that now on your website or in their portal that you can provide that historical usage data as well as their bill amount data?
Yes.
Because I think right now what we have done, which I understand has been challenging for seniors and all of the constituents, is you got to go down in your Entergy system, and you can't do it on your mobile app. You have to go on a computer and pull your information to compare. And so I would encourage you, and I'll give you an opportunity to respond to that, but to also work with Entergy to see if we can provide that information easily attainable in your system for your now new customers.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Sarah Porteous on behalf of Delta Utilities. As you've mentioned, as Tim has mentioned, we've been participating in town halls and other weatherization events in Baton Rouge because we recognize that it's important to be able to have one-on-one conversations with our customers. And hosting customer care pop-up events, we've done some recently at the MLK and Jewel Newman community centers. And I think those events are critical because they allow us to hear directly from customers. They allow us to answer the questions about their individual service. Everybody's bill is different, everybody's experience is different, but they allow us to build relationships with customers, which I think are critically important at this particular time. I do want to mention we're going to continue doing pop-ups. Our next pop-up, we're going to be participating in the District 2 Councilman Member Kenny's Town Hall. That's going to be on Monday, March 9th at Mount Pilgrim Baptist Church. We're also preparing to schedule another round of customer care pop-ups, and we'll continue to do those as needed to be able to respond to customers. We're in the process of training Baton Rouge-based customer service representatives because we want to be here, we want them to be engaged in those events so that we can continue to help customers and make sure that they understand that we are here to help and that we can connect them with resources that can help them to get through this.
Thank you. And my final section of a few questions is about corrective action and community support. So I thank you for that. One of the things that we have heard particularly is it's very difficult for payment options. I know in New Orleans there are some places. Can we commit that we will ensure that physical locations where individuals can pay and also ask questions are around. I'm not asking you to go build offices, but places within the community where they have the opportunity to be face-to-face with billing questions, payment questions. I know there are some in my district in New Orleans, but not truly some here in Baton Rouge yet, but I know that those are part of your pop-ups, but wanted to specifically ask on that narrow focus, that in your pop-ups you look at items of that sort.
Absolutely, and we'll continue. We will certainly provide any pop-ups that we schedule to you, to the commission, so that you can get them out broadly and make sure that everybody is aware of them. And that is part of why we're training additional customer service reps here in Baton Rouge.
Thank you. I have a few last questions. I know that you mentioned your energy efficiency program in the formal launch. Can you explain when that will be? And secondly, since that is a requirement here of the LPSC for my residents in the Orleans parish of my district, which is under the city council, I'm not sure what their requirements are off the top of my head is for energy efficiency, but will your program be similar, or are you planning also a program there if there's not a requirement as it here is in the PSC jurisdiction for energy efficiency?
Jim DeSherry for Delta Utilities. I can speak on the energy efficient programs we have in place in Louisiana under your jurisdiction. There's programs in existence for North Louisiana and South Louisiana. Those were started by CenterPoint. We've continued with those, and those are being expanded right now with the new rules. Baton Rouge's program is getting very close to getting launched. We're starting that program from scratch. There was no program for energy efficiency for the gas side here in Baton Rouge, so we're starting that. Part of that program does include a weatherization component, home energy audits. There's air sealing, so go in there, make sure that the home keeps the warm air in the winter. Duct sealing as well, with the ultimate goal there is to reduce usage for the customers. And those are being rolled out as we speak, very close in Baton Rouge, but we are starting a brand new program there.
Okay, great, thank you. And I mean, I'll conclude with this. I mean, since the transition we have had, my office has just heard multitude of things, and I think that they have questions about charges, they have questions about billing accuracy, they have questions about rising cost, they have questions about customer service, and so at the end of the day, this is about the people, and I think we need to be more transparent. I think it's about looking at the fixed charges, and they also want to hear solutions. I mean, I think that is the utmost thing, and so I do want to engage with you on the petition that my councilwoman has introduced. I hope that you will meet majority of those requests, especially the request on disconnections. I think it is important that we protect people in this service and what we do, and I believe that at this point in time, you have the opportunity to just demonstrate that you can operate in transparency, fairness, and accountability, and I hope you answer that call.
More pipeline built. All right, so Commissioner Campbell, you have a question?
Yes, sir. Do you know the price of natural gas today?
It's closer to $3.
$2 or something.
$2.90.
$2.90? Well, how long does it take that $2.90 to reflect on the bill? I understand the bills went to $7.46 on your graph. How long did it take to go from $4.69 to $7.46, and how long is it going to be able to show from $7.46 down to $2.90?
I'll take that one, Commissioner.
That's what people want to know. They know that when it went up, you charged them, but when it comes down, how does that work?
So the PGA sets forth, which it's still up on the screen up here, but the NYMEX monthly settlement price is effectively what the contracts for the following month set the gas price at. When that number starts to fall down, and folks have looked at this, and if you pull up the daily market price, it doesn't always match the settlement price at the end of the month. The settlement price is what's used in the PGA. Right now, if we're seeing that price fall below $3, it actually closes today at 2 o'clock. If it closes in that range, the next set of bills going out in March will reflect that new PGA price.
Well, you can see where bills from $4.69 to $7.46 is astronomical to people, but they would like to see the same drop from $7.46 to $2.88 or whatever it is today. What is it, about $2.90, something like that today?
Yeah.
How long does it take you to get to $2.90? is it proportionally the same as it did from 469 to 746?
It effectively, whatever that number closes at today at 2 o'clock, sets forth what will appear in the PGA for the March bills. So it could go down to 290, but it's a basis of the month of contracts for gas to be sold in March. We have no control over that number. It's the broader Henry Hub NYMEX market price.
Any more questions?
I live in North Louisiana, in the middle of the Haynesville Shale. And to help anybody's feelings, there's more drilling going on now than we've ever seen. Since they had the explosion of Haynesville Shale, right around my house, not at my house, but right around my house, there's probably 15 active rigs going. So it's a great hope for people that we're producing a lot of natural gas, and hopefully the more you produce, the cheaper the price gets for people. So the only good news to tell people is that North Louisiana's busting wide open, from really Shreveport to down to Mansfield, all around Toledo Bend. I've never seen it like this. 3 or 4 rigs running everywhere. And a lot of people are working, but that doesn't help people's feelings paying the bill.
And just a little bit of context, that spike occurred, it was the pricing set at the end of January, right in the middle of Winter Storm Fern. And that had a significant impact. That's the docketed item today is addressing that impact and how to spread those costs over a longer period. That is pervasive amongst everybody who uses gas, whether it's the electrics or the gas utilities. But that market price right in the middle of the Fern event is a lot of the cause for that significant increase for February.
Well, Mr. Scamatter made a statement a while ago, and he was right. It's not just cold weather here, but cold weather all over the United States. Last year, we didn't have that spike because the weather was sort of normal, or I guess normal, whatever normal means. This year, we've had extremely cold weather through the Midwest, right on up to New England, colder than we've had. So that's a price, that increases the price of natural gas. But that doesn't help people in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, or other places, Shreveport, when they see their bills go up 200 or 300%. That's hard to explain. You can't explain it.
Yes, sir.
Y'all have to do the best job you can to try to make sure this doesn't happen. And I know that y'all are hedging.
Yes, sir.
We talked about hedging a lot 3 or 4 years ago at the Public Service Commission, and require y'all, but you hedge now. What's your hedging price today?
Well, a lot of the hedging that we do is based upon the first of the month call. So we're trying to avoid the daily volatility associated with gas prices. So we're trying to avoid the $25 to $35 spike. And so we're hedging gas costs like today. When gas closes, assuming it closes at $3 MMBTU, we'll have the ability to call gas at $3 and avoid large spikes during the middle of next month.
Right? Yeah.
Commissioner, if I can, we've talked about the two primary issues that customers are experiencing with high bills. It's usage and it's the cost of gas. A lot of customers, particularly in the Baton Rouge area, their first Delta bill was a middle of the summer bill. You're looking at the lowest price you'll pay for gas all year long. Over the course of summer to December, our customers, on average, a residential customer uses between 3 to 7 times as much gas in December as they do in July. So before you even consider the cost of gas increases, the bills are going up multiples just by the additional usage. When you add in the fact that from September to February, the cost of gas went up 2.5 times, now you have a compounding effect. And that's really what we're experiencing today. It's the combination of multiples of usage and multiples of that cost of that usage on top of each other. Now, we do want to spread the message. We expect relief coming. As warmer winter approaches, people will use less gas. We're already seeing the cost of gas normalize to a much lower than what it closed at for that February pricing. That will close today, and we're hopeful that that also sends some relief in those March bills going out with the lower cost of gas. But I will Second, we do not make any profit on the cost of gas. That's a monthly filing. It's pursuant to the PGA orders of the commission. It's audited, and clearly we're going to do an audit over that initial year period. But the PGA also includes a true-up mechanism. It naturally has an over-under balance that is included already in the way it's filed. So if the company did over-recover or under-recover, it automatically sends that over or under recovery back into the process so that customers ultimately never pay any sort of profit to the company.
Right. This, Commissioner Kusan, you had a question?
I'm gonna be honest.
How many?
5.
Good.
Or let me just say 1 for now, and I'll get to 5.
Say 1 and get to 5.
And you've answered many of these questions, so to the extent that you've already done so, just be concise and reiterate it, because again, we're talking to the public in addition to talking to us. I know every commissioner here has been fully engaged on this issue with each of you as a commissioner representing our people, even though we only meet once a month publicly. So that's one of the kind of issues. I know that Commissioner Lewis has had town halls. We've met individually. You've traveled around the state meeting with all of us, and we've come over here to meet with you. A few questions for you. Are you acting outside of the rate structure that we have approved in years past? Are you acting outside of it purposefully that would have increased your ability to make a profit that has not been approved by this commission?
No.
The rate structures that are in place, Mr. Chairman mentioned earlier that we're the ones that approve it, but technically this commission hasn't approved it. It's been, the rate structures are put in place for how many years, and how many rate structures have you inherited from your various purchases?
Yeah, so each of the 3 utilities had their own tariff
When you
schedules.
say
and
3
riders.
utilities, you acquired 3 separate companies.
3 Louisiana PSC jurisdictional utilities.
Okay, go ahead.
Each of those had a separate rate structure, and that's multiple tariffs, riders. It's the formulas and the filings to effectively pass the actual costs of supplying that service into rates. We assumed all of those from the existing utilities and continue under those same rate schedules, tariffs, and riders that existed prior to the transaction.
And how many years are each of those different structures in place for, and what year are we in for each of them?
The CenterPoint Legacy Utilities was approved in a 2005 rate case, I believe, so those have been in effect for about 20 years.
Okay, so that's CenterPoint, so let's move on to Entergy.
Energy Baton Rouge, I believe, is also about a decade old.
And then New Orleans, Entergy.
New Orleans had a rate filing in 2018.
So is there a goal, a corporate goal, to bring all of those different tariffs under one tent so that we can all speak the same language when we're talking to you and talking to our customers about what might be affecting each of their bills? Because I know it's different, because we've talked about it. I cover 2 of your different utilities. So many of us cover 2 of your different utilities. So is there a long-term goal to bring that all under the same tariff?
Not exactly under the same tariff. We'd love to merge utilities if at some point that becomes an option.
Yeah.
But we do plan over the next couple of years, as we start our own filings, to start to create uniformity across the platform. And we experience it the same way you experience it. Our call center can get calls from customers from 3 different utilities. And we try to segregate and keep people on different scripts so they can answer those questions independently. But when we go in front of the commission or we go in front of the city council and we make comments that get picked up in the media, a customer in North Louisiana may see that broadcast and it doesn't exactly apply to them the same way it may apply to the Delta Capital Gas Utility or the Delta New Orleans Utility. So over time, we are absolutely incentivized, for the same reason you are, to really create uniformity across the tariffs and across the platform.
So there's a timeline that we put forth when you approve the transaction, when we would come back in for a new rate case. Our goal with it, with those 3 utilities that are operating here, is to get as much consistency across those utilities as possible in their tariffs and schedules and rate structure.
That's going to help us tremendously and our staff as we receive phone calls to explain to them the tariff that we're using and that we're able to analyze. because we want to help our constituents understand it as well, if for whatever reason they haven't gotten what they perceive as the answer that they would like from you. So the testimony is that you have not acted outside of your rate structures. And we've agreed that we're going to be doing an audit, basically at a first year audit, and then we're going to be able to check that. Okay? I mean, I think that is a positive step forward. You just mentioned about the call centers. You're getting, calls from all different utilities that you have under one line. Have you made additional call center investments? Have you hired, have you put more people on the phones in this uptick of calls? Can you testify to that?
Yes, we've hired a significant amount of new people in New Orleans, primarily some additional people in Shreveport. We've hired over 25 to 30 people, and we're continually hiring different classes and new classes. And I think what we've done is we've got a very quality group of individuals. We've got an excellent training program, but we're constantly looking to expand the capabilities and limit turnover within that group as possible. It's a very important part of our company.
And relative to those calls, it was initially, or at some point, it was difficult to look at historical data because you inherited a lot of these customers. Is it accurate to say you now have access to all of your predecessors' data and can utilize that in looking at the historical usage of customers? Is that something that y'all are doing?
That is correct. We've gotten additional information of not only usage, but bill amounts that go back further than we originally had, the original 12 months. And so now we can share that information with customers. A lot of the billing questions that we have are alleviated by sharing that. And we're preparing an energy usage report that can go out to a broader group of our customers so that they can understand that without having to call us.
And I think that's a huge issue for those calls that you're trying to wrap up within 6 minutes to say, hey, this is a new bill, you've never seen Delta, but in fact, we're looking at your bill from a year ago and the usage was X, Y, or Z, maybe similar, maybe more, but you can now answer those questions.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I think that's a positive step. The exposure that you kind of identified on the hedging and the long-term contracts, you said that you try to protect yourself 85 to 90% so you're not subject to the volatility of the market. Is there a way to close the remaining 10 to 15%? What is the prohibition, or what is the reason why you can't close it all the way up to 100 to be fully hedged against any market conditions?
Well, inherently, you're chasing a number what you expect, right? What's the normal? What's the expected amount of gas that you're going to deliver? So the difference in weather on a daily basis can make that go from 95 to 85. And so we are constantly looking at what are the ways that we can enter into additional financial derivatives and hedge to get us a little bit closer. There's a cost associated with that, and you have to look at what's the cost trade-off between do you hit the norms that we expect.
And speaking of cost, you can also increase your storage, but there's some limitation on what access you have to storage in some of your geographic areas. Is that correct?
That's correct. And in the Baton Rouge utility specifically, it's a very tight storage market. And we're constantly looking at new opportunities to contract with developers and service providers for storage, but we are very interested in being able to procure more storage.
Well, I really invite you to do that and urge you to do that, not invite, particularly for the Baton Rouge community. And although it will have an upfront expense, it may have a long-term impact, to help us protect from some of these volatile gas markets. Lastly, even if everything that we have said up here and that you've testified to is correct,
We have one more case.
we still have a credibility issue. And it comes back on us as a political issue. To you, it's really, do people believe what you say is true whenever you're speaking to them from the customer service standpoint? Like you said, you've got that vehicle to be able to communicate, but then you got to answer it and they have to agree and you have to get it right. I agree with Commissioner Lewis, or actually some of the witnesses up here, that, we need more community engagement in all of our communities. And I think that's a huge part of the credibility that you can grow. Over in my area, we have a, different gas company. We know who they are. I know my bill, and I'm pretty certain what it's going to be. And that could be the same for you in 10 or 20 years. But right now, you're brand new, and they don't know that. So the community engagement aspect is something that is hard work. I mean, it takes commitment. It's part of your mission. She read it. So it's time we execute on that. And in each of our districts, I think it's important that kind of, we see that happening as well. So we look forward to, as commissioners, working with you on that community involvement aspect to help you build the credibility, because in turn, that helps us to be able to talk to our constituents with some credibility and trust.
All right. Well, before you go, I will tell you, after sitting here looking at your graph, you should look into the history of how the commission dealt with the ELL, EGSL issue and the value proposition that the merger brought, with how we looked at, stabilizing the rates, looking at, there was less confusion about how we allocated storm costs, how we did everything. Because, looking at what Delta South is, my Delta South customers pay less now than the Delta North and the Delta Capital people. And the issue is, you're still one company. I mean, even though you're like sectioning it off, but there's a value proposition in going through the merger and unifying. So you might want to look into a report back to the commission on how you would see the merger take place and what value that could provide back to the consumers by unifying. And if you see there's a value proposition, talk to the staff about it and see if that presents itself. If you see there's other things out there based on how you did your investment, how you did your acquisition that prevent that, then tell the staff and let them know that it won't help. But there seems to be a better sort of amelioration of all these aspects to where it might be better to accelerate the merger and bring a little more equalization of how you can act as a company. So I appreciate that. I want to thank y'all for being here. I want you to take heart to what the testimony from the witnesses, and also focus on what the commission has asked you to do and work with the staff, and let's get back to this as soon as you can. Say thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have one more case? Yeah, no problem. Okay. One more case. We have the Slamco matter.
Yeah, so we have
No,
exhibit
no,
number
I'm just gonna
16,
ask
which is
some
also
MCO
undocketed. It's a report from Southwest
handle the
Louisiana
rest.
Electric
I'll handle
Membership
MCO.
Corporation regarding increasing rates, and this is at the request of Vice Chairman Kusan. So if the representatives could come up.
Can I ask first?
Yeah, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna talk about, I want that, and I want, what you're gonna do, I'm gonna say, I want all these documents, and I wanna talk about, not so much the benefits, I'm gonna let you handle all that. I want the MCO stuff, that's what I really want. It's so good. I mean, this work is so good. No, I mean, just wait.
Welcome.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you all for being patient through the day. I know the folks that came here for the gas case thought they were the last one, but they weren't. So y'all are here. So Commissioner Kusan asked you to come here today. I'm going to let him begin, and we'll go from there.
Sure.
Good morning, guys. Good to see you.
Good afternoon.
Oh, whatever we're at. So one of the reasons that we're here today is because in an effort to be transparent, which I think is a noble goal, you notified your customers that there was going to be an increase in their bills. Is that accurate?
Yes,
Okay.
that is accurate.
All right.
Accurate. And this is Catherine Domingue from Slimco, CEO of
Good to see you.
Slimco.
So my first question is, is that increase as a result of any rate increase that the Public Service Commission has voted on?
No, it is not. It is purely power cost to increase.
The the commission has not undertaken any rate case. I mean, and that might not even apply to you based upon the deal that we have approved in the past that y'all are under, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so we haven't had a rate increase.
We had a rate increase actually that went into effect January of last year,
Last year.
but that's been in effect and that was approved by the commission.
It didn't have an impact on the,
No, not on,
Announcement.
no.
Okay. Can you tell us what was what do you believe is the reason for the increases in your bills?
So the reason we feel the increase in our bills is due to our capacity costs increasing with our current contract that we are under.
So
Yes,
just
sir.
for a little,
Please introduce yourself.
Glenn Edwards, Commissioner, General Counsel for Slimco. I'm also joined by my partner at the table, Chris Piasecki. As the commission knows, we entered into a contract with NextEra Energy Marketing to be our power supplier, which began in April of 2025. So the bills that our customers receive have two primary components. One is the base cost, or Slimco's charges for distributing the power that we buy, and those are rates that are governed by and controlled by the commission. And so when Catherine referred to the last rate increase, that was over a year ago, that was an increase in Slimco's base rates, okay, which was fully vetted and approved by the commission, as was the contract with NextEra. So the contract with NextEra requires us to flow through our cost of power to our customers on a monthly basis. Under our prior contract with our prior providers, we actually flowed through that cost of power, and it theoretically adjusted every month, depending on fuel cost primarily. There was a fuel cost adjustment and there was a power cost adjustment under our other contract. The contract that we now have with NextEra only has basically an annual adjustment. So NextEra engages on our behalf in a systematic hedging program where we buy capacity and energy throughout the year, and we determine at the end of every year what the cost of power is going to be for the coming year. And that is sent to the commission, filed with the commission, and it becomes an identical charge every month, okay, for the customers for the next year. And then the following year, we know what price the hedging program has produced, and we adjust our power cost again. All of that is per the contract that was approved by the commission. So the information that Catherine was conveying to the consumers at the time is based on our power buys for the coming year. This is going to be the cost of power from the market.
And based upon that contract, you don't have any, you don't own any generation.
That's correct.
Slimco does not own any generation.
You are correct, we do not.
And NextEra's generation is from out of state. Is that accurate?
That's not necessarily accurate. I mean, NextEra buys power from on the market, okay, for us, okay? As is indicated in the reports that we file with the commission, both the MCO report as well as our power cost reporting, where, our hedging program information is provided to the commission, which is confidential, and I don't want to get into where we buy, what the prices are, et cetera, but they're a vast majority of the capacity and energy that we purchase is ultimately acquired from Louisiana generators.
Let me ask one final question before I turn it over. The social media post referenced that some of the price fluctuations that the customers will be dealing with, your membership will be dealing with, has to do with data centers. Did that have to do anything with the generation that we approved for the Louisiana data center?
No, it did not. And I mean, I think as we indicated to you when we met with you, we have no reason to believe that it did or that it does. We were the intent of the statement was to generally convey to our consumers the increase for demand for electric energy across the country. It's driving prices, and as we indicated to you and we indicate here today, to the extent that that message with the use of reference to data center caused some confusion or misrepresented any facts as they relate to the Louisiana data center or what the commission approved for the Louisiana data center, we apologize for that. That was not our intention.
And I appreciate the apology, and I really do. And the reason why it's important is because I don't want our constituents to get the wrong impression that somehow we missed the mark on a process that we went through pretty extensively with our generation deal, following, the analysis and our expert opinion that it wasn't that the deal that we are approving is not affecting the ratepayer for that particular utility. But when a general statement is made, much like we mentioned earlier in the meeting, most people just think that it applies to them when they see national news about data centers, when in truth and fact, Louisiana is different.
Yeah. And for the record, we were here for that statement this morning. We heard everything that the Entergy folks said. We heard everything that that was talked about the data center, the way it was approved. We have no reason to believe that any of that was inaccurate.
It was so long ago.
What's that?
It was so long ago.
No. Exactly.
Okay,
but the point is, we have no reason to believe that's inaccurate. The intent of our statement was not to indict that project, that data center, and again,
Or
to the extent.
future data centers.
And it was not meant to cause any issues with you, our commissioners, or the commission staff. It clearly was, caught us by surprise. We've been trying to work through this over the last several weeks to make sure that you all had the information you needed to, our decision to do this was simply just to be transparent to our members, let them know their bills were going to be increasing so that they could plan appropriately and not get caught off guard.
I appreciate that. I'll turn it over to the other commissioners. I thank you. You are one of the shining stars of the utilities in the state. And relative to the customer service that we just talked about, I can't find a single constituent that has ever said anything negative to me about the way that you respond to constituents, to your membership during storms and outages and every other type of issue. You guys are right at the top of the heap as far as what your membership thinks about their co-op. So I appreciate it. I'll turn it over to the rest of them.
Thank you, I
Commissioner-
appreciate that.
Francis, you have any questions for these folks?
Yeah.
Well, I'll let you go first.
Okay. Well, I'm served by Slimco, and they do a great job. But I still have a hard time answering my constituents, since I'm on the Public Service Commission. When you said that you have a price increase because of AI centers, and everybody knows about the one up at Rayville. And they said, why did y'all approve building that facility at Rayville? Because my Slimco bill's going up. So what can I tell her? I need some help there from Slimco.
Well, I think as we indicated, Commissioner, it was not our intention to indict the Rayville AI data center. That the comment was much more general, and to try for the constituents to understand that on a nationwide basis, there's an increased demand for utility. I think it was mentioned in the meeting earlier today. A lot of other states and locations have experienced that problem because they haven't handled it.
It's not any other state. It's here. It's Louisiana, and it's localized Slimco. And
understand, and as we indicated, to the extent that that's how the message was received by some of the constituents, all we can do is apologize for that.
The power you buy from NextEra is here. It's basically Louisiana generated power on the grid, and so at this time there's no grid influenced by the AI centers at this time on the cost of electricity, is it? The answer is no.
As far as we know, there's no
right.
cost influence from a Louisiana data center on the electricity on the grid. Yes, sir, that's correct.
Do you plan to correct that statement or explain it any more to the public?
We did provide Mr. Cousson's office with an explanation that may help you. We can also send it to your office as well, and that
I
may
need it
help
to
you
get
with-
out to the
with-
public. I
with the
already know
cost.
it's not true, but I need the public needs to know that it's not true. So, can you do something to put it in a newspaper in Lafayette or something, or they're on TV?
Well, it was.
You put it on your webpage, didn't you?
It was on, the video that is being discussed was on was on our Facebook page, okay?
Can you correct that on your Facebook page?
We can pull it and pull it down.
I mean, I will say this, just,
Well, I mean, you were forthright enough to say that was the cause. It would seem that you would be forthright enough to say we were wrong and that's not the cause.
well, I mean, I
I mean,
think,
if the cause is either transmission and fuel, it's not data centers because they don't exist. I mean, it's pretty straightforward.
understand, I guess I would, look, we can certainly discuss with the staff, a possible solution. I guess the concern I have, the overarching concern I have is that if you look at the statement and the reaction we got from our Facebook page,
I asked folks that came to my office, not you, Gerald, you weren't there, but I asked them who wrote this. And there was no clear answer on who wrote it.
well, it was prepared by our PR consultant, who is here today. You asked us to bring him, and he's here,
Yeah,
Mr.
yeah,
Bob
who is it?
Holbrook, and he is
But
here.
you're the one that approved it, and you're the one that paid the bill.
But my
so-
question is why did they say it? I mean, you might have approved it, but why did they say it? Are they here?
They're here.
Well, they can
You
come
asked
up.
us to bring
They
him,
can
and
come
sure.
up. They can come up and not just ask them why they said it. It's just a quick question because, I just got 2 or 3 quick questions and I actually have a lot of questions, but I'm just gonna have the staff mail it to you. So we're gonna get out of here quick. Yes, sir. What's your name?
My name is Bob.
I'm sorry.
Excuse me.
Go
My name
ahead.
is Bob Holbrook.
Bob Hope?
Holbrook.
Oh, Holbrook, okay, I was wondering, thought we were gonna play golf. You wrote that then, correct? You
Yes,
crafted
sir.
it?
Yes, sir.
Nobody
I
on
wrote
your
this.
staff did it? You did it personally?
I did it personally.
Okay, so why did you say that? Did you research that?
First off, thank y'all
Sure.
for allowing me to come in and address this
Sure.
concern. And before anything, I want to make sure, because some things have been said, that both my company, Holbrook Multimedia, and Slumco are totally in favor and support the building of AI data centers.
Well, you got a funny way of saying it, but.
Well, okay, but
But my question really is, why did you say that when you wrote it in that form? That's my real question.
number one, the frame of reference, this was written before there was almost any talk about a Louisiana data center. So our research showed that this was written in November.
Yeah, okay, but it showed up recently, so we still didn't have data centers.
Correct.
So, but you still blame the price on data centers.
No, the research that we could find from Pew, from research of Congress, from the DOE, everything not only did point to data centers, but it also quoted that the increase or lack of supply is the fault of data centers.
Yeah.
So that's why it was put in there.
I would admonish you on the lack of sophistication in your research because Louisiana requires data centers to not impact ratepayers. What you looked at was the PJM interconnect of the RTOs where they have open market access and they are driving the price of electricity up because they don't have regulated states like Louisiana. And you took a fact about a place not like Louisiana and applied it like to Louisiana. So for me, for the fact that you guys rubber stamped it of information that's incorrect is a statement against what is the greatest economic element of prosperity in Louisiana in the last 20 or 30 years. Because we have developed a mechanism that the federal government is adopting, requiring data centers to pay all the costs of integrating systems and to require no impact on the ratepayers. And then therefore to blame the cost of what you want for money on data centers when they are not going to impact. So you could have blamed it on transmission costs, you could have blamed it on fuel costs, You could have blamed it on a lot of things, but the single thing you couldn't have blamed it on was the integration of data centers into the program and doing it when we are knocking it out of the park on being the leader in the country with data center integration. Where you heard today, if I don't know you're here today for the Entergy presentation or you just showed up late, I'm not sure. But then they came here and said that, showed how Meta is paying for on the go through what they call kayak, but the cash in advance, paying as we go to pay for everything that the ratepayers are going to be engaging in on this. So zero impact, full protection. Our staff has worked this as an element. We are working directly with the federal government through the National Power Dominance Office. We're working with the FERC, showing them how we did this. The president states in the State of the Union speech last night about how he's moving towards requiring data centers to provide their own power, which is basically a rephrasing of what Louisiana has done. And you're going to basically look at Pew and other research which is focused on PJM and apply it to Louisiana when it doesn't apply. And it impacts how people look at Louisiana. It scares people in the SLMCO district, and it presents false information.
And
so I
sir-
think that it's a problem, and I think that what Commissioner Francis is saying, you owe more, not to just the SLMCO people, but you owe more to the state of Louisiana to correct yourself and make a presentation on why you were wrong. So that's number one. So I'm just gonna let you know how it is. But I will tell you, I don't want to get between a person and their pork chop at this point. It's been a long day. But I will tell you that I do have a couple of questions. I am gonna send you some questions that are gonna be extensive. So you could take your time answering back, but if you can get them back in a month or so, that'd be great. And maybe we'll get you back in here. But question, and this is for you,
Sure.
It could be for y'all, but when you were doing your program, which is 100% market, correct? Your plan is 100% market-based. You have no generation.
Yes.
So when you were aware that the MCO order was adopted specifically to address the risks of over-reliance on 100% market-based power purchases in the face of potential wholesale price volatility, fuel cost spikes, transmission congestion, and new large loads. Are you aware of that? You could say, voice it.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So, but do you consider the MCO order or its findings at any point while drafting or revising the Facebook post? Did you consider it while the Facebook post was being created?
Well, we actually, the Facebook post actually refers to the fact that we buy our power 4 years in advance to make sure that we have adequate power for our consumers. They should view it as an insurance policy.
We're reading it way different. But did you consider the MCO order when you wrote it?
I'm not sure I follow your
Okay.
question, Commissioner.
Well, the MC order talks about addressing the risks about all this, but the risks that you applied are risks that don't accurately identify a risk that exists in the state of Louisiana. So I was wondering how you really looked at the risks, and if you looked at the risks and associative element with the MCO order. That's the answer. I mean, that's the question, excuse me.
I can't say that we did.
Okay.
If that's the
So,
question.
but SLMCO operates at 100% market based purchase arrangement with LaGen, NRG. It owns no generation assets. It holds no long-term fixed price power contracts. But did you recognize this exact structure and this type of exposure that the LPSC MCO order was designed to mitigate or prevent?
Well, let me say this. It's not completely accurate to say we have no long-term acquisition as part of this contract, because we do have 30% of our base capacity is purchased at the signing of the contract for the full 10 years of the contract at a fixed price. So
what is that?
I would prefer not to discuss prices.
What identify the item, not the price?
It's our base load capacity,
And
which
what
is
is your-
200 megawatts of capacity, or part of our base load capacity, 200 megawatts of capacity.
What is your identified baseload capacity? What type of device is it?
It is a contract, a financial transaction within MISO.
So it's a financial transaction. It
Yes.
is not an actual baseload
Right,
device.
and it is a transaction that
It's
was
a contract.
approved by or acceptable to MISO at the time we signed our contract.
So it's a MISO-based contract,
Yes.
right? It's not a device, it's a contract of access, right?
Right.
Yeah. So, but even if owning like 20 to 30% of your capacity through baseload resources, not contracts, like either natural gas combined cycle, nuclear, long-term PPAs, or even fixed or hedge pricing, are you looking at your long-term 20 or 30% of what you got? Does it fit within that description? Or is it just a MISO contract?
Well, it is a MISO contract for ZRCs in which we have, since the advent of the MCO order, as is reflected in the data that we filed in response to the MCO order, we have secured additional products to cover that and bring that base load within the definition of the MCO order.
Well, I've only got a couple more questions and we're gonna get out of here. So, but you're talking about baseload as a concept versus baseload as a reality, right? Baseload power is the ownership of a device. Like other co-ops like 1803 own, say, half of the Kindle plant, which is a device that's in the place that it obfuscates the potential market volatility and what they have because they got something. It's a thing. What you have is a concept, right? You have a contract which is susceptible to variability on market influences, right?
Yes, we do.
Okay. So, do you actually have, have you looked at how the ownership of a fixed asset, or even a fixed asset that could provide 20 to 30% of your power needs, that it would have prevented or material reduced your need for this 20%, $20, $15, $20 increase if you would have had a similar like ownership interest like 1803 has?
At the time that we put out an RFP for proposals to serve our load, we looked at over 67 proposals, okay? Some of them were for very small facilities and generators. Some of them were from market, power marketers. Some of them were from local companies within Louisiana. We evaluated all of those proposals. We had them vetted by our experts. They were part of the certificate. The facts were part of the certification docket considered by the commission's proposals. We determined through that process that at the time, with what we had on the table that was offered, the least risk for the best price for our customers for the next 10 years was the proposal that was offered by NextEra. And look, I might add that even with the recent increase in market prices, our power cost is still less than it was on the last day of our previous contract with the Clico-Cajun contract.
Before or after the $20?
Even after, it's
Okay.
still less than
Okay.
it was at the end of our last contract.
That's fine. Well, let's get back to the real rub on this, which is this misstatement. And I want to tell you, number one, especially after hearing sort of the developed process of the statement, I think you owe a lot of people an apology. Because it's the same analysis saying that, your price increase is due to the use of snowmobiles in New England. And that could affect Louisiana because none of those things are here. Those things are in Virginia and New Jersey and everywhere else, but they're not here. And that power is not sold here. And even the trickle that comes out of TVA into MISO North, it's zero impact here. Unless you made a deal with MISO that they were going to hand you that as part of your 30% deal with MISO, which I can't see you doing. So you, by your actions, provide fodder to the people who short markets and say naysayers about Louisiana, and people who come out and bring actions against the commissions to the commission here and say, well, we shouldn't have AI centers because look, Slemco says it's driving their prices up. So you give fodder to organizations to come in and say, well, you shouldn't have data centers, and you should have different associations, and you should stop this, and you should create new rules. When I think as perfect gets, and being a guiding principle to the country, you've slipped, and slipped without reasonable research to apply reasonable facts to a statement. And to be honest, beyond Slemco members, which you owe an apology to, you owe an apology to the state. So other than that, that's it.
And I do apologize.
No, you know, an apology to me.
I do.
The only person who owes an apology to me, don't talk to me no more. So, but I can tell you this, the fact is it's bad, and it's bad medicine for the state, it's bad medicine for Slemco. So, that's it. Anybody else, or you want to go?
Really
ahead,
quickly,
Chairman?
Mr.
All right.
Just I have one statement. I want to thank you for meeting with me. I understand the capacity, and I'll keep it brief. I disagree with some of the comments, but we can discuss those later.
Thank you.
Commissioner Francis?
To Slemco, I would say this, that the majority of this Public Service Commission is very pro on AI centers. We're very proud of what we've had so far, and a statement like that is negative. We're trying to promote AI centers. Do y'all understand that, how I feel about it? Can you fix that? Would you try to fix it? That's not a true statement. It is not a true statement, in my opinion. And so, you know how I feel about it.
Commissioner, Mike.
You guys use your microphone, sorry, sir.
All right. Can y'all not hear what I just said? Okay.
All right, you're done?
All right, I'm through.
Done?
All right.
Thank you.
Entertain, chair moves to adjourn.
Second.
Matter of second, any opposition? Meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much. Y'all go eat lunch or dinner, or whichever it is.